Why is this an issue, yeah? I don't understand what's happening. Okay, think it's fixed. I just want to go live in horizontal and vertical, both of the modes. That's all what I need right now. Why is this so complicated? Hate it. I hate this process of setting everything up. I think I think I'm live on both the yeah, yeah. I'm live on both the formats. It's very important to go live on both the formats, or else I don't get the attention. Anyway, so let's also get some music going on. हेलो या एक बार माइक टेस्ट कर लेता हूँ मैं. Is everything all right? Is I think I can't hear myself. I need to increase the volume of my mic. This is full. Microphone is full. Can I hear? Can't hear shit. Ah man, I can't hear anything. Anyway, I think I need to talk a little bit louder so that you guys can hear. I should also tune this down a little bit because I can't hear myself. Ah man, I can't hear anything. Anyway, I think I need to talk a little bit louder. But the thing is, I am live, and I think on this stream, I can hear myself. Why am I so advanced audio properties? Mic fix. Somebody please help me fix the mic gap. Hello, 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 hello. I don't care now. I'll just start walking. It's already late. I've been running late. Anyway, let's go.
The three stages of life. 1, young and dumb. 2, optimistic and hopeful. And 3, fuck this and fuck everything. Fuck. The three stages of life. 1, young and dumb. 2, optimistic and hopeful. And 3, fuck this and fuck everything. Fuck this and fuck everything.
Might be hearing the echo. I need to turn the volume off. Whoa! Something is wrong with my audio thing today. I don't think you guys can hear me clearly. But anyway, I need to start. So this is our timeline.
The three stages of life.
There are 3 stages of life. I'm going to write it down. There are 3 stages of life. Of life. And I'm going to scale it a bit so that this is visible in the vertical format. I'll make sure that this area and this area I don't put anything over there because there are the buttons of YouTube, and that's why the audience won't be able to read anything. And here also there are some go live and whatnot buttons and graphics. So the area that I'm going to play in is this much. Only in this much of area I'm going to use okay, wait, I need to adjust the screen a little bit. Yeah. And also this one should go a little bit down so that you can see the layer. Whatever I'm doing in the layer, you can see here. Do anything. Anyway, yeah, so the adjustment is done. I think now we are good to go. So there are 3. I'm going to put all the dialogues first, and to do that, to maintain the whole thing, to maintain the size of the dialogues, I am
the 3 stages of life. 1,
here the dialogue is changing, so I'll put a keyframe over here and I'm going to change it whatever it's here.
1, young and dumb.
So young and dumb. 1 young and dumb. 1 young and dumb, just like me. I mean, I'm not young anymore.
1 young and dumb. 2.
So 2. So I'm going to put a keyframe here. Edit it. 2. What's 2?
2 optimistic and hopeful.
Optimistic and hopeful. Optimistic and hopeful. The way I was. Very optimistic and hopeful that I'm in the animation industry and I'm going to make it work.
2 optimistic and hopeful. And 3?
3. And 3 is what I'm right now.
And 3?
Fuck everything. FUC. Star.
Fuck this.
Fuck this.
Fuck this
and
fuck everything.
Fuck everything. Fuck everything.
This and fuck everything. Fuck.
So now we have the whole text thing right over here. Now we need to jump on the new layer where I'm going to add some characters which are going to be animated for the shot. So F4 to get rid of the timeline. And so I'm going to start working on, there are 3 stages of life. Maybe there's a narrator who is going to come in the frame and going to have big eyes. All these animations are going to be uploaded on my channel also, so you can also check that out when once it's done. But for that you have to subscribe my channel. If you're not interested, don't do it. It's fine. I'm just doing it for the sake of making people learn how to use these softwares easily. Like I said, I always use object modes to draw a lot, because it gives me a lot more control. So yeah, there are 3 stages of life, so maybe the guy can show 3 fingers, one finger like this. So there are 3 stages of life. His mouth is going to be open because he's talking. His hand could be back, going at the back, standing. Remember the overlapping lines. If you properly maintain the overlapping of the lines, you get all the dimensions of every shape. So what's behind what? If you figure out that, the drawings look good. I mean, it looks correct. So the dialogue is,
The
there are
3
3
stages
stages
of life.
of life. I can give a little bit of animation. For that, I'm going to skew it down a little bit right, make a one more keyframe, skew it up a little bit of right, and maybe he can close his eyes here, as an acting. There are 3 stages of life. Maybe he'll turn his here. His eyebrows were like this. Now his eyebrows are like something like this. So
The
eyebrows
stages of life. 1.
number 1, young and dumb. So we can put some illustration over here of him looking young and dumb, or what can we do? Young and dumb. Okay, what is a young guy? What does a young guy look like, and what does he do to look young and dumb? Young and dumb. Maybe I can draw a character who is very young. His to make him look dumb, he can, like, yeah, running, chasing dogs or something. He's a kid. Looks crazy, right? Young. He's young. He's chasing someone. Little fingers. Very small, cute fingers. Feet. Maybe some that kind of expression of him. Maybe his head can be animated, something like this. Let's see.
1. Young and dumb.
Maybe his body, I can give some animation on his body too. And quickly make one more keyframe, remove these legs and shift the legs. The front lobe goes back and back leg, front comes front. Then we'll get an in between where he's going to change his feet. Yeah, so this is how the animation would look like. And within this, I'm going to put a little down motion so that he looks like he's running.
1. Young and dumb.
And this guy is chasing a dog who is scared of him because, yeah, why the fuck is this dude chasing me? Somewhat like some sort of animation like that. So this is his head, the dog's head. I'm gonna animate this dog also. Maybe something like this. One frame like this, and second frame he's running, so his feet goes here. Tuk, 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 tuk. Now I'm not going to draw the head again because I don't need to. I'm just going to make the group of this head and going to copy it, paste it, and make it a little bit down. So it looks like it's running, and that's enough for the storyboarding process. Maybe he can have some sweat or scary sweat dripping. It gives a little bit of feeling that yeah, he's running, he's sweating or something. I can also put a little bit of shadow if I want. Make it a little bit lighter in color. Yes, looks like it's running, and I can also animate it a little bit so that it feels like it's running. Yeah, it works. It's cool. Okay, Terrace is
One,
young and
dumb. Two,
then maybe this gets removed. This dude comes back in the frame. Maybe like this. We will say 2. Maybe in this phase of life he might be in a relationship or something. Because yeah, that's what we are in the second phase of life. He just came popped up inside this frame, so I'm gonna make it look like he's holding on to something here, but he's not. We don't need to show it because it's out of the frame right now. He's talking to the audience, breaking the fourth wall. 2, wearing a cap, hair coming out. Cap is this. 2, tongue, teeth, t-shirt, and I'll give a little bit of cushioning to it. Cushioning means just giving a frame down, so I get this motion. 2, optimistic. So how am I going to show him optimistic? Okay, let's optimistic can be like he's standing on a cliff and he's very confident or something like that. It makes a little bit of sense that he has some optimism in him. Maybe a very low angled shot of a cliff. For that I'm going to make the cliff 3-point perspective. If you don't know what 3-point perspective is, let me know. I will make a video about it. It's very important to learn perspective before getting into animation. So I'm going to color this quickly, a very rough random dark tone, so that I get the sense of depth in the scene. I'm going to group it again, and I'm going to add the character standing on top of the mountain with goggles or shades on, with looking at somewhat like this. It's a very rough thing because maybe like this, and I can put supers. Supers means text. Optimism. Maybe his glasses could go somewhere here. Okay, I have selected the head also. Okay, now glasses like this. And a could be something like this. Alright. Alrighty. Yeah. Maybe I can write optimism. Optimism. I don't know the spelling. If I'm incorrect or optimism. Let me check the spelling. Post optimism. Optimism. I think I was right. Nowadays, I'm very doubtful that I make a lot of mistakes while writing the spellings because everywhere I'm using my phone and it gives me the corrections by itself, so I don't care about it anymore, and that's why I've been fucking up with all the spellings. And when I write it with the paper with the paper and the pen, I don't make those kind of mistakes anymore on the paper and the pen, because I'm used to write correctly on the paper. But while typing, I make a lot of mistakes because I feel like I have this muscle memory built up that someone is going to correct it itself. So why am I wasting my precious time on writing the spellings correctly? But man, this is a very bad habit. One should not do this to themselves. It's not good. Optimism. Maybe the optimism could be in a little bit perspective. Something like this. Okay. Yeah. I can also animate it. I gave it till here, and I can give it ease out Kirk, and it will come from here. The animation will look like. I can make it more fast. Whoop. More fast. Boom. Yeah, that looks better.
Optimistic and hopeful.
Optimism.
2. Optimistic and hopeful. And
Maybe he can come up in this frame like let me think about it. Maybe he can just come up little bit like this with his eyes coming up in the frame. Let's draw it perfectly. Color it. Let's color it. Cap. Design of the cap. We can't see his face. Maybe just this much. He just came up in the frame like this. Action lines.
and free.
And a little bit of cushioning. The cushioning makes it look very pretty.
And free. Fuck.
You might not notice it a lot, but it matters a lot.
And free. Fuck.
I can use that realistic palm that I had already used in one of my animations. I'm going to use that. Oh no, that's bullshit. So I have used those hands of in some other file that I'm going to use right now. I've created one animation of Trump. Use these hands. I'm going to use that again. So I'll copy this, come back in my file. I'm going to paste it like this, the frame. Yeah.
And free. Fuck this and fuck.
The problem is if I'm animating somewhere over here, the name will come up here and it won't look good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to avoid this much of area and put the animation here. So what do I mean by that? It means that I'm going to select all these frames and keep it here, something like this, so that it's visible in the frame. Because YouTube gets all the name, hashtag and stuff like that here, so I'm not going to use that area. Maybe I can draw a little bit of portion like this, a line which makes it look like the screen is that half cut like that. Yeah, I have to copy and make it paste here also. Okay.
And free.
Three.
Fuck. Fuck this and fuck everything. Fuck this and everything. And free. Fuck this and fuck everything.
Animate a little.
Fuck this and this. Fuck this and
Give a little bit of animation. Fuck.
fuck everything.
So let's see, how does it look now? To the top.
The three stages of life. 1, young and dumb. 2, optimistic and hopeful. And 3, fuck this and fuck everything.
Looks good. Looks good to me. I'm going to right away export this media to my shorts files, 131 to 133. The number is, it's 144 or what? 141 it is. 141. See. Okay, let me see if it's 141 because short files, YouTube shorts, shorts 140. Yeah, it's 141.
The three stages of life. 1, young and dumb. 2, optimistic and hopeful. And 3, fuck this and fuck everything.
Yeah, it's 141. So I'm going to make a folder 141, save it here. 141 is selected, export the shit out of it. And I've done with one of my reel and I'm ready to upload it. Woohoo! But it's just one. I am going to make more. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them. And it's a big task to do in a day, but yeah, it is. That's what I do, and people will subscribe if I don't. So yeah, everything is being done just to get your attention, and you guys are not subscribing to my channel. Why would you subscribe to my channel? There should be some reason, but you have to find that by yourself. Bakchodi yaar. Clearly that has no need to talk bullshit, but I am talking a lot of shit. Lot of shit. I'm a shitty person. Very shitty person. Oh shoot. I don't know if you could listen to the music that I am playing in the background, but can you?
The free stages of
You can listen to the sing already, but fine. I think I'm going to name this character something. I'm not able to log into my IDR. I don't know why. I'm going to upload it. If you want to see what I've created right now, you can see it on my channel. It's there, right there. My phone. I'm going to export it here. This. Now I'm going to rename the character. Give it Alex something, and then I'm going to upload. Yes, it's a long process. Now I need to upload it. You can see the recent video that I have created on my YouTube. I'm going to upload it right away. YouTube. I noticed my girl wasn't by my side. I have to download it first.
I could sleep, but then my stupid ADHD kicks in, and while it's basically one sheep, two sheep.
What the hell did I just rendered? Shit, shoot. Okay, I have rendered something. Shouldn't have. C number 141. Yeah, 141. 41.
You know, I wish I could sleep, but then my stupid ADHD.
What? 141? Okay, 141. Here it is. So this is the file which goes in on my Discord for the team. And this one is my personal which goes on my YouTube. 141. Okay, you can't see what's going on the screen because I'm working on another thing.
3 stages of life.
Yeah, got it.
The 3 stages of life. 1, young and dumb. 2, optimistic. 3, fuck this. Fuck everything. 3 stages of life. The 3 stages of life.
Add some sound. I like it. Very low.
Two optimistic. Three stages of
Video is gone. You can see it now. I've been posting every in the morning. Okay.
What is 21 minus 12?
I don't know.
Think right now.
11.
What? You're stupid. You're so stupid. What is 20?
Now I'm going to just concentrate on whatever I was doing and continuously do that.
21 minus 12? I don't know. Think! Think! Think right now. 11. What? You're stupid. You're so stupid. What is 21 minus 12? I don't know. Think! Think! Think right now. 11. What? You're stupid. You're so stupid.
Okay, let's make it a very funny video right now. Let's get more time. I'll title. I'll draw a mom here with angry evil expressions. Maybe her hands are folded. Yeah, epic. This one can be a little bit smaller. I get a feeling of alrighty. I'm going to fill it with a color so that I can put some background tone in them. Maybe I can fade it. I'm going to add some flame in the background. The stroke should be somewhere here. There must be one more stroke for overlapping. And fingers. Yeah, see, doesn't look good. Very angry, yeah? Very angry. Just like my ex. Just like my very ex-girlfriend. So I have some GIFs. I have one plain GIF, yeah, this one that I'm going to use, and for that I'm going to create a symbol enter the symbol, delete what I have created, and paste this GIF inside the file. Paste the GIF inside the folder so I get the whole animation, and then I'm going to simply scale it, place it inside, rotate it a little bit, give it a shape, and now I can put it behind them. Alrighty, doing all the maths. Maybe till here we can have some kind of animation in which she could be animated coming close to the camera. Might look good, might look bad, I don't know. Let's see.
What is...
Now delete everything on this frame and we'll give a new camera. Delete. Okay. This one will be black. I'll delete this and delete her. Now I'm going to show her teaching. This is the table, I guess. Yeah, very flat table. As we are doing shorts, everything, most of the things are going to be flat in angle. I know it sucks, but it is what it is. It is what it is. So, hey mom. Is a mom who is super angry. With the kid. Kid is very scared. Mom is angry. Has a belt in her hand. Why is my second sim unlisted? The fuck, my second sim was unlisted for an hour, almost an hour. It's bad, man. This is so bad.
What is 21... What is 21 minus 12? What is 21 minus 12? What is 21 minus 1 minus? One minus 12. One minus 12. I don't know. Think. I don't know. Think.
someone who is sending something. I'll show you what I've been up to.
What is 21 minus 12? I don't know. Think right now. 11. What? You're stupid. You're so stupid.
Now she's going to kick his butt. Subscribe, guys. That's all you can do. Instead of commenting something, you can always subscribe and make me feel good. It still makes me feel good, but you can make me feel better.
21 minus 12. Think 21 minus 12.
All of these things should be here. The problem with this format is everything will shift.
Think right. What?
Is that you, Mom?
Think right now. Think right now. Think right now. 11. Now. 11. 11. What? Now. 11. What? You're right now. What? What? You're stupid. What? You're stupid. You're so stupid.
Maybe he's running. I don't want to show the kid getting beaten up by the mom.
You're stupid. You're so stupid.
His mom is also running behind him, probably. With no eyelids. Very angry. Trying to catch him. Maybe she must be a little far. A little far, yeah, that's better. With the weapon in her hand, she's going to hit him somewhere. Okay, I'll make a group of this thing now. And now I'm going to do the body. The body. I'm going to animate it in. Remove the legs. Place an in between, which will also be removing the legs, but the frame will be somewhat like this. The in between frame this frame, everything will go a little bit down. Let's see how does it looks.
You're stupid! You're so
Actually, there should be one more frame here. Like this, something like this.
You're stupid! You're so stupid!
Maybe I can animate her a little bit. Trying to come inside. But now I also need to give some frames here so that I get this.
You're stupid! You're so stupid!
And I'm going to have some action lines in the background. What do I mean by action lines? Okay, action line means something like this. On this layer, I'm going to have put it. Look. Paste. Delete these lines. Okay. Delete these lines. And more of them in the same manner. It gives a sense of movement, you know. And similarly, I will also have some sky things. And those things are going to be moved, which makes yeah, maybe we can add some coloring to this character, which is not so necessary as this is a storyboard, but why not? So when we come outside, we get to see just the animation.
What is 21 minus 12? I don't know. Think! Think! Think right now! 11. What? You're stupid! You're so stupid!
It looks good. I like it. I like it. I'm hungry right now. I think I should go and eat something. 140. 140. I'm exporting it, the shit out of it, and yeah. Send the file to myself. And a file to them. And this will be exported to them. Time to take a break. I'm going to take a break right now. Oh, I'm too tired. I get tired very easily. Ah. Go and get something to eat. break.
मेरी कमर की हड्डी। हेलो। अरे भाई फेमस हो गया तू तो, फुल रोस्टर लोग तेरा रोस्ट कर रहे ले। क्या? हाँ भाई यूट्यूब चेक कर। हाँ रुक चेक कर रहा हूँ। तो बात करते हैं इस बंदे की। यार ये बंदा ना इतना चूतिया का पट्टा है ना यार, मैं टेबल पे खड़े होके इसके मुंह पे अपनी पूरी पुंड रगड़ दूं। हा 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 यार एकदम दुनिया पलट दी इसने तो, एकदम दुनिया पलट दी।
तो यार मैं क्या बताऊं यार, इस बंदे की तो पूरी लवले जैसी शक्ल है पूरी, क्या मुंह पे भी इम्प्लांट्स है क्या?
ये क्या हो गया? तो आप है पेशेंट नंबर 3।
stages of life. 1. Young and dumb. 2. Optimistic and hopeful. And 3. Fuck this and fuck everything. The 3 stages of life. The 3 stages of life. 1. Young and
Here are some tips for making new friends. 1. Leave the house.
See, that's the thing.
Here are some tips for making new friends. 1. Leave the house.
See, that's the thing.
Here are some tips for making new friends. Friends. 1. Leave the house. Leave the house. Friends. 1. Leave the house.
Hello.
The house.
See, that's the thing. That's the thing.
have some food, to have the energy. I'm gonna watch some news or something. Maybe to watch. I don't know. I should mute my microphone and desktop audio.
बोल सकता है कि तू स्पोर्ट्स फैन है. Like all your Instagram stories have become very, can't believe LeBron dropped 60 on a bad night, whatever, and I'm like, पता नहीं weather report चल रहा है, क्या चल रहा है, समझ नहीं आ रहा है, लेकिन
that dude is 37. Okay, when I meet, I'm 37, just for context. You're a little bit older. Like, you know, when my friends and I meet, right? Like when we meet, literally the conversation starts with यार बड़ी acidity हो रही है, यार पीठ दर्द हो रहा है, यार anxiety, यार ये या वो, और वो 20 साल से खेल रहा है यार वो. He's like a truck that can fly. Like, I don't know, he's like a tank that can fly. It's crazy. And he dropped like 56 that day, which is like, you can say it's like scoring 200 runs, something. I don't know the equivalent, but in an ODI, like it's supposed to like 150, 200 runs. It's crazy. So dude, everyone needs a thing. कुछ लोग खाना बनाता है, कुछ लोग जानवर के साथ कुछ करता है, कुछ लोग प्लांट उगाता है, कुछ लोग मेन्यू करता है, फिर बाकी लोग बोलते हैं fuck you, मेन्यू नहीं है, यूनाइटेड है. So everyone needs a thing.
I mean, one second. कुछ लोग क्या जानवर के साथ क्या करता है?
अरे जानवर मतलब people become animal people, no? Like in the pandemic.
Animal, okay.
Not like do things with animals. Like that's their thing now. Like they have a pet and that's their thing.
Anurag Halpe is saying that Shaq's Warriors are frauds, but okay.
Fuck you, dude. Warriors are not frauds.
Who are Warriors? What are Warriors?
Golden State Warriors. Steph Curry का team. Steph Curry थोड़ा हारने का लगे. Number 3 seed अभी भी West में है. They're coming up. Don't worry.
What number 3? First of all, fucking 1 second. Explain basketball. The thing I don't understand. It is the only. There is no other sport in the world. Okay, this is my main problem. But there is no other sport in the world where you're like, अच्छा, एक लीग ना अभी बस इंडिया का सब ईस्ट वाला लोग ना खेलेगा. मतलब तू अगर ओडिशा में रहता है, तू मतलब बॉम्बे के साथ खेल ही नहीं सकता. तू you fuck off. तू उधर ही और फिर वेस्ट खेलता है और फिर दोनों.
No. In the regular season, everyone plays everyone.
Okay.
And then for the qualifiers, which is your quarterfinal, semi-final, दोनों sides से qualify होता है. Then in the final, it's always one East team and always one West team.
What is Eastern Conference, Western Conference?
So teams are on the Eastern Conference and teams of Western USA is the Western Conference. And Eastern Conference में Toronto भी आता है because why not? I suppose it's on the East. I don't know. But it's divided by East and West. That's been the traditional divisions. There are 15 teams each side, and masala चल रहा है यार दोनों में. Like if you like masala, then you'll actually really enjoy this sport.
Sorry, I have been distracted because super chat. Thank you, Siddharth, for your super chat. But
I'm a badminton fan. Somebody says. Sorry, you're reading the super chat.
Who's a badminton fan?
Somebody's a. Anurag is like Warriors still fraudsters. See, this is what I mean by sports fan. Either he's a troll, in which case funny, or he's a genuine, like he genuinely hates the Warriors. And I don't have that much emotion for any, you know, like it's very big word.
That is actually a good way to watch a sport when you don't care.
I have hate for like political parties. You know, that's where like real anger comes. स्पोर्ट में क्या है यार, ठीक है यार, थक गया होगा, नहीं हो रहा उससे बास्केट, ठीक है, सो जा, कल कर लेना. Like it's fine, dude. It's not. I don't get too mad about it.
SB, I have decided in recent times that all sports are organized sport is just basically fascism in disguise, and there's no reason.
Is it because United is not doing too well? Could it have something to do?
I don't see what United Airlines has to do with anything in this conversation. We're talking about sports specifically.
Man, at least the airline is not crashing. Okay.
Dude, it's very.
I don't even watch football. It's so easy to like make a United joke.
It's very bad. Like it's very, very, very bad. Like it's not good. It's my analysis is
good analysis.
My expert analysis that looking at the stats and the possession enjoyed
because I come to know football in the comedy this thing because you have stopped posting about United. जो भी थोड़ा बहुत हल्का बुल्का तो रात को ऐसा टीवी का शॉट नहीं करता था, तू नहीं करता. अजीम बारात वाला करता है, लेकिन वो सैड गुस्से में करता है कि
हाँ अजीम बहुत गुस्से में करता है. तो basically nowadays I sometimes know what's happening in a United game just because of what I've seen on Azim's story the next day. Right?
Same. So and I know Liverpool is from KV and Rahul.
Correct. Very good time to be a Liverpool fan. Very bad time to be this thing. Ooh, Priya, do you follow F1? Buddies, Drive to Survive is coming.
Oh yes, that was my name. That is a banging sport.
Drive to Survive is coming. Say?
Again, it's about story, right? Like I didn't follow F1 until I properly started watching Drive to Survive, and now I know the characters.
Correct,
So I'm
correct,
fucking
correct.
invested, right? Now I'm watching the actual race, and it's great. Now I understand a little bit of strategy also.
So every sport basically needs an accompanying cinematic universe
Bro,
at this point to make it
100%.
exciting.
100%.
What was the
Any
basketball
sport, like,
equivalent of Drive to Survive? Hoop to Hope.
to last dance actually वही था. Lots of people I think started like got
Yeah,
a little
that's
bit
true.
interested. The last dance, and I think games will bring it. Any game like you start playing, you'll start following the sport. Like I know friends who play UFC and all, they don't follow the game, but UFC they can look at.
Shubhankar Sharma has said Ronaldo DiCaprio is my favorite player.
Yeah, he's very good to it. He was very good in that Titanic wala game. Did well.
All
But
Manchester United game are
Iceberg won.
Titanic wala game. All Manchester United game are currently Titanic game. Always.
Oh, Joshi, you want to answer a controversial question?
Yes.
Was Hamilton robbed? Somebody's asked. Viresh has asked. Was Hamilton robbed?
See, I think the real answer here is that on that day, we were the real winners. Let's be real, okay?
That's true.
Because that race had gotten shit boring. And I, for one, welcome this in all sport. I think all sport, if a game gets too predictable, there should be a point at which essentially like a random event is triggered.
Yeah.
Basically, an entirely arbitrary act of God is triggered, which just resets the board and it doesn't matter. Alright, it happens in every video game. This thing. I think Mario Strikers rules should apply just across the board to all sports.
That sounds great. Like you're winning, you have like 20 balls to get one run. And then suddenly they're like, तेरा player सर के बल खड़े होके bat मुंह पे पकड़ के खेलेगा.
Huh.
And you're like, okay, well.
Yeah, you have to do that. Otherwise, not allowed.
Yeah.
Like that is the only thing. Where is our youth icon Tanmay? He is coming. He is coming. But should the predictability happen because of match? But yeah, he was robbed. Let's be real.
Yeah,
He was pretty wrong.
Oh, what have you
Like,
done,
after
Joshi?
all,
Verstappen
what do you want me
fans
to say?
आएंगे अभी.
I'm
आएंगे
just
अब
saying he
Verstappen
was,
fans.
and I do again. I don't really have. I mean, I don't really have like a horse in this race. Neither did Ferrari. Never mind.
Neither did
Oh,
Ferrari.
political.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, look, I'm just gonna. If you have to just okay, let me put it this way, like objectively, if somebody just asked you as an independent investigator, somebody who has no idea what Formula One is, you just happen to be standing there and you watch a bunch of events happen, and you have to ask somebody to sequentially describe the events that happened. All right, what would you say? All right, Lewis Hamilton was leading the race, okay, for a very long time, okay, and then that it seemed like it was done, and then a safety car came on where my understanding is that then everybody has to hold off, and the rule is that it just ends after that, and then it didn't end, and then the guy who was leading naturally thought it had ended, and then the guy who was second was like, oh shit, this is crazy, and went. Now I don't know, all right, like I don't know, like what do you think in this?
See, when you say we'll have to start with a guy who doesn't know, if you say that, if he says that, then somebody who knows will say, but what about Silverstone? What about Azerbaijan? And all that will happen, and then we'll just die because.
It's so sad. There's an entire group of people that only know Azerbaijan because someone built one road on it. One very specific road was built.
मतलब वो इतना
Everybody knows Azerbaijan.
ancient kingdom है वहाँ पे बहुत सारा history है.
Exactly. So Kanya, thank you so much for your super chat. Siddharth, like I said, thank you for super chat. Wish you all the best. We will figure out how to do this. No, Michael, no. I thought that was very funny. Like when Drive to Survive comes out, I'm gonna go straight to that 10th episode. Like,
See, that's the
straight
thing.
and last. Like the rest of the
One.
season, I
Leave
don't
the
care.
house.
But it's just chat. What do you think? Do you think? Let me see what chat thinks about this thing. People are saying talk about it. Played a football match, was pretty bad, but don't have the guts to look at football. I will watch Drive to Survive and make my decision. This is very correct.
Sure.
This thing, Hamilton almost won, but last over में Steve Buckner आ गया. Okay.
See, that's the thing.
Like, and is there a documentary season coming out? Abhishek, thank you for your super chat. सब लोग बस बोल रहे हैं मेरा कमेंट पढ़ ले. नहीं.
Boomer reminiscence OP.
Boomer revolution.
How is Boomer? Last season का अभी खत्म हुआ है fun. Boomer कैसे हो गया?
Like, oh no, I think it's talk about just because we are hanging out, like, you know.
Oh, like
so,
that.
like, in retrospect, I probably aired by like naming the stream Bakchodi. Like, I thought about it be like cute and this thing, but forgot how emotionally loaded certain words are.
Correct.
And also forgot that this is internet, dominion of Lund Paplets, and realized, oh, Drishti Mehta says, Shax loved your performance on Quizzing with the Comedians.
Thank you, friend.
93 OP. Tell us a fact.
मैं सब पॉइंट में सेमीफाइनल में कमाता हूँ मजा आता नहीं मजा तो आया क्विजिंग ऑलवेज क्विजिंग तो एनी टाइम आई डू यू वांट टू क्विज राइट नाउ जोशी
Chal, let's do quiz right now. Question 1. Was Hamilton robbed? Everybody's saying Verstappen OP in the chat. Who has the more annoying fan base though? Fuck it, let's wade into it. Who has the more annoying fan base?
Oh, between the two. I think it's like, I feel like what would be the football analogy here, Joshi? Like, Hamilton fans would be what, like United fans?
I mean, at this point,
Like-
yeah, Hamilton has that legacy, right? Like,
Correct,
so
legacy.
I
And
guess
Verstappen would be like the new guys.
Verstappen would be, I guess, like the new guys, but also like, I don't know. Like, yeah, I guess they'd be the new guys. Sure, yeah, Verstappen. Also, Verstappen would be like the younger team,
Yeah.
like potentially. Like that's how it would be. That's basically
Both
how it
are-
would be.
Both are equally annoying fan base.
Both are equally very, very, very apolitical answer. Well done, well done.
Like ये सब छोड़ो IPL देखो मस्त.
Like, man, can you imagine if like there had been like somebody's pointed out in the chat right now? If this was like there was also supposed to be like a United documentary right now, like how there's a Man City documentary.
Which is
Man
actually
City
really nice.
documentary.
That's great.
Correct.
Again, after watching that documentary, I started watching some more EPL because I was like,
Huh. People who are saying Mazepan was robbed, okay. Mazepan robbed.
Here are some tips for
Mazepan,
making new
okay?
friends.
Mazepan
One,
has distinction
leave the
of
house.
being 21st in a 20 driver season.
See, that's the
Alright?
thing.
This is a thing that has happened. Ritik Sengupta asked, how much did you like Batman? Oh shit, we're getting into this. Oh shit.
I know you're another big stream.
Here are some
coming up
tips for making new
Batman.
I
friends.
know, but like
One,
in
leave the house.
हल्का सा दे देना इसको audience को हल्का सा.
See, that's the thing.
I am in agreement.
just It's like that's it. That's my entire like this thing is just like it's a big fat Yeah,
I'm
it was
in
alright.
agreement.
It was alright. Whatever. Sure, that was cool. I mean,
Laksh Sharma is like spoiler मत दो भाई. Is not a spoiler guys.
Air is not a spoiler. Air is not a spoiler at all. Did you watch Euphoria? अरे यार
हाँ
नहीं
मस्त
होता
बहुत
मेरे
देखा
से
college
Euphoria.
में.
भाई
चक धूम धूम चक. बस बेस्ट यूफोरिया उसमें कोई भी दंगा नहीं है. Very nice.
that is
और
that
कोई भी
is-
side नहीं है.
I promise you, what you did right now is not as fun as imagining the members of Euphoria in the show Euphoria. Like
That is
that
actually
shit
really fun.
will change your life. Like, if you watch Euphoria, but as you watch
Hey,
every
Palash
episode of Euphoria,
Sendaya. Palash
Oh,
Sendaya.
shit. Oh shit! Palash Sendaya would play Myri Jane.
Oh no! Yes, amazing. Killing it. Best jokes. Myri Jane.
Myri Jane.
Myri Jane.
Apple event in 40. अरे तो क्या होगा? मतलब वैसे भी पैसे तो नहीं है लेने के लिए, तो मतलब रिलीज तो होगा बाद में. नहीं है, ठीक है. But yeah, that Myri Jane. Yes, Myri Jane so far is the moment.
Best joke.
Like it is 100%. और क्या बात करें Shax? Tell me something interesting. Tell me something fun.
कुछ नहीं यार यही करता रहता हूँ मैं. टाइम पास टीवी रेडिट वीडियो गेम काम धंधा बीच में थोड़ा
Here are some
jokes
tips for
बीच.
making
I have
friends.
been doing some stand up. मजा आ रहा है.
Oh yeah, you're doing stand up right now. Wait, one
stand up
second.
मजा आ रहा है.
just
Public.
to very quickly read some super chat. Sorry, Vishal Parashar,
Yeah.
petition resume cryptic crosswords. Yes, doing it for sure. Swastik Das. Okay, cool man. You do you. कुछ भी लिखते हैं यार लोग super chat में. Experiment 1, adding canna butter to masala chai. Why are you telling me that? Why? I don't need to know that. I wish you luck. I I've been told Michael Giacchino's score on the Batman is crazy. Again, I don't want to go into detail. It's nice, but उधर भी मेरा एक दो complaint है. मैं कुछ बोलेगा नहीं. ठीक है. Jund, no, I've heard Jund is supposed to be very good, but Jund नहीं.
Jund I wanna watch.
But say हाँ अभी वापस public आने लगा है stand up में.
हाँ मजा आ गया यार. ओमिक्रॉन के बाद वापस पब्लिक आ गया. People are laughing in person. It's great. Validation काफी मिलता है और मजा आता है. Dude, what we realized that we were discussing the other day, the fun of live is that like online it's so restricted, and online there's a certain template and there's an algorithm and all of that. And on stage, you get to just watch like some of the funniest people in the country just like ball out and have fun. Like so many. You saw a really good performance that you were telling me.
Yeah, dude.
It's just unencumbered by like ये वाला trending topic, ये वाला relatable कुछ नहीं. लोग आके अपने को जो बोलना है उसको बोल रहा है और funny. They're like owning the room and the audience is kind of laughing with them. And it's something you'll not get online. Online is great.
बच्चा लोग बहुत funny. I've realized this and I hate it. I hate it as somebody who's putting forward. बच्चा लोग नया बच्चा लोग बहुत funny.
Hate it.
Like really hate it. बहुत funny.
Why can't they fucking study like UPSC करो ना कर हम करते हैं.
Yeah, I understand why older people want kids to study now.
Yeah.
Because kids don't study, they'll be cool, and then the old people look bad. That's the entire scam.
Exhausting. Do you know, Joshi, we've been trying to look cool for 15 years, but it's exhausting.
It's exhausting as fuck, and we didn't even look cool at the age we were supposed to look cool.
Not really.
Like we really didn't. It didn't really work. Nanda Gopal, thank you for your super chat. Abhishek Redder Pillow, मैं तुम अपनी टाबिया लेके चल रहे हो तो Zendaya हो तुम. Oh ho. Do you think there'll be anything like WWE in India? Says Sujat Mugar. अरे था तो सही ना? They had tried it. Don't you remember? Yes. What? Yes, I'm here.
Sorry. Yeah, I thought you froze.
No, not at all. Something. Do you ever think there will be anything? एक बार try किया. There you go. Tanmay is also here. पर try किया था ना WWE इंडिया में किसी ने एक कलर्स के किस पे ऐसा कुछ लॉन्च हुआ था ना?
Indian what's his name was there? No.
हाँ, Dara Singh was also there.
No. What's his name? Yeah, Shilpa Shetty's husband was doing something. No.
Correct. Right. Tanmay entered and then Tanmay left. What just happened? Never mind. Close this. Yeah, Shilpa Shetty's husband. What was that? No, that was like UFC, right? Or was that?
Okay, yeah.
I don't.
Siddhant says Shaq's high F, bro. It's a Tuesday. Like I wish.
Like, yeah, like you guys, like, what do you guys think? Like, in the sense,
क्या लगता है?
Like नशे में बैठते हैं क्या? Like मतलब हाँ कभी-कभी बैठते हैं, लेकिन
नहीं,
not.
But
yeah.
Or dude, if they knew how boring I was, like in real life.
Or for all of us actually, like if they knew how boring all of us were, like what do you think our lives are like genuinely? मैं इसके पहले, I'm not kidding, इसके पहले I was having dinner and like I went to heat up rice and the cover wasn't opening, so I opened it and all the rice flew out and fell on my kitchen floor, and I was just on my hands and knees cleaning rice for like a good 35 minutes, and
and as somebody who's done that, you know it's fuck all because the rice sticks to the floor.
Yeah, exactly. It really fucking sticks to the floor and it sucks. I hate it.
Yes.
I hate it very much.
So this was exciting. Like I called for groceries and you know just did some shit like that. Some chores. Like it's I wish we were doing fun things in our spare time.
But that's all. That's all we've been doing. Where is it's saying Tanmay is here, but I don't. There he is.
Yo.
What's up, yo? Sup.
मेरे को एक बात बता.
हाँ, बोलना.
Why haven't you launched membership yet?
I will launch membership now.
Launch it just so you can do members only chat, no?
Yes, that is good idea.
ताकि जब लोग एकदम ही what do we say, एकदम ही childish behave करते हैं, you can just switch to members only chat.
This is good idea. I will now do it.
Because what I've realized is when people pay, they suddenly mature.
They choose.
बेटा तुम्हारी maturity क्या है? Oh shit.
Dude, I was legit thinking about this, alright? If you put a barrier to entry, where if you had to pay even 2 rupees a tweet, like every time you want to tweet a thought or put anything onto the internet, you pay 2 rupees. Alright? Everything would be better immediately. You're right.
Everything would be better. Per tweet
100%.
अगर 30 अरे 10 पैसा 50 पैसा भी हो ना,
हाँ,
वो भी बेटर हो जाएगा.
Exactly.
लेकिन कुछ लोग ऐसा है जो अपनी माँ को बेच के भी ट्वीट करेंगे. ऐसे लोग हैं.
हाँ हाँ है 100
हम जानते हैं ऐसे लोग को, हम 100% जानते हैं.
What's all that about?
हम
You mad at me or
100%
something?
जानते हैं लोग. But at least एक दो
Did you
बंदा
do
कम
something to
होगा
make me
ना.
mad? Because then I am. But if you didn't, then I am not.
I didn't do anything.
Then I am not mad. I am mad.
What's all that about? You mad at me or something?
I don't know. Did you do something to make me mad? Because then I am. But if you didn't, then I am not.
I didn't do anything.
Then I am not mad. I am mad.
Like thread. नहीं अब देखो thread. At $10 a treat. देखो 50.
But that's the thing ना, imagine. That's why there's an entry barrier and lack of comments. Like इसलिए Amazon के शो पे कभी comments नहीं हो सकते. सवाल ही नहीं. Netflix के शो पे कभी comment नहीं होता. अगले. But मजा आएगा.
Amazon के शो पे हाँ नहीं अच्छा नहीं है बाबा.
हाँ.
अच्छा है.
No, it's for the best only. It is absolutely.
My Twitter mentions and like it's too much. क्या बोल रहा है सुपर चैट सिद्धार्थ जयदेव ने बोला 2 years of pandemic will make you develop a sense of humor. Honesty just became humorous because comedy is tragedy disguised as comedy.
ये तो हमारा गाना था.
The rap battle is tomorrow, guys. The rap battle stream is tomorrow. Today is just chilling and chatting. Stream. Like, it's just like I was telling Shax in retrospect, using the word bakchodi was probably a bad idea for the name.
Yes.
Yes.
No shit.
No.
False advertising.
People's expectation become different. Let's do honest stream.
You just basically did
Yeah.
Bacardi music CDs.
Honest stream. Validate. Welcome to Nostalgia.
I messaged you guys in the group. No, like you, Ashish. This is like Backstreet Boys doing it without Nick Carter and calling it Behind Street Men.
I have met the Behind Street Men and they're very nice, and it's amazing what they'll do for $100. And that's all we need to know about that subject. What's going on, bud? Catch that bang.
I just watched. I don't want to give any spoilers, but I'll just say it. I just recorded the new Netflix Reacts episode.
Okay.
And after recording for 1 hour, I realized that I wasn't watching OBS. I was watching the thing, and my video was hung.
Oh, so means you have to record the whole thing.
Record.
That.
Oh shit!
तो अभी शंकर ब्लेड लाने गया है ताकि मैं अपना नस काट लूं क्योंकि what the fuck? What the fuck? I want to break something.
Oh no! That's horrible. That's horrible. I feel really bad for you. I'm very sorry.
ये वो डोला नहीं आया डोला का मीम है ना? Like recording something for Netflix, thinking I'll make money. फिर अब भी खेल but video hang हो गया BC. ऐसा. Anyway, चलो कोई बात नहीं करेगा.
It's all good. It happens. Guys, you all want to do like reacts but not reacts?
Like what?
Like, so basically, I was like, I told Shax also, and I was telling you this also earlier, like, the point of this is like, just bring what? It's like potluck reacts, okay? Like, just bring anything that you find like interesting and like fun. It can just be a conversation topic. It can just be like, if you find funny memes, if you find whatever. Even if there's like somebody who you like just really found interesting in the news this week. Actually, like, did you guys read about Jaguar Kumar?
No. What?
Can I please? Jaguar Kumar. Jaguar Kumar. So
ये नया सुपर हिट होएगा थोड़ा.
Yeah. So I don't know if you guys are aware or not, but right now there's war in Ukraine. Okay. Like
I've heard.
Like, it's just
सुना
there.
मैंने.
Yeah.
एक ऐसा इन्फ्लुएंसर आके रील पे नाचा ऐसा.
Like and to just tell everybody that
कुछ हो रहा है. वो बोला pray for, मैं बोला cool, thanks. I wish I was Putin's mother.
I wish I was Putin's mother. Oh no.
Oh my god.
वो वाला रील पता है ऐसा टिंग 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 Ukraine is basically this but bomb like
वॉर नहीं हो रहा, रशिया कंटेंट बना रहा है, ठीक है?
नहीं, रशिया वॉर कर रहा है, यूक्रेन कंटेंट बना रहा है. यूक्रेन.
अरे
The hashtag Putinfluencer.
This
What's all that about?
the war in Ukraine, as everybody knows, which everybody has now understood, not just prequel to Attack on Titan, is a thing, that global conflict that is happening. In that, Indians are trapped. In there, Indians are being rescued. One of these Indians is Dr. Jaguar Kumar.
His name is Jaguar.
Buddy, you know, I don't even know why the fuck I'm talking. Just 1 second. I have this shit ready to.
ये Apple का live event हो रहा है क्या?
At 11:30 or some shit.
Oh.
Yeah, apparently. Alright, so you guys can see now?
Rohan has figured it out.
Dude, I cannot. I'm sexually excited
Rohan,
about this right
okay,
now.
Rohan,
Yes.
here's what you need to do. Okay.
Yes.
See, your face has become tiny in the top
Yeah,
right.
I just have to drag it now. Yeah.
No, so you have to click on the rightmost thing on top of your face. Rightmost thing. And then drag it and make it big.
Correct. Okay, wait. Rightmost thing on top of my face.
Not that.
This?
Not that. On top of that, just on top of your head, you know, there's that black bar with some options. Grid with.
Oh, this guy.
उसके अंदर rightmost thing click करके grid बना दे उसको.
Oh, grid mode. Got it.
Grid mode नहीं किया ना तूने?
Grid mode ही किया.
कर दिया क्या? Drag कर दिया? बड़ा कर दिया? अब drag करो इसको मस्त बड़ा.
Oh ho.
कर दिया?
Oh my god. Yeah. Oh my god. It's like my world has changed.
Make it even bigger.
My world has changed today. My world has changed that I'm not on a separate.
I'll teach you one more trick also.
Okay.
I'll teach you off stream.
Cool. Amazing. I love these mini tutorials. They're great. They're exactly like the bit in Shark Tank India where they turn to the right and suddenly this thing. But anyway. Jaguar Kumar official is actor/doctor living with jaguar named Jaguar and a Black Panther named Sabrina, and he lives in Ukraine. And now he has said that I'm not leaving until you can figure out how to get my panther and my jaguar out with me. And he has an Instagram account with.
I have full respect. He's got two very difficult pets to deal with, but I like his optimism because यहाँ इंसान को निकलने में मुश्किल हो रही है.
Like
इंसान के बाद people are like कुत्ता बिल्ली निकालो and people are like चलो वो भी हो रहा है धीरे-धीरे. But bro is like नहीं.
No, he's like.
See, उसके bio में लिखा है he's an actor/doctor. So this is the actor part of his personality, which is being dumb as shit.
What's all that about?
And he's like this successful orthopedic doctor.
अच्छा business plan है. Jaguar आके काटता तेरा bone टूट जाता फिर बोला.
His bio might as well be Gawar/graduate. Like क्या है ये?
But yeah, and this guy, he's just refusing to leave Ukraine. He's like, and he's from Andhra Pradesh.
और ये क्या उसका कोई फोटो है ये?
This is Instagram account. This is his
ऐसा फोटो
Instagram
डालता है
account. Yeah, just he keeps
so
putting
that's
photos
the
and
one-
reels. Yeah, one of them is the panther and one of them is the jaguar. That's Jaguar and Sabrina. So ऐसा कहता है Happy Valentine's Day love ये फोटो डालता है, फिर Republic Day पे भी यही फोटो डालता है. Like, it's quite a trip.
इस आदमी को यूक्रेन में नहीं एक तो दुबई में होना चाहिए. He will fit in much better with all this shit.
उसका असली नाम जैगवार है? जगदीश टाइप कुछ होगा ना?
No, so his actual name is apparently different.
What's all that about?
His actual name is not Jaguar Kumar.
It must be the most uncool name in the world. क्योंकि ये जैगवार पैंथर सब compensate करने के लिए लोग करते हैं ना ये सब.
Animate.
His name must be like his name must be like
Manoj. I don't know.
Bakulesh.
Anup. Anup.
Somebody.
Anup भी हो सकता है. Anup is quite.
I've never met a cool Anup. Have you met a cool Anup? Like
Chat में कोई
What's all that
चीज़ का
about?
नाम होगा ना? देखते ना.
Are
You
you
mad
saying
at me?
Anup Soni is not cool? How dare you?
I am saying.
Yes.
Cool, fair.
जगदीश.
Cool, fair.
Bakulesh. किसी ने बॉलेश बोला है. बॉलेश.
Bolesh is a good name. Bolesh is actually a very good name. I mean, if you have Panther and
Sudesh is like Tiger Shroff Sharminda. I'm like, yeah.
Tiger
Thought-
Shroff was
he thought he was the
taken.
only one.
तेरे कातिल जिंदा है टाइगर श्रॉफ
Yeah, he has a YouTube channel which has like 50-60,000 subscribers, by the way. Like,
किसने someone's written Dogla Pen. Dogla Pen sounds like Calpen's unknown brother.
Calpen's
Pen.
body double, dude. That's what he calls Calpen's body double.
Dogla
Dogla
Pen.
Pen. Hey, Dogla Pen nikalo. Then Calpen's body double comes.
That's funny.
He's Gir Kumar Patil, correct. He's Gir Kumar Patil in real life.
Gir Kumar
He's
Patil.
Mr. Gir Kumar Patil in real life.
That is
He's Dr.
why.
उसके नाम में भी फॉरेस्ट है. Wow.
Oh.
Oh shit. बहुत ही वाइल्ड लाइफ यार.
Gir Kumar Patil.
Lots of it. But yeah, and this is his like this
You
thing.
mad at me or something?
Like this day, he's not leaving Ukraine because he's like, Putin have bomb, but I have Panther.
देखिए इसका वीडियो आएगा अभी ऐसा टिकटॉक पे. Panther captures tank. मस्त. बहुत. You've seen those videos, right? Like random Russian farmers. There's that TikTok of that girl. She's an automobile influencer. or something,
Yes,
apparently.
yes.
And she got her hands on a tank, dude. She did TikTok how to drive a tank from inside the tank. It's wild. Like
I would
ये
love
button
to
दबा
see. I would love to see Indian politician on a flight being like, मोदी जी ने तुम सबको बचाने की कोशिश की है, सिवाय इस चूतिए के, इसको नहीं आने देंगे प्लेन के अंदर.
सब लोग इसके लिए ताली बजाएंगे.
Pissed off looking Meenakshi Lekhi coming back with lots of scratches on her face going, don't want to fucking talk about it. I just don't want to talk about it. I'm just glad it's over. Just don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
But yeah, that's Jaguar Kumar, guys. Thank you for enjoying the ballad of
Jaguar really like it's.
You mad at me or something?
90s villain.
किसी ने बोला कि what he's not saying is that he runs a YouTube channel with these specs with 80,000 subscribers. That's what he doesn't want to lose.
But no, of course. ये भी content बना रहा है ना end में.
Content.
ये भी तो content बना रहा है.
अभी तो यूक्रेन में तो बेस्ट ब्लॉग्स निकलेगा अभी तो एकदम ही 25 ब्लॉग all title almost got bombed. सबका टाइटल सेम है.
Like yeah, I'm imagining Zelensky is like, I rejected Putin proposal.
Oh,
Me or
now I'm
something?
just imagining like those, you know,
Did you
those
do something to make me
Ganda
mad?
videos. लड़का
Me
ज्यादा
or
लड़की बोलती है नहीं,
something?
लड़का ज्यादा tank खोलता है. It's like, oh my god, your tank. Oh shit.
You mad at me or something?
Ukraine next Varun Pruthi vlog coming from.
Dude, Varun Pruthi goes to Zelensky and
वो ब्लॉग के अंदर बार बॉम्बिंग हो रहा है और वो मामा अर्थ का फेस वॉश लगा रहा है ऐसा. Use Jaguar 2022 for 20% discount. और क्या है फोटो क्या है ये क्या VLC मीडिया क्यों दिख रहा है यहाँ पे?
इधर यहाँ पे
हाँ ये भगवा टोपी जो है क्या है?
वो अच्छा वो भी है. हाँ अरे हाँ Shaq's found these crazy videos basically.
oh, we were in the Russian theme. The Russian one, no? You're showing me? हाँ, that's the
I'm
Russian.
going to show you. Yeah, while we're sticking to the Russian theme, just to like give you a sense of what exactly people are dealing
अपना
with.
शक्ल और बड़ा कर.
और बड़ा.
हाँ थोड़ा और बड़ा करना.
ऐसा
नहीं आ रही है.
आजा. Most
I don't
बड़ा.
know. Did you do?
It's now most बड़ा.
Nice. Okay.
Okay, so रशिया में आजकल ये चल रहा है guys.
क्या चल रहा है?
दिख नहीं रहा है?
I can't see it. That is very-
अब दिख रहा है?
नहीं दिख नहीं रहा है. तेरे स्क्रीन पे प्ले हो रहा है.
हाँ, okay.
और यहाँ पे क्यों नहीं दिख रहा है?
It's another channel, yeah.
पर चैनल पे ऑडियो आ रहा है क्या?
हाँ. Desktop audio
कहाँ पे?
on.
तू डेस्कटॉप कैप्चर कर रहा है ना?
हाँ.
तो VLC मीडिया प्लेयर प्ले कहाँ पे हो रहा है? ये डेस्कटॉप पे प्ले नहीं हो रहा है.
Desktop पे play हो रहा है.
चैनल पे देखते वीडियो. अबे ये भालू क्या कर रहा है?
Exactly. In case anyone's wondering, I would play that and pause it at the moment. These are just two, like, I'm guessing, like Russian dudes or something working out.
These are Russian dudes. I don't know
And
what this is. but-
That's a bear.
That's a bear. I don't know why they're working on if it's a regular thing to work out with the bear. वो bear को देख के लग रहा है वो पंप से पानी निकाल रहा है.
नहीं रोहन
हाँ
तूने शेयर स्क्रीन किया है तो
हाँ।
वो शेयर राइट वाले डेस्कटॉप पे है और BLC भी राइट पे बज रहेगी
नहीं नहीं सब इसी डेस्कटॉप पे बज रहा
Did you do something to make me mad?
वो तूने
Because then I
share
am.
folder
But if
किया
you
है,
didn't, then I
इसीलिए।
am not.
है। No, I'm not sharing folder. I'm just sharing the screen. Yeah, share folder.
Did you do something to make me
On
mad?
Zoom.
Because then I am. But if you
On Zoom you've done share folder, no.
Yeah.
but if you didn't, then
Yeah.
I am not.
So you have to share the full screen on Zoom.
To share the full screen meaning like, oh like that.
Yes. How you are 55 even when you're not?
I didn't knew.
You didn't knew anything.
I didn't know anything.
अब दिख रहा है ना?
अब दिख रहा है, अब दिख रहा है, दिख रहा है, अब मस्त दिख रहा है,
ये
दिख
ना,
रहा है,
मस्त
दिख रहा है,
माल,
दिख रहा है, मस्त मटन। We have late 2000s Amitabh Bachchan in the house. Amitabh Bachchan tweet startings. Rata boomta.
क्या सच में ऐसा होता था क्या?
अरे he randomly does this.
He had
Yeah.
sounds in his tweets.
Yeah, he used to
Random
randomly add
numbers.
it. Yeah, that. I imagine yeah, like जब अमिताभ बच्चन Italian restaurant जाए burrata. Now would you guys like to see a bear working out with two dudes?
Yes, yes. Please show.
The bear working out with two dudes.
Basically me at the gym, bro.
Which one are you?
Which one are you?
I'm the tree. She.
The best part
Crazy,
about this,
crazy.
I can't tell. I can't. There's so
I
much
don't-
to unpack here.
Yeah, I don't know if it's parody or what or किसी का गांड कैसे नहीं फट रहा है is the most
Even if it's parody, you still went out there within 6 feet of a bear. Alright, to get your parody. And you went, you know, it'll be hilarious. I'm gonna turn my back to this bear at 6 feet distance from it. And hang from a tree.
Did you do
And this
something to
bear
make
is
me
not gonna
mad?
do anything
Because
to
then
me.
I am. But if you
Like,
didn't, then I am not.
Not a confidence that I have.
So when people are like, you know, what do Russian people think of the war? Surely they disapprove. I'm like, इनसे पूछ के फायदा है क्या कुछ? ये अलग planet पे है भाई.
Like ये आदमी बॉम्बे लोकल में भी अपना वॉलेट पीछे की जेब में ही रखता है.
Oh yeah, बहुत
Bro,
brave,
can you
बहुत
imagine? इसके लिए leg day है, bear के लिए head day है. Nice, okay.
Okay, cool. Good
No.
react.
Did you do
Gold
something to make me mad?
Gold
Because
gym.
then I am.
cheap.
But if you didn't, then I am not.
रशिया का ये gold gym नहीं, ये Cold's gym है.
Oh!
Guys, come on, guys. Wow.
Respect.
Respect.
The respect of that name.
Okay, now this is also next video also courtesy Ashish Shakya.
Oh, you put that also?
I put
अच्छा,
that also. I put
amazing.
everything you send me. I
Amazing.
put next video is also courtesy
You
Ashish.
said
Shakya.
चुतियापा भेजा वाला मैंने ये देखा आजकल.
Exactly.
All right, say anything to me, everyone.
Audio नहीं आ रहा, audio बढ़ा.
हाँ.
Languages do you speak?
What?
Marathi.
Marathi. All right, say anything to me, everyone in the comments. Let me know what he says.
आता तो मी
Rohan,
हाँ.
when you share the screen at the bottom left, there'll be a small box that says share sound.
When I share the screen, there's a,
On Zoom, stop sharing.
and then start sharing again.
One second.
Start sharing again.
Share sound. Optimize for video clip.
Yeah.
Like crazy shit.
Yeah.
I'm just learning things today.
Yes.
Some mad shit.
आज रोहन कंप्यूटर शटडाउन कैसे करते हो?
I am not.
आज तो मैं सब सीखेगा
Then I
भाई.
am not.
सब
Hey
सीखेगा, सब
Rohan, you
सीखेगा.
know where babies come from or what?
No bro, tell.
One guy comes and he gets like a girlfriend and then
Babe, you know how babies happen.
Oh,
Woman
shit,
looks
wait.
at Jaguar Kumar and she gets pregnant.
Oh shit, wait, now you guys have disappeared. Oh, because I optimized for video clip.
Then I am not.
No, optimized for video clip. You know, man, it's like,
Then I
it's not a good time.
Oh yeah, we have disappeared.
Now, hopefully, nobody will. Now, nobody have disappeared. Everybody have reappeared. And
now
now,
everything work. Now play video.
Jesus Christ, oh God. God damn. These episode ones are always such an embarrassment to return to for anything.
Marathi. All right, say anything to me, everyone.
Must play कर.
Must.
Languages do you speak?
मराठी
Marathi. All right, say anything to me, everyone in the comments. Let me know what he says.
आता तू मित्रांसोबत आहे म्हणून सोडतोय नाही तर एकटा असता तर गाण मारून दिली असते.
Did you say that I got a nice booty?
Oh yeah.
What the fuck did he say?
He basically said, because you're friends, I'll leave you, otherwise I would gaan maro.
Alright, say anything to me, everyone.
He's got that ready to flee vibe.
Languages do you speak?
Marathi.
Marathi. Alright, say anything to me, everyone in the comments, let me know what he says.
आता तू मित्रांसोबत आहे म्हणून सोडतोय नाही तर एकटा असता तर गाण मारून दिली असते.
Did you say that I got a nice booty?
Oh yeah.
Yes, that is what I said. Yes, yes.
He's got that look in his face कि ओ मतलब मैंने दुनिया का बेस्ट जोक मारा मैं भागने वाला like just his emotion is split between those two.
You know what I would have said? Too easy, bro.
I don't know if this is fake or not, but like we always like telling people white people गाली कैसे बोलते हैं. मजा.
No, in general, this is a cultural thing around the world, right? Like, have you ever been in your life, right, in a position where you asked a friend, like,
Then I am not
like,
mad.
तू तेरे से Bengali दोस्त को पूछेगा, भाई, like, you have a girl to impress, and you're like, okay, how do you say happy birthday in Bengali? और वो तेरे को कुछ बोलेगा, अगर तेरे को बोलेगा वो
You know what? I have done this.
Even if you
know
be
what my
like,
friend
even
has
if he
told-
says it's Hoppo Birdo, okay, even if he says that, okay, just go with it. All right, I don't know Bengali. I'm resorting to broad stereotypes. I apologize, but I don't know Bengali. Okay, but even if he says that, you're like, oh shit, that sounds like a lot like happy birthday. तू जाके confirm करेगा ना किसके साथ पहले, because your first instinct will be ये मेरे को पक्का गाली बताया है.
100%. And this has happened. It has happened. People have asked. We have a friend. Bengali में कुछ तो मतलब बच्चे गालियों की बात करते थे. तो कुछ तो पूछा कि ये कैसे बोलते हैं. Somebody
Then I
said,
am not mad.
कुकुरे पाछा चाट बे. And everyone's like, that's probably not.
कुकुने पाछा छाड़ा छाड़ बे.
कुकुरे पाछा चाट बे.
कुकुने पाछा चाट बे मतलब कुक्कू ने मेरा चाटा.
No.
नहीं.
Kukur is dog. Pacha is ass. Chat is chat.
What is good to know is that chart is red flag in all languages.
Yeah.
Like, first few words of the sentence I was like, chart के like no,
like, there is
no,
some
not
licking-
asked for
some
chart
licking
anywhere.
कुकुने पाछा चाट बे.
I don't know if the tense and all is correct, but yeah, that was the basic message, and it had to be verified. Ki this is obviously not how you say hello.
If you
to the
do
new Bengali girl in
kukune
class.
papa chart be, then you have to eklo chalo re. After that, you have to.
Chat
No
में.
one will cholo with you.
If you had to say happy birthday to Bipasha, hop photo.
Bivasha like call an ambulance. He's having a stroke.
Hop Toyo. Haatho pado.
I didn't do it. Then I am not mad. I am mad.
Bengali.
I said I don't.
I didn't do it. Then I am not mad. I am mad.
Hop photo.
अभी तो ये ना क्या यूपी बिहार में तो हैप्पी वा बर्थडे वा.
Happa padwa. क्या ये? Hop photo.
Man,
I am
everybody
mad.
knows first rule of comedy is when you don't know Bengali, assume that Bengal have only one vowel. Oh.
और भी हैप्पो क्यों है? होपो पॉडो. So fucking dumb.
Ridiculous.
होपो पॉडो.
Oh man. Oh man.
किसी का सुपर चैट आया है. अरित्रधार Bengali here, please stop.
Do you understand what happened? Someone is paying us to stop. Someone is paying us to stop. It has happened.
पैसा
Oh
मिला.
It has happened.
God. Guys, this is how extortion works. Protection racket. Oh my God.
If you guys wait here for 2 seconds, I'll open my analytics and see which other states most of my viewers come from. So if you want other stereotypes.
What are other famous Bengalis?
Momto Bonor Joe. Doroko Bron.
Soram Gongolo.
Soram Gongolo.
Dodo.
Oh, my Dodo.
Dodo.
Oh no.
Bad.
Bobol Soproyo.
Bobol.
That could be an actual name.
Bobol Soproyo.
Oh man. Wow, chat has they're just sitting on the O key on their keyboard. That's all that's happening.
Kishoro Kumaro.
Someone has said Moko Chombono.
Oh no.
आज का word.
आज का word.
आज का
Wordall. So bad.
Oh, no.
किसी ने बोला है not Bengali but still stop.
Fair. We'll respect the sentiment.
अरे bro, watching has gone opor.
Guys, I think we should stop. उन्होंने बहुत किया है देश के लिए. बहुत किया देश के लिए.
Mojo Rojo fit होता है. Somebody said Mojo Rojo. Nice.
Mojo Rojo. नहीं, उधर मेरा नाम है माजा राजा.
Maja Raja.
Oh my god. Oh.
Wow.
What's all that about?
Oh.
My brain.
You mad at me or something?
I don't know. Did you do
But
something to make me
I
mad?
have more.
Because then
if
I
you
am.
want.
But if you didn't, then I
Backchodi
am
achieved.
Backchodi
Then I am not.
achieved.
The stream has
I
lived
am
up to
not.
its name.
What is important is that remember somewhere Google spending money to put on server farms. This burn it permanently into the memory. Trees are dying. For Hopo Bodo. And
Oh my god, too funny.
other streams may need basic comedy tools like words and sentences, but we rely
We
on
don't.
phonetics.
Just need sound. Come, let's do Bihari now.
Dude, I love this. Somebody says Bengali from over the border, please stop. International embarrassment.
Who said, oh my god. Oh my god, someone is correct. Like they think cryptic crossword to this, I have come full circle. Like, what is the opposite of cryptic crossword?
Yeah, dude, you are like Two-Face. Monday rolls are like, ooh, crossword.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, okay.
Bihari Ratan Tata would be the one to receive the philanthropy.
You've just, this whole thing has just been a build up for you to say that, right? Like you seeded Ratan Tata from there, you seeded Bihar.
Oh man. It's too much.
Too much, too much.
It's too many.
Too much.
Too
Just
many.
too much. Body Bortan. So, I went to, because as when I'm looking for material, I went to Reddit, as one does, right? When one is looking for entertainment material. And I went to one of my, I went to one of my favorite subreddits, which is Ask Reddit. And I dug up some threads with some of the most amazing questions. I was going to do a bunch of them, but I'm feeling that Roto and Toto and Hopa Border sucked my energy. So I'm going to go straight to the best one of the lot, okay? Which is one of the questions that I have, which is question number 2. Where did it go? There we go. Alright. The question was this: if people used breakup lines instead of pickup lines, what would some of them be?
Breakup lines instead of?
Breakup lines, and like how you have pickup lines, like which is like, oh
okay.
hey baby, are you an angel? Could you look like this? But if you also broke up with that much style, essentially, what would some of the best ones be? Like basically, how could you break up in style? Chat, you can also tell us. How do you break up in
इसमें
style?
कोई examples है क्या?
अरे बहुत I also okay. There are examples.
मिला यार, ये बहुत funny thread होगा फिर.
Okay, if there are, I'm going to say right now that there are examples. But two things, all right. One, for anybody who has just been through a breakup recently or is going through one, look away. And two, if you are about to break up with someone, please don't use these.
Please probably pay attention a lot.
Because do exactly this. Do exactly this. So one of them is this. I will always cherish my initial misconceptions of you.
Dude, it's like Winston Churchill breaking up with somebody.
Yeah.
Oh, it's one of those Winston Churchill lines.
शशि थरूर ऐसे ब्रेकअप करता है, ठीक है?
ब्रेकअप ऐसे करो कि
हाँ.
कंफ्यूज हो जाए. ब्रेकअप कर रहा है कि पर्पस?
ब्रेकअप मत कर पगली, प्यार हो जाएगा. And then there is, if you take L out of lover, it's over.
Nice. याद भी वर्डल खेलता है 100%.
100%. Oh my god, super chat from Bharvi Singh saying that's easy. My every breakup line is breakup line. Mantra Bhatt broke up yesterday. Very good.
And somebody sent
I got a joke for you.
Yes.
Why was 6 scared of 7?
Please send.
Why?
Dheeraj Rathod is
Because
saying
7
मेरी
ate
expertise
9.
नहीं है, तो I'm out.
That's a pretty good joke. But do you know
very
why
good.
10 was scared? Why?
I have more,
Because
of course I have
it was in the middle of 9/11.
Raise your hand if you have a boyfriend. Not so fast.
That's a good one.
It works on 2 levels because it's physicality, so you get a vlog out of it also. It's cinematic. It involves physical actions. We need to cover more ground, so we should split up.
Okay, I'm thinking.
Hey babe, I think it's about time we cancel our gym membership. We're not working out anymore.
Nice. It's not me, it's over.
I got a joke for you.
Hey girl, what do you call
Why was
6
6 scared
balls
of 7?
bowled in succession
Why?
in cricket?
Because 7
It's
8 9.
over.
That's a pretty good joke. But do you know why 10 was scared?
Shaq को kick कर सकता है क्या? मैं कर सकता हूँ.
Because it was in the middle of 9/11.
Show non-video participants आ रहा है. उसमें नीचे showing non-funny participants भी लिखा है.
Chat says, babe, are you the sun? Because I want to stay the fuck away from you.
Shaq
ये
में क्या था?
white people line है.
White
Yes.
people line है ये.
Can I show you a magic trick? Abracadabra, you are single now.
That's a good one.
That's a
Can I
good
show you
one.
a magic trick?
That's a good one. Parth Keshan, that's a very, very good one.
I would say show one house and say if this house is called Behen Ki Lodi, then what is the cheaper version of this called? Hut Behen Ki Lodi. Chal hut behan ki lodi.
Oh, man.
So funny, that song. Have you seen this song?
I got a
Chal hut
joke
behan
for
ki
you.
lodi? It's deadly, this song.
No.
Open YouTube.
That sounds like just dudes in hostel after a breakup. I have no idea what the song is.
Hey, Rohan, we could say, are you Gongo Putra?
Yeah.
Was
Bejao. Bejao. Wait,
YouTube this song. YouTube this song called Chal Hut Behan Ki Lodi.
Oh, there it is.
Oh.
There it's surprisingly how fast that was. Am I going to get copyright strike for this?
You won't get copyright strike and all. Chill.
जी हाँ, हमारे लियाकत भाई साहब एक बेवफा डार्लिंग के लिए जरा क्या फरमाते हैं, सुनिए तो।
I got a joke for you.
Before we go ahead, I
Why
just
was
want to
6
set
scared
up
of-
that right from the first lines, his commitment to setting up words
I
that
got a
will
joke for
eventually
you.
rhyme with Ben Kennedy. I would just like to point out that he has.
क्या क्या तू धीमे राहे छोड़ गई.
हाँ.
Someone has super chat saying today's International Women's Day by the
got a joke for you. Why was 6 scared of... Why was 6... Why was 6 scared of 7? Why was 6 scared of 7? Why? Why? Because 7, 8, 9. Because 7, 8, 9. That's a pretty good joke, but... That's a pretty good joke, but do you know... But do you know why 10 was scared? But do you know why 10 was... Do you know why 10 was scared? Why? Because... Why? Because it was in the middle. It was in the middle of 9/11. 9/11.
right? Like the bigger the screen, thing.
That I don't think that hierarchy is there where, you know, if you're a TV actor, you won't get cast because TV, film, theater,
I don't
everybody's
mean-
doing OTT.
I don't mean from a casting lens,
Okay.
but from a societal
Perception.
hierarchy perception lens.
I think there is. Unfortunately, there is. There's even classism between platforms. If we are a TikToker, a Facebooker, a YouTuber, or an Instagrammer, it's like YouTuber is like class 1 citizen, then Instagrammer, then TikToker, then Facebooker.
Is that true?
Yeah, that I agree.
Do you agree with the classing?
What did you say again? The order?
I think YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Facebook.
I think, see, the people who. There's a line that I think Kunal Shah had once said, which is, jitna bada screen, utna bada profile, right? Like, the bigger the screen,
The difference
the higher the
between
status,
coffee and your
right? So,
opinion
movie, you
is that
perceive perception
I
as very
asked
high
for
status.
coffee.
And then for a long time, it was like television came before digital. And I think now digital is kind of penetrating a lot of it. Mostly my thesis is that, hey, if you own distribution, you own eyeballs, no matter where you move to, the eyeballs will travel there. And it's playing out in the OTT world. Like Bhuvan has his own show, Prakta has her own show.
The difference between
but I think,
coffee and your opinion
like, it still plays out in ways
is
like,
that
if
I
a,
asked
if
for
a
coffee.
you know, an Instagram creator gets a hoarding, right? They're on a hoarding. It's still a huge moment. It becomes the reel saying, oh, look, I'm on a hoarding, even though every story gets way more eyeballs than a hoarding board.
What's a hoarding?
A hoarding, like a billboard.
Oh,
like
you were on a billboard recently.
I was, yes.
A candy thing.
Yeah, with candy.
And yeah, so when I was on a billboard, it's like the billboard gets what, 10 views, 20 views?
Exactly.
But the picture of the billboard on Instagram gets
way
so
more.
many likes.
I have something to say about Kunal Shah thing. The screen. What did you say? The bigger the screen is, the
Bigger the screen, higher the status.
Okay. And then combining it with this whole us getting older and times changing, I'd be way more excited to meet Joe Rogan than Tom Cruise. Because
For
Joe Rogan's
sure.
affected my life so much in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
And I'm not at all Gen Z. I'm like a core millennial. But I can see how my thought process is becoming more Gen Z just because of the times. And I'm sure that a lot of Gen Zs would say that about the digital stars who've survived in the long term. Like, I don't care about meeting Hollywood actors. I would care a lot about meeting Nawal Ravikant and Joe Rogan and Tim You think Ferriss. that'll be true for you?
It was true even in the previous generation. Let me explain how. Like, in our time, it would be insanely cool to hang out with an MTV VJ.
Yeah.
It would be very cool.
Yeah.
Right? Because they were not movie stars, but they were the other cat. Ran Vijay, right? Like, I'd give an arm and a leg to hang out with Ran Vijay. So it was the other category of someone that you saw regularly. You know, you'd see a movie star twice a year, but here were VJs who you'd see every day. And similarly now for people that be watching Nuzair every day. So that feeling of, oh my God, I can't believe this moment is real,
The
happens
difference
more when you see
between
someone
coffee and your
regularly.
opinion
So I think digital folks have occupied that. So it's been true for multiple generations, I think. It's not just now.
The difference
Actually, very
between
interesting.
coffee
the
and
kids
your
of today,
opinion
the amount of time they spend on devices, not
is
watching
that
movies.
The number one occupation for that people vie for today, especially kids, is influencer.
Yeah, you know, that's the reason why we were doing this. So this show is typically around people who want to be an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
So whatever a 20-year-old boy or girl needs to know about entering a certain industry, we try and hit that and give them all the info that is required. Like, we did
Is
one
that-
around starting a restaurant recently.
Yeah.
We did something else before that. It has become so important, even for people like me, an entrepreneur, to build distribution, because paying for distribution takes away so much of the delta you might have that a person with distribution brings organically.
Yeah.
I think we left off at, they said what they think about Prajakta. You did not. They said hardworking.
No, I said
I'm Bill
she's
Gates.
representing India to the world.
But if we're speaking of hardworking, I want to mention something about Nusar. I don't know anyone who works
Yeah.
as much.
You just said that about her.
No, I didn't say that
No,
about
no.
her. I didn't say.
I
Okay, if I have to
cannot work
judge
in the
everyone on
way
how
you
hard
say.
they work.
Who works harder, Nuzzair or Prajna?
Him, for sure.
Nusair
sure.
works incredibly hard, and I think I've once asked. I won't mention what he said, but I once asked Nusair saying what drives him, and he's got like an ambition and a purpose that is intensely strong. You know, that I think is like I don't feel that what Nusair feels.
I also feel like with him, he's always so
Is
aware
that
and so
I
on.
asked-
Like I'll at least 20 times a day I'll have moments where I'll just zone out and I'll not kind of keep up with. But anytime you meet him, and I've seen him at 5 o'clock in the morning at a breakfast buffet. I've seen him at 2 o'clock in the morning at a party with a drink, and I just feel like I had the drink. Me, I had a drink. But every time I've had a conversation with him, it's never been dull, or it's never been kind of like it's not small talk, which I appreciate.
Each of you have a different journey from whatever profession to content creator.
Yeah.
To another profession, actor, businessman, social change maker.
No, entrepreneur.
Entrepreneur.
Yeah.
I'm not a social change maker.
Yeah, entrepreneur sounds cooler than businessman. Like, businessman sounds like I'm Singhania Saab. Like Hustler. Yeah.
What am I, Tanmay?
You are king, Nikhil.
Yeah, right.
You are poster boy. Bangalore poster boy.
And Ranveer?
I think I did a little bit of entrepreneurship, but I'm back to being a content creator and I want to stay here. I'm really enjoying this now.
Wow. Bro, get out. Please get out. It's mentally hard.
It's horrible in some ways, but it's also beautiful in some ways because I think over the course of my 20s, my priorities have changed a lot. And I'm really enjoying the work I do because it's truly not feeling like work. It does feel like spending a lot of hours creating that many podcasts and that much content. But
I asked
I think
for
I started
coffee.
craving heartfelt messages and impact on people's lives much more than I craved money and numbers and growth in my 20s. But I get to say that because I have a luxury.
Entrepreneurship is not money, and that's the biggest surprise.
I also have the luxury of having really active co-founders who are growing the businesses and allowing me to just chase the content creation game because of the distribution thing you said earlier, which
And
is
what-
that
Sorry, yeah.
the easier way of saying that is if you're more famous, you reach out to more people, you can sell your product to more people eventually, which we're seeing with all the businesses that are being built out anyway.
But I'm going to say something controversial.
Sure.
At some point, you will not get more famous. At some point, you will saturate every single person in India that could potentially like you. Then you'll have this amazing and sad decline. And then the platforms want to show a different face, a different podcast, a different name. And then, what do you do then?
So, I mean, I try. I'm
So,
very
are you fun at parties?
See, that is why I had a drink when I saw him.
I'm just saying there's a shelf life to creator life.
I think so.
Interesting.
I think so, and I intend on exiting creator life at some point.
Yes.
But also, cumulatively, I have like a bunch of channels. We have a lot. I'm not like number dropping here, but like we have like 20 to 25 million across those channels. I have a huge amount of distribution.
Yeah.
And the thing is, we're in a country of 1.5 billion people, 1.6, I don't know. What's the number? What, 1.6 billion people?
1.3.
But we added 300 million now in the last 10 seconds. So.
You never really know. You never have an exact.
Your rounding error, the whole population is
1.5 for the sake of conversation. What is 25 million people in front of 1.5 billion people to capture? And I've got these 25 million people over the last 8 years. So even if I continue for another 20 years, I think I'll reach a really large number. But also I have an English channel and a Hindi channel, and my intentions with English are very international. My intentions with Hindi are very national.
But your problem is not the population of India, it's the social media algorithm. Eventually, they will say, I don't want to give this guy too much distribution because the best interest of YouTube
If
is
someone
to
is
have
sending you
millions
this,
of
it's
these
because they're going through a rough
Which is
time and they
why
don't know how to
I'm
reach
also
out and ask for
being
help.
aggressive on my
To
Instagram.
cheer them up, send them a photo of your credit card, front and back. Mental health matters. It's important to check in on your friends.
Because imagine a world in which on YouTube we only watch Mr. Beast as the #1 creator for the next 30 years. that is not actually in YouTube's best interest. You want new faces. I mean, just like Hollywood, you want.
But why
new
can't there be
faces.
Mr. Beast plus plus?
Because in the content world, there is the power law, in which 20% of the creators get 80% of the attention. The
This is
power law
true,
is
yeah.
massive here. So it's not like everybody gets 1 million views. Are you hell happy? No, it's like if one person is slightly more engaging, they'll get 10 times more than the one next to them.
Except I think like it's not as sinister as if you just take this clip out of context. It's like Susan Wojcicki sitting down and it's like enough of Mr. Beast now.
Neil Mohan.
Neil Mohan. Neil.
Because they're going through a rough time and they don't know how to reach out and ask for help. To cheer them up,
It's
send them
not
a
as
photo of
sinister
your
as that
credit card,
sound. It's just
front
what
and back.
happens is that look, all
Mental health
platforms at the end of the
matters.
day, digital
It's
platforms
important
are trying
to check in on
to
your
grab
friends.
eyeballs from other platforms. So they all eventually tweak their algorithm just a little bit. And sometimes it can take creators by surprise that, oh, X thing was working for so long
It hasn't
and now
been
it's no
working.
longer working. Some of this is a byproduct of just general audience fatigue, which is if like I know I'm a type of creator who I'm a binge watch type of creator, which is people come into my shit, they're gonna watch me for 3 months and they're like, I get this thing now, but I'm over it, I'm gonna move on. So my attrition rate on my viewers, I look at it as, okay, this is a 3 to 4 month game. And that can take creators by surprise. And in the 10 years that I've, 10, 12 years that I've been around, and there have been, we call them batches of creators. Like there are creators who come in batches, and then, 4 years later, you got to reinvent yourself, or else the next batch will take over, so on and so forth. But
So let me be the
net-net,
bad guy and sound the alarm to everybody listening and watching this podcast, which is, guys, you must plan and engineer your exit plan. When you make it big as a
Yes.
content creator,
100%.
because no one sees the decline because you're not getting the views. The decline is oftentimes very lonely. No one has seen the decline of like the Hollywood celebrities, but you just haven't seen them in movies.
Yeah.
But you totally forgot about them.
Yeah.
So you must always get an exit plan, which I believe should
If
be
someone is sending
either
you this, it's because
entrepreneurship,
they're
acting or books or whatever.
And how long do you think this journey typically is if you make it as a creator?
So I would love to hear what you guys think. I
because
think
they're going
life
through a rough
is
time
goes
and they
in
don't know how to
7-year chunks.
7 years. How did you come to this number? That's interesting.
So we were just talking about it. The
have
7-year
time and they don't know how to reach out and ask for help.
Does it?
7 years of good luck, bad
And
luck.
they don't know how to reach out and ask for help.
What is the average marriage in India, in the US, and the average marriage in China? It's 6.6 years.
Oh, really?
Why is that?
Is that all?
Well, in India, it's probably 70 years, the average.
Why are people still getting married then?
Nikhil, we're not going to discuss personal problems now.
Well, I was trying to say your taste buds even change. Your cells in your body change every 7 years.
What kind of taste buds?
Somebody told me this. Don't quote me on this, but every cell in your body changes every 7 years.
How long did you and Aline date?
7 years.
No wonder you're so confident with the numbers.
Whose taste buds changed?
Interesting. Yeah, that seems fair.
How long have you been a content creator?
Since 2000 so I began by doing stand-up, which is technically content
Ask for help.
creation. That was 2009 is when I started doing
They don't know how to reach out and ask for help.
Yeah.
To cheer them up,
14 years, and before
different
that,
iterations, different formats.
different formats. Actually, before that, I was writing for television. So I started by writing comedy first, then I started performing comedy, then I did YouTube, and then I've started doing everything else.
I was one of the first 20,000 people who followed AIV on Facebook.
Oh, really?
For the AIV podcast.
Okay, but you guys should now introduce yourselves because I know you guys, but people will want to know. Tanmay?
I've introduced myself on this podcast like 4 times now.
Tanmay is like the OG. He's like the
I've been around.
co-founder of this podcast.
He's the co-founder of like 20 companies too.
Everyone I meet in Bangalore now is like, Tanmay is my co-founder. He's taking over Bangalore.
Are you franchising the founder?
Yeah. Either co-founder or he's written their ads or he's doing some marketing work with them. Like, I'm not kidding. I'm working with Tanmay on 5 different things.
So funny.
Yeah, that's maybe you could have just said, I enjoy working with Tanmay. But thanks for framing it that way. Yeah, I think I began as, I think to put it succinctly, I began
cheer them
as
up,
an
send them a
artist and a comedian, and now I'm exploring my entrepreneurial side by doing a bunch of different things. But I think at the heart of it, I still introduce myself as primarily as a comedian. Amongst all the terms like comedian, influencer, creator, entrepreneur, I still find saying I'm a comic to be the coolest and or the most accurate version of
Do you
what I
feel
would
like in life you associate where you make the most money to your vocation?
Ooh, that's a very good question.
Ooh, super interesting question.
Send them a photo of your credit card.
Can you rephrase it? Do you think in
Just
life
to
you
cheer them
wanna
up,
associate
send them a
yourself with
photo
the
of your
vocation
credit
that
card.
you
If you do five things in life,
Yeah.
when somebody asks you what do you do, do you say where you make the most money? Because I have this question asked to me so many times, and I wonder what should I say now.
No, I think for me it is. I still go back to. I still introduce myself to people who don't know me.
Front and back.
First, I say is I'm a comedian, which maybe not be the best idea now because people often respond with, "Okay, this dude is going to be funny or he's going to roast me or whatever." But I don't know. I find that to be a comedian is like an attitude of just leading life, which is
It's a little anti-establishment.
It
right?
is
Like being
inherently a
comedian.
little anti-establishment. Like, so I
Front and
find
back.
that to be the most
Mental health.
appealing. Even now, like someone was telling me the other day, saying, Tanmay, you should document your weight loss journey. You should have a camera guy follow you and make those reels and, where you're losing weight and all that kind of stuff. And inherently, I was asking myself, saying, why have I not done that? And I feel a little cringy talking about my achievements because it's such a
Mental health
such a
matters.
weird thing to do.
It's
whereas
important to check in
comedians are
on.
much better off. Like, no comedian wants to get an award. Comedians want to be at the back of a room making fun of everybody who's gathered here for this thing.
I'll tell you an interesting story. I was reading this book, some book on history. Jesters in courts, comedians in history have been part of culture for hundreds of years, thousands of years. They always had a very relevant and very important role in every court. A lot that could not be spoken about openly because of societal conditioning. The
It's
jester's
important
role
to check
was
in on your
build it
friends.
into people's subconscious while
It's
making a
important
joke
to check
about
in on
it
your.
and getting away with it. So the very first jesters had crowns on their head. They had almost the importance in society that a king had because these guys could actually speak their mind where nobody else could.
That's because they were pardoned for speaking the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's inherently anti-establishment, so it feels coolest.
Is that why you say comedian?
Yeah, I think that's why instinctively I want to go to that because I still think of it as the coolest term to describe.
When I think of you, I think ad maker.
Now. Marketing.
Marketing.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
To check in on your friends.
Even I think comedian every time I think of you.
Interesting.
Writer and comedian.
What do you think?
I think elder brother.
Oh my god!
Cut this shit,
The thing is, every time I see like a comment that says, Ranveer, you're just so annoyingly positive all the time, etc., etc. I'm like, you guys don't even know the real life version of him. He is 5x more annoying in person, wants to meet you, give you a hug, kiss you on the cheek.
Yeah.
So frustrating.
You know, when I was younger, my mum would watch Kasauti Zindagi Ki and Kyunki Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi.
Thank you.
So I have seen a few versions of Mihir, a few versions of Tulsi, Ganga, like all the characters. I remember them vaguely. Ranveer would make such a good Mihir.
Mihir? Oh my god, that is so true. That
He's
is so
like-
true. Sorry, I got too excited.
He's like the dream son-in-law.
You guys are my friends. I'm friends with all of you at this table. My friends know this about me. But for some reason, there's a Playboy image that's spread that's really not me, dude. I want to get married. I want to have kids. I want to impress my mother-in-law. That's what I really want to do.
I think she is a playboy.
Yeah, nor do I.
My friends don't, but apparently that's become an image.
I see Tanmay as the playboy.
So I had a series of videos on my Hindi channel which were basically about personality development. Okay, and the context for the time is this is just when Reliance Jio had come out and the internet had become affordable in India. So the Indian audiences were waking up to international standards about multiple things. Now, one of the things I figured that people wanted to learn was personality development, like learning to speak better English, learning table manners, learning etiquette, which we take for granted while we're growing up in urban India. I tried making a video called 5 personality development tips. No one clicked on it. Then I made a series of videos called Ladkiyon ko kaise pataye. Okay, which means how do you impress girls? Okay, but the content was the same as personality development. But that branding stayed till now. That's one of the downsides of content creation. I have so much to say about the downsides of content creation over the years that people don't understand that we're growing up in front of the world. we have to inherently
and sometimes made to grow up.
Yeah, that too.
You know, when I see you, I think good guy at heart,
The
vulnerable
three
to a
stages
large
of life.
extent,
1.
but persuaded by too much in life, not playboy at all. I feel like overthinking relationships, maybe yes. Overcomplicating the notion of a romantic relationship and trying to break it down and make it work and all of that, maybe yes, but not that. When I look at Tanmay, I see
you.
when I look at Tanmay, I see somebody who is about to become a playboy.
Oh,
On the verge.
That is why he wants to document his weight loss journey also.
On the cliff, like, you know, on the other side is chaos.
2024, Tanmay.
I mean, like fun chaos. But I feel like he's walking up that cliff and then he's going to go to the other side and dive.
I know Tanmay so intimately because I have my first job in life before I started content creation. I was a fitness trainer, like right after college.
I'll tell you a story. Ranveer and I started speaking because Ranveer used to send me drunk texts on Facebook Messenger.
What?
He would get drunk and he would text me saying, "Bro, I just love you so much. I just want to lift weights with you, bro. I just love you too much." Like he used to be so loving that I was like, all right, just come."
This is like in my final semester of engineering college when I knew that I'm not going to go down a traditional route. I'd got a fitness certification done. And I figured how much money there is to be made as a fitness trainer because my ultimate career goal in life was to set up 3 gyms in Bombay.
And guys, I really tried to get him to not get into content, to be fair to me. I tried to tell him to do the gym thing, but it didn't work out.
No. So one of the things I'm always I'm getting romantic with my elder brother.
Oh
here.
my God.
But there's one thing I'll always owe to him. So I'd started training people because it was paying me really well and I was working on this app I wanted to build. I wanted to build like an Uber for fitness coaches. You can sit at home and like call a trainer, call a yoga session, call a weight training session, whatever.
Yeah, what an awful idea.
Yeah, in retrospect, I understand it. But at that point, my only skills were fitness, marketing, and like some wild business ideas. I just wanted to get started. To train myself, I started training people actually. One of the people I trained was him. And this is when influencer marketing didn't even exist in India.
Was this before Beer Biceps?
This was just when, a little bit before. A little bit before things took off. And I literally didn't know that influencer marketing existed as a concept. We trained for like maybe like a year-ish.
No,
Little
six months tops.
But those 6 months were like education for me about the wave that was going to come, which eventually led to the formation of Monk Entertainment, which led to me quitting fitness training. So thanks.
No, but that happens when you talk to Tanmay. Every time I have spent time talking to him, there's always so much insight in just not what's happening now, but what's going to happen. So a lot of the conversation today, because I was thinking about it after we left also, was what's going to happen and what the next step should be and what he wants to do. So I like the fact that he's always been someone I feel like who's always thought of the next step and take it forward. And that's helped a lot. That's been very helpful for creators like us a lot because we didn't have that knowledge or we didn't have the wisdom to even know where is this going and how to take this forward.
But this is an annoying habit of mine, which is when I meet other creators, I'll really like to tell them
That's
what
not
I'm
annoying
thinking.
at all.
What I'm thinking, but it's got to be with someone where you think there's a safe space where you can really talk about what you're thinking without them being like, "Kya gyan hai?"
Do you still think about AIB?
Yeah, because it shows up on my timeline every now and then, and I watch the videos, and I'm like, still good, still good.
It is.
Yeah, it's still good.
I think comedians and politicians together form some of the smartest people in society.
I wanna take that and just wanna widen it a little bit. Like me and you have discussed, I think a lot of the traits that politicians need, which is effectively mass manipulation, is what creators / influencers
100%.
need today.
We're gonna have a creator president very soon.
Yeah.
We almost did with Trump, but yeah, like a YouTuber president is gonna happen.
It's
very,
gonna
very
happen,
soon.
right? That's a good one, actually.
100%.
It's very possible.
You learn too much and you have access to too much data.
Yeah.
Like you're able to almost, I don't want, it sounds arrogant to say you can almost predict the future, but when you have that much data, you can almost predict the future.
Yeah, but you also get trained on criticism. You get trained how to block negative comments. Like you really get this like crash course. Like I feel like if I run for prime minister of any country, I feel like I'm ready. What are you gonna get? Okay, you're gonna say bad things. Okay, I already get them now. I need to make videos. Okay, we're already making the videos. We have the editors. Like you want a slogan for the campaign? We have the marketers. Like what else do you need? That's it. You just need to reach 1 million people.
Do you think that could happen here in India?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think
in 10 years' time. Is anybody on the cusp? Do you see any politicians, bar creators?
Ankit Bayyanpuria, you know him? Ram Bhai Saryane.
Ram Bhai Saryane, the guy who 75 hard challenge.
Is he a politician now?
He's not, but someone like that could gain that much distribution. In fact, I think there's like a mix of I think newer age politicians will be a lot more digitally savvy. Like you take someone like Vivek in the US right now, Vivek Ramaswamy. He's a creator. Every day there's a schedule and he goes and shoots something and there's like 5 clips of it that come out. And you have to be a creator, quote unquote.
But do you think the voting audience is essentially?
I don't think it'll happen in India anytime soon.
How many million smartphones in India now, Nikhil?
600 million.
600 million.
700
That's your vote base because they all are watching stuff. I think all eyeballs are going to be through the phone now, so you'll have to be a creator if you want mass appeal like that.
I think it'll happen in a 30 million.
But by that logic, I would have assumed more TVs in India than smartphones or access to TV. So I would have thought TV actors would have become politicians.
But that time is changing. I mean,
right?
Did we
film
have,
actors
like,
became politicians.
Yeah, we had Bollywood kind of going that way.
Not truly, not in a manner where it moved the needle per se.
So I've asked some friends of mine from the world of politics this question, and by that I don't mean politicians. I mean people who work in, I don't know how you frame this, like during the elections they help with like
bureaucrats.
No, yeah, also bureaucrats,
advisors, lobbyists.
But like there's a lot of work that goes behind even carrying out an election. And then from the political parties, there's a lot of work that goes into swaying the vote in one direction in different constituencies. So there is a whole other skill set involved when you're actually beginning that political career in order to win the elections, but it's a learnable skill set. And I think this content creator thing is actually the bigger skill set about like affecting masses. I think there's this YouTube channel I've followed for years. It's called Charisma on Command. It's one of my favorite YouTube channels ever. Highly recommended.
It's nice.
It's about social skills and it's about media skills. I think so much of media is communication and what people understand from the words you're saying. They analyze Trump, and I think most people know this about Trump now, but he would say very basic things repeatedly.
Yeah.
That's actually what content is in the long term. When people think of your brand as a content creator, they'll associate certain words with you. Like with me, I know it's positivity, motivation.
Beer Biceps is my favorite YouTube channel.
That's interesting. What is it with you guys? What is your narrative of you you're trying to put?
Acha, off me. Okay.
That I'm generally curious. You can't fake it. The thing is, if you're a regular creative, especially if you're going to be consistent, you can't fake it. So my strategy would be, what am I naturally curious about, and just turn that into content, because that automatically makes the most authentic version of you go out. But you can't fake who you are.
At least not for very long.
But you can control showing people how much of you. Like you can do that. Like, is that accurate, Nusa?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Especially at podcasts. It's impossible after 1 hour.
go. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Oh my god. Damn. Let's start working on the same thing that I have been working since 2 decades now. It's been a while. I don't know how much, but yeah, it's been a while. I hope I can animate till here, like 59 to 59 seconds at least. Let's also play some music at the same time, or I'll give it to get back to the maybe music for some time. Little lower voice. What? Wait, don't crash. Don't crash. You fucking dare to crash yourself. Animate CC. Please don't do that to me. I will kill myself if you do that.
बच्चों, आज हम सीखेंगे कि रोड क्रॉस कैसे किया जाता है। पहले हम देखेंगे लेफ्ट, राइट, ऊपर, नीचे, आगे, पीछे और फिर
गांड में गांड बोला
कंटेंट ना होए वायरल। जे कोई बोले ना गांड, किसी को नहीं पता कि गंगाधरी शक्तिमान।
अब तुम सब बिल्कुल सुरक्षित हो। रुक जा, शक्तिमान का एपिसोड अभी तक खत्म नहीं हुआ है।
क्या घंटी में बजाऊं क्या साउंड में लगाऊं क्या बुलंदियों क्या अरे ये MCU के जमाने में
I think ये MCU जो है, I think I need to put some. Okay, let's copy all of them. Let's create a new layer. Paste it there. Make it bitmapped. Don't crash, don't crash. Unlock all the other layers. Control A. Let's make it bigger. And yeah, I just want that to have a nice white edge. Copy, paste a little bit of bow also, and copy paste a little bit of below. Looks like a sticker now.
MCU के जमाने अरे ये MCU के जमाने में शक्तिमान यहाँ क्या कर MCU के जमाने में शक्तिमान यहाँ शक्तिमान यहाँ क्या कर रहा है अरे चलो जल्दी चलो ना
Yeah, this lo-fi music is too boring. I'm going back to the podcast that I was listening to because I'm not talking to anyone. So if I was talking to anyone, it would have made more sense to be there, but it doesn't make sense. I'm getting bored. I need some dopamine to continue working. Ah.
An
So
hour
I'll play this.
podcast. This is who you really are.
Yeah.
Like, that's why presidents you really don't go on podcasts more than 1 hour or 2 hours. It becomes, the third hour is like that's where you make the mistakes.
That's why Nikhil shoots for like 6.
Yeah.
But tell me this: each of us, deep down, are completely different. Not completely, but slightly different from what we project. Because
Slightly different, yeah.
we all are darker, right? I think any philosopher would say Machiavelli used to say this, right? Like a prince needs to project A, B, C, D, E, but he actually has to be something else. Like being generous, I'll take one of the examples. Like being generous for a prince or a king is not a good thing, because if you're a king and generous, people get accustomed to your generosity and they forget a world before that. And then you have to increase taxes to continue to be generous. And when you do that, they go after you. So as a king, you need to be a completely different thing, but you need to project a bunch of things, virtuous, moralistic, generosity, ritualistic, religious. These are things when you project upon a society that resonates with you. The odds of you staying in power for longer are probably higher. So when you say authentic, do you mean truly authentic? Or do you mean this mask that you're projecting, which is slightly authentic, but not authentic enough to get you to trouble?
Interesting. So I like to think of it as, if you're playing FIFA and you select a character, you have like 7 attributes show up. So the digital version of authentic would be, what are some of the attributes that are actually true, right? And those are the ones you choose to project, because that's what's the closest version of you. But you can't truly be fully authentic. That's a suicide.
That gets you into trouble.
100%, because nobody's fully clean, and unfortunately, when you gotta be public, you gotta
I
try
think
be as
clean
fully
is the wrong word. I feel like every human has
different personalities.
A side and B side. He has the outside and he has
So
a shadow side.
I've met hundreds of creators, and I think you guys can relate to this. You see their content and then you meet them. And actually, the thing that surprised me the most is that most creators are extroverted in the camera. They're very excited. They're very energetic. But when you meet them, they're like in the corner just by themselves, like not talking to anybody. They're like, wait, is this the same person? So I think you're right. There's still extroversion versus introversion. Most creators are actually introverted, that I realize, which is shocking. They only like talking to a camera. They don't like talking to humans. So there is a dissonance. There is a difference between what you see on YouTube and what you see in real life. And I would even argue that we're all a bit more than what we make our videos about.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
So you're saying, in summary, if there is a young wannabe creator, content creator.
Nice.
Spider-Man.
Spidey sense.
Say a young 20-year-old wannabe entrepreneur trying to build distribution through content creation. What we are saying is he has to be authentic, but to the extent that is acceptable in the societal norms that he lives under. And he still has to do 1 or 2 things to resonate with the audience.
But
there
Nikhil,
has to be authenticity, but not beyond a point.
But Nikhil, isn't that true for
everything?
Isn't that true for anytime you are effectively speaking to an audience, be it as an entrepreneur talking to 1,000 employees in the company? I think anytime there is a major public interaction, there is a degree of performance that almost is uncontrollable. It just
Even
comes
if you're
up.
not speaking to anybody, why do people dress up?
Yeah.
Why do you put your nicest clothes? Because you want to show a different version of who you really are. Why do people put makeup on? That's human nature, I think. So we shouldn't blame it on the creators for being different in front of an audience.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, no one's blaming Kriya. I think Nikhil is just delving into the human
I'm just
psyche
trying to
of-
figure out what works.
Yeah.
I have a compass I follow when it comes to this authenticity thought in my head, is that the larger the quantity of content that you release, the closer you get to your actual authenticity. But ideally, you shouldn't go to 100% because of the second point, which is that everything you say should be true, but not everything that's true should be said.
You got a lot of hate, right? Like recently. And I've tried to I know Ranveer for a long time, okay? I know Ranveer from a few years ago when he was younger, and I remember him interviewing me or doing a podcast. We did one together, and I was like, this guy is so good. He organically has a way to put you so at ease that you're so comfortable talking to him, and he's
agreed.
And he's always been such a nice guy through and through.
Yeah.
When people were saying so much crap about him, I was like, I called him up. I do call him up and I say, like, don't take this to heart. Like, if somebody is making the effort to look up Ranveer, search him on Twitter,
Trust
and then
me,
go
he's
there and
not
write
taking
a
it to
comment.
Yeah. So
But how do you put up with that? But that's a big part of being a content creator, right?
Yeah.
I'll give you the 100% honest answer. I went through a shithole of a phase in engineering college, and it just blew all the emotions out of me. And like, I was just left emotionless by the end of engineering college.
That's not true. You're an emotional
that's
guy.
Not true. You're very emotional.
Maybe I can compartmentalize it well, but I'll tell you, there's been 2 phases where hate has affected me. The first time was when I first had a viral video, like an all-out national viral video, where I spoke about
Amir Khan.
Amir Khan,
yeah.
and Amir Khan's, Amir Khan is. He had a big fitness transformation, and at that point,
Oh yes.
I made a video about how it's probably not completely natural.
Oh wow.
And it was just a suggestive video, but that's the first time I blew up as a fitness content creator. The second time was fairly recently where, so I've been cancelled a lot on Twitter over the last, like since COVID began, like since
Does it
2020.
get easier?
Yeah.
What do you do? Like, these young people we are encouraging to build distribution, to sell the brands they later create, they will get cancelled.
Yeah.
So is it best to like shut up when you're getting cancelled and ignore it? What is like a tip?
It's too subjective because the cancelling, sometimes it's truly your fault. And if it is, you should like address it.
Yeah, but I also want to push back against the word cancel. There's no such thing as cancel. You cannot be canceled on the internet. It isn't, the algorithm has no emotions. You think the algorithm is like right wing or left wing? It doesn't care. You create content, it's interesting enough, it shows it to people. So you can say you're canceled, but you come back next video and you get the same number of views, if not more. The question is, what do you do when there's pushback from the audience? And the way you should look at it is pushback is the most positive thing that can happen to you. As a creator, if you get canceled or pushed back, you have cracked it.
Yes.
You are finally relevant enough to hate.
It's
The
very
opposite
subjective.
the opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference.
Yeah.
Exactly. The opposite of love
Is
is
that
indifference.
true in
Yes,
this world?
very true.
People, again, we're using the word cancelled because of a lack of other words to describe that situation where you're receiving a tsunami of criticism on the internet. Now it boils down to who you are subjectively on the inside as a content creator. Are you someone who will absorb all of it and feel bad about it? Or are you someone who will absorb all of it, take the feedback, and then improve your content? For me, my game has always been quantity. You need to know your own game and your own strengths as a content creator. I'm not the smartest, not the most creative creator, but I can create a huge amount of content. That amount is good enough for you to show your improvement, show that you absorb the feedback, and eventually those same people who've been pissed off with you for that one thing will say, okay, we've noticed now that you've corrected your mistakes and admitted to doing the wrong. And in some cases, where if you don't agree with what you're being cancelled for, don't respond. So
People need to understand another thing is that creators are change makers. When you make a video, you are affecting change in the world. Every time you want to change something, there is resistance. If I try to change the location of this cup, there is resistance of the cup towards my change. If you try to change a country, there is resistance. That's why every politician in the world gets death threats, because they are the ones who are making the most
Is
change.
that something a creator should actively do? If he is anti, let me not say establishment, but anti-public opinion, he gets more traction?
You will get more, yes, you will get more traction if you are that.
So is that a hack? Like, you look at
In
what
general, extreme opinions will get more traction.
The hope is that your
opposite of-
extreme opinion is not bad.
Why is that? Like, because the negative feedback loop soothes our psyche in some weird manner. If everybody is saying a certain restaurant is good, and if you were to go online and say this restaurant is shit, crap, don't go there, bad,
Yeah, it gets
your
a lot
comment
of
will
views.
get more.
I feel like we also love drama.
A strong opinion about anything creates a market for the antithesis of that opinion by itself. Because everyone is online trying to build a brand. One of the easiest ways to build a brand is to be contrarian. So every single strong opinion automatically creates the opposite market.
So unfortunately, in social media, every year there's roughly like 6 to 7 opportunities to go guaranteed viral. Guaranteed.
Yeah.
Right? Any video you make about a topic, it will go viral. Unfortunately, a lot of people utilize that just to get attention. For example, Israel and Palestine. Right now, anybody make a pro-Palestine video, I guarantee you millions of views. A few years ago, there were wildfires in Australia. Anybody that made any video about that, oh, there was protests in Bangladesh. Anybody, farmers protest in India. These are all opportunities for content creators to get attention, even if they don't care about the topic. And this
just take a contrary.
This is not just the content creator. This is everyone, Nikhil.
But this
Every
is not the
single
contrary.
person.
They're saying like, if everybody's saying, okay, we need to protest with the farmers, for example, which I didn't understand what it was about, you will get the views. You will become famous in those 6 chances every year. And I've seen people who know nothing about Indian politics or local Indian affairs, just like
Rihanna.
Oh, that's the one. Now I remember. Rihanna was like, I'm with the Indian. I was like, what does Rihanna know about this?
Yeah. But it became cool to say that.
It became cool to say that.
Likes breed tribalism.
Right now, has it become cool to say pro-Palestinian stuff?
It's become cool.
Why is that?
Because there's 2 billion Muslims in the world. And now, the minute you promote or you support this topic, every Muslim will want to support you as well. So you see that tribalism happen, even if people don't know the intricacies of this very complicated conflict, which I'm part of, for 75 years. Things were this easy, man. It would have been solved.
I want to understand. Like, I heard every 5
We
minutes.
don't have enough hours in this podcast for this.
No, give us a brief history of you. You're an Arab Israeli.
So I'm Israeli Palestinian.
Explain. Where were you born? Start from the beginning. This I'm curious about, genuinely.
No,
What a fascinating story.
Yeah,
Like, interesting
Look, when people look at Israel, they think a country for Jewish people. What they don't understand is that 20% of that country is not Jewish. And what they don't understand is when Israel came to existence, there were other people living there, and some people left, some people got kicked out, some people died, and some people stayed inside. So my ancestors are the ones who stayed under Israel. So one day we woke up, we're like, okay, we're Israeli citizens.
Okay, so there were a certain number of Jews there. There were a certain number of Arabs.
Correct.
All of these were the West Bank, Gaza, Golan Heights, everything in between was one country. Did it have a border?
Was
it a sovereign nation? Was it one?
No, there was the British Empire. It was the
After the British left.
It was a British mandate, and then before that it was the Ottomans. So it's very complicated to like actually say, oh, there was one country here, but there were actual people living there.
The land that belonged to the Palestinians, in my naive, the little bit of information from the few books I've read, kind of information, the landmass that they had has been consistently going down with time.
For the average person who doesn't want to go to the details, there was 11 opportunities for peace, and they were squandered for different reasons. Sometimes it was Israel's fault, and many times it was Palestine's fault, right? But eventually, the leaders in these positions, I've come to realize it is more popular to wage a war than to wage peace. In the Middle East, more politicians died from making peace than from making war.
Explain.
I'm going to say that again. More politicians died from making peace than from making war. Sadat made peace with Israel, the Egyptian guy, Egyptian president, made peace with Israel, got assassinated. Rabin in Palestine made peace, wanted to make peace, got assassinated.
Why?
The algorithm wants war.
The algorithm wants war. I mean, eventually an extremist will come and be like, oh, this politician is going to end my struggle, which is my struggle for a whole country, and they're going to only settle for half. I'm going to kill them. While if a politician wages war, it's like, oh yeah, this politician is standing for what I want. So that's when I realized, oh my God, that's why North Korea is like, will always stay North Korea. If the president tries to do anything different, he's the first to be assassinated. So,
assassinated by?
By people in North Korea who want to keep the status quo.
Basically, the people who have gained affluence by proximity to that person, something like that.
Something like that. And eventually, in a nutshell, as much as we all want peace, peace is a very politically risky move. And that's why in the last week, no one is calling for peace because it's also risky for content creators. I made a video calling for peace a week ago and I got 100 death threats. Why did I get 100 death threats for calling for peace? Because this is the time to call for justice, for war, for getting back what we deserve and all that stuff.
The algorithm wants war, Nikhil. Like that to me encapsulates.
But the human algorithm.
Exactly.
The human algorithm wants justice.
The algorithm's very human.
Yeah.
The algorithm's basically
Fairness.
telling you what people want.
Yeah.
I love and respect and admire just Nusair being able to talk about this with this much gumption.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if I'd have the courage,
Yeah.
given where what he has been through and or what he might go through.
To bring it back to content creators, this is why we need content creators who are able to say what they really want to say, even if it costs them their life. Yes, you can create content and make money. You can create content and build a business. But the point of content creation is, as you said, social change. We must change the narrative on Muslims, on Jews, on Israel and Palestine, on India, Pakistan. I think that's why we're all here. But there's a different kind of content creator who wants to entertain, and that is also good too. So ask yourself, do you want to be a content creator to build a business, to entertain, or to educate?
How far do you think the first content creator assassination is?
Ooh. I think it probably already happened to a female content creator somewhere in the world. I think it did
But the
happen.
point he made is so relevant. I feel like with a corporation disseminating news, they're bound to be biased in one form or another. I think the role of a content creator in getting their actual story out is so incredibly important for the world, right?
Yeah, it's independent thought needs to be encouraged. But I also think that look, it's easy to say that everybody should be able to voice their opinion. But voicing your opinion is not necessarily the best thing for business. Which
Yes, not good for
most,
business.
let's be honest, most content creators are in the pursuit of being brand friendly enough that they can make a living. But I also say that you want to be king first before you become a philosopher, right?
Like Shah Rukh Khan.
Like Shah Rukh said this, right? So you want to feel secure financially before you're able to voice your thought very, very publicly. Or at least this is what I have maintained, that I think if I feel extremely secure financially, it actually, thing that you're buying by making money is freedom to express.
Yes.
If I am able to divide my revenue income from what I say publicly, that's the ideal world. This is why I agree with Nusair when he says that if you build distribution, you want to build businesses under it. So you have an infrastructure around you that can continue to exist without being dependent on what the comment section says about you.
Such a good point. And I want to give this advice to anybody that's starting content. Brands are not your friends. Brands are not your friends. Brands are the first to chicken out when you get canceled, when you get pushed back. Like I lost a couple of brand deals in the last month. I'm sure you lost brand deals in your life. We've all
You
lost
too?
brand deals.
In life, yeah, lots.
Because of something you said.
Prajakta, you too?
Not yet.
Have you ever been cancelled or pushed back?
Not
No.
Not
Yeah,
yet.
if you have to think that long, it's a no.
So maybe this is the time. Say something.
Oh my lord. But I was talking to Tanmay about this, and I agreed to what he said about the whole opinion bit of it. What I was telling him, I was like, I'm so nervous about this because a lot of times I'm so unaware. And there are so many things that I'm constantly kind of educating myself because it's a huge world when you put yourself out there. You know, like there's a lot of expectations of comments about so many things that, especially in a country like ours where it's such a mix of people with different likes and different kind of content that you watch and different issues that we're kind of living
It's
with.
like 15 countries in a comment section, right? Like it's like
so mixed. So for someone like me, I'm terrible at multitasking. If I am doing one thing, I'm literally not watching anything else. I'm not reading anything else. I'm not educating myself about anything else. If I'm like, for example, right now I'm writing a book and that's all I'm doing. I'm so unaware about so many things, which is why this is a very informative conversation for me because I now have context to a lot of things which I should have because I understand the responsibility that comes from being someone who speaks out and who has impact. So that is something that I'm constantly working on. So I feel like for someone like me, it is a tough space when it comes to having that opinion.
So if I was a brand, I would throw all my money at you.
As they have.
Because you are so safe. I can associate with you and you'll never be canceled for saying something stupid about Israel and Palestine. So that's why this is a good strategy, actually, to build a good business. Unfortunately, we have a big mouth. And so I've realized that now that I lost $1 million from making that video from a brand deal, community is the one thing that will stick with you no matter what you say.
Yeah.
So now I'm building only community-based businesses. That's, I think, is
give
the
me an
future.
example of what you mean by community.
Community-based business is basically, I want to make my money not from a brand that gives me $100,000 to make a video, whatever. I want to make my money from selling a product to the people that follow me everywhere around the world. For example, it's Nas Travels. So we're creating this group trips product where we take you on a trip to Ecuador to see Ecuador for a week together. So even if I get canceled by a brand, a person buying my product in Colombia does not care.
Actually makes sense.
Yeah.
Are you doing that too?
Yeah, I'm working on building businesses that can leverage the distribution that I have. And I think this is a good strategy for every creator. Especially if, I mean, a lot of creators who aren't in the entertainment section usually already have this built in. Like, you know, Sharan, for example, has already thought of it. A lot of folks who are into education have edtech to fall on. But it's usually folks in the entertainment section that kind of have to think about, well, what is the business that I'm going to build?
Yes.
Because my whole business is I'm going to play an ad in the middle of entertaining you. So one of my natural instincts was I love writing content and I've written comedy my whole life. So writing advertising, marketing, that sort of stuff came naturally to me. I moved to Bangalore. I realized that, oh, there's a big section here that could do with some of my advice. And so I started, you know, advising startups and that sort of thing. But this is super useful advice. And I think Nusair is the king of this. Nusair has done such a good job. Like, no one understands video like him. So now he produces video and it's a playbook that he taught his company. And now this company can scale for him. So tomorrow if a brand doesn't work, Nusair is still okay. And I think I truly believe that everyone should be making content because it teaches you sales across the board. And really, what do you need to be successful? You
Is
don't know
that making content at the end of the day? Learning how to make sales?
Yes.
Marketing?
If I were hiring for marketing, if there was a kid who could take an Instagram page from 0 to 10,000, that kid is killer. Right? Most CMOs don't know how to do this. Most CMOs would not know where to spend money to make this happen. In fact, people who are in marketing jobs at brands, what they're truly doing is exercising the judgment on what's good or not. They're spending dollar on making a decision. How do you know what's good or not if you haven't done it 20 times over and seen what's good or not? So I truly think most people who make content today, if you have this experience for 10 years, there is a very good marketing job at the end of it.
Do you think that's another pathway? Like
100%.
We thought of build influence, distribution, start a business, fashion, restaurant, SaaS, software, whatever, sell. Another part could be build distribution, get hired?
Yes.
Build distribution, get hired. In fact, I think, like Nusair mentioned earlier, there's going to be a whole batch of creators who after 5 years of traction realize that this might not happen. Marketing is a super interesting and useful career that they can get into almost immediately because they know more than most marketers.
Very interesting. Before we get into the influencer parts, broadly.
Oh, we haven't gotten into it.
We're going to start with the big. No.
There's a reason why this goes on for 5 hours.
This goes on for 5 hours.
Content creator economy. How big is it?
In 2021, I remember this number. There was this whole article about how the creator economy has added 10,000 crores to the Indian GDP. It's contributed 10,000 crores to the Indian GDP. You would be a better person to break that down. What I understand is it's created that kind of employment, that kind of influencer marketing spends, etc. We've been in the space for I've been in the space for 8 years. Tanmay's been in it longer. We've constantly seen an increase in influencer marketing rates as long as you stick to the game. That's where I anticipate it's going.
But the space itself, you started at the very beginning of it.
He started at the very
like 10 years, right? This whole space is 10 years. It's a 10-year industry. And I think there's an article last week that said it is a $250 billion economy. Now, what people need to understand is that all these numbers are meaningless. Nobody cares. What they should have conviction of is that we are 1% of the way there in the creator economy. This is as new as AI.
So So let's assume the size is 100 billion. That's what the global size people say. We'll assume India is lesser because the rate per clicks, how much money you can make out of views in
Low
India
ARPU.
is significantly lower, right?
Yes.
Would you say 1/5, 1/10 of
1/10.
US?
It's 1/10. Exactly 1/10.
I mean, my YouTube ad revenue CPMs would say even worse.
No, because I have international audience and I can segment based on country. So if I get $1,000 from American audience, I get $100 from Indian audience.
Can you break down the 10,000 crore thing? What does it mean?
I would say, see, I know a little bit about the influencer marketing world. I have a company called Cofluence I've invested in. I think the amount of money brands are spending on purely social media influencers, because you can extrapolate and everybody's an influencer, right? If your profession is social media influencer, like you, for example, I would assume that number is between 1,500 to 1,000 crores a year and growing by 30-40%.
2,000 crores. So effectively, you're saying that 2,000 crores is the advertising pool for influencers.
Yeah. That's how much money. I'm a
That's small,
t-shirt
no?
maker. I give Tanmay that much. I give Tanmay 50 lakhs to promote my t-shirt. I'm talking about things like that purely. I'm not talking
That's
about
10% of the economy.
Yeah,
That's
10%.
There's another 90%, which is community commerce. Creators making money from their followers.
That's even smaller.
Without needing a well, I think it's gonna get much bigger than brands.
But today I don't think it's very big.
But there's
India.
But in India, maybe. But there's actually because in India, maybe the audience does not buy, so you rely a lot on brands. And maybe that's a culture here in India. But in America, you're making much more money from your community than you're making from a brand.
Everything that happens in America always takes 5 years to get to India. This has been the one out and out
Yes.
golden lesson I've learned in my content creation career.
Not true necessarily in this case. Give me a second. Okay, give me 30 seconds.
Continue your thoughts.
It happens in every industry to a large degree, but in media, I've noticed that this happens very, very heavily.
No. This is, you're talking cultural trends wise, but the simple fact is, India is a DAU farm of the world. And when you're a low ARPU country, let me just explain that, what I mean by low
What
ARPU.
does DAU farm is?
Yeah, DAU means daily active user farm of the world. What this means is that Netflix will launch in India, but Netflix makes the most amount of money per subscriber around the world. But for their investors, they're like, we have 20 million customers, 30 million customers from India. So that looks impressive on a global earnings call, right? This is why I think we're far away from a US market, and it's not just 5 years away, because the degree to which you can monetize your audience is directly related to how affluent your audience is. And India, unfortunately, is a low ARPU country. We are a developing
What is
economy. ARPU is revenue per user. So how much money can you extract from per user? This is true across platforms, true across creators.
Yeah.
Facebook Facebook ARPU in India is way lower, just like Snapchat, just like Netflix, all of that. So no, India is not just 5 years away. It's when the whole economy prospers enough.
No. That is the pessimistic view. The optimistic view, let's all be optimistic. If people here want to become creators, is that in India, people maybe are not used to buying something on the internet that is digital, but they are used to spending a lot of money on
online,
physical experiences. For example, Nas Summit tomorrow, 1,000 tickets sold, $77 per ticket, which I just made $77,000 from India audience, purely India audience, right? So there is...
Yeah, it depends on what they would spend at. Like,
yes, what's the product?
Yeah, India spends very highly on
physical experience.
Hopium products, I would say. We spend very highly on education.
Yes. What is hopium?
Products that give you hope for a
Better
state that you wanna be in.
Yeah.
So we do. I mean, finfluencers make so much money, right? Financial products will make a lot of money in India. Products that either save you money, or make you more money will make a lot of money. Products that save you time don't necessarily make that much money.
Yes.
Which is why tech courses will do really well in India. Products that give you higher status, because higher status leads to higher mating success, those make a lot more money.
Give me an example.
Cred?
Cred, for example. Okay, higher status is, we spend a lot of money on fancy weddings, wedding wear, right? That's a higher status thing. We are less likely to use, like, we want discounts on our Uber rides because we don't care so much about saving 20 minutes.
So India has a lot of money. It's just people think a product that does well in America will do well in India, but actually it needs to be Indianified. Almost a different product needs to be sold here.
Yeah. I mean, it's always been the compass I've followed in terms of deciding where I want to take my content, as well as the next business moves. Because as content creators, we don't have reference points in India. Like the reference point I'm using as a content creator in India, it used to be like at the start of my career. Now it's a little bit of Baba Ramdev, because he's the original influencer of this country.
Interesting.
He influenced Baba to give mass content. Have you heard of Baba Ramdev?
Yeah, of course.
You've heard of his brand Patanjali?
I'm like 20% Indian at this point. Like I know a lot of the references. Okay.
Naseshwar.
That I don't understand.
Yeah. But I mean, Patanjali was merch. It was a merch launch. Yeah.
You earn trust over a very long period of time.
Have you tried selling merch?
For me, my merch is digital. It's my meditation app called Level Supermind.
Digital, right? So not physical. By the way, actually, Prajakta, when we met in Davos, you were wearing a sweater. And the sweater was so interesting that she put in a picture, got so many likes that the sweater ended up selling out at this shop.
I should have worn my merch.
should have- So there is money in merch in India, is there?
Yeah.
Not in merch necessarily.
But not many people who have started influencer-led brands have done well.
Yeah.
I would say the failure rate is 80-90%.
Yeah. Okay, I'll tell you what I learned off of this meditation app. This is going to be a slightly long answer, okay? Basically, we got a huge boost when the app launched, and then it started trailing off a little bit. Long story short, I figured that now there's too much distribution built out. This is in 2021. We're doing content is going well, we're getting growth, but it's time to create a product at this point. I always wanted to do something in the health space. Eventually, we created an app with both physical fitness as well as what I term as mental fitness, which is a bunch of guided meditations, guided sleep stories, etc. Always wanted to bootstrap it. When we launched, we got a massive response thanks to Beer Biceps distribution. And it gradually started declining a little bit over time, even if we spoke about it in every episode. What I decided to do at that stage was we went from 2 episodes a week to 4 episodes a week. Now, for some reason, this hacked the YouTube algorithm, and my stuff started getting shown not just to
people who subscribe to you.
Yeah, but way more. I don't know what happened.
Is that still as relevant? How many times you post exponentially takes up your audience?
It depends on the content. I think I also caught the podcast trend in the country. So instead of my subscriber rate, my monthly subscriber rate should have just doubled, but I think it went something like 4 times.
Yeah, it went vertically. I just want to double click on this a little bit, right? So some formats lend itself to higher top of funnel, right? For example, Dhruv Rathi, right? Dhruv effectively is a modern day news channel, right? So news dominate, whatever is dominating the news. If
Do you
Dhruv
think
makes
he's
a video,
doing so much? He's doing so well because he's taking, like we discussed earlier, anti-narrative.
I don't think it's the case with Dhruv.
Yeah, I don't think
it's the case with other people, but now with Dhruv.
Dhruv is not extreme as much as just an explainer of what he thinks is going on.
Dhruv is more like a vox.
Yeah, so it's similarly in Ranveer's case, Ranveer's guests bring in newer audiences each time, and Ranveer is able to retain some of them who end up subscribing. They're like, I want to see more of Ranveer on my timeline because he interviews a lot of popular guests.
So if I were new, if I were a 20-year-old boy starting something out to build distribution, how often should I post? What duration works today? What is the path of least resistance to get distribution?
So I think a lot of people in this table make long videos, including you. And I don't know who the hell is still watching this video. You must have a lot of time on your life. Okay? But the only and the best way to get distribution today is to make YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, Facebook Reels that are 59 seconds exactly, which is the 1 minute guy. And I think short content gets you reach. And after you get the reach, you should go deep by creating the podcast. But you shouldn't start by creating a podcast because you've had fame from other places. That's why your podcast works. But if there's nobody now starting a podcast, unfortunately, that's going to kill their dreams.
Also, social media changes extremely.
Do you guys agree with what he said?
Social media changes literally every 6 months. But for the last year or so, a good beginning has been exactly what Nas said.
So you make short videos, 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute to begin with?
It's easier to get more top of funnel through short video. I agree. But the holy grail is long form.
Yes.
That's the holy grail. I want to ask Prajakta actually. Prajakta has done both. Like she's prolific at short video now, but you began with YouTube. Like what do you think? Like because you've done both and you now do a lot of the short video stuff.
I was actually forced to go to short video when the lockdown started because that is what everybody was doing. And that was, I think, the only time as a creator where I felt like I didn't have an option because it had reached a point where I felt like nobody's watching it. Nobody has the patience for it. Nobody wants to spend any more time. So that's how it started, and I did not expect to like it. I was very resistant to short form content. I was very adamant, almost stubborn with saying, you know what, I don't care if the whole world's going to make short form content. I'm going to stick to.
Wow.
I remember talking to Neil when they kind of took funding off YouTube Originals. I was so upset.
Yeah.
But I was like, I was coming to you with pitches. I had things I've been working on. I wanted to pitch Originals to you, and you've taken funding off because you're pushing shorts. And that broke my heart. But I started having fun with it because then you kind of see it's nice to go from a point of understanding that if I'm making a 20-minute video and my analytics tell me that I lost a huge chunk of my audience at 7 seconds, and then going and watching like a 20-second video and seeing that, oh my god, there's that many replays and shares happening. So it's affirmative, but like he said, the holy grail
is long.
Also, with long form, you're truly building community because you're developing trust because they're getting to know your heart and not just your vision.
Yes, but let me disagree here a little bit. This is like trying to swim against the tide.
Yeah.
You must ask yourself, where is the tide going? If you swim against the tide, you can do this and you swim in the same location, okay? Always go with the winds. So what is the winds? It's basically, what does the C-level leaders at social media platforms say? You should read the earnings report. You should read the quarterly calls of Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. And from listening to the CEOs of the social medias, you can guess where the tides are going to go because these guys control the tides.
And where
They're
are,
tide
they
makers.
where are they going according to
So 7 years ago, I was following Mark Zuckerberg's reports, right? I was following the quarterly earnings. Mark Zuckerberg 7 years ago said, pictures are great, but I see a future where in the future where 90% of Facebook is going to be video. Bam, let's go. Video, let's go, right? So no pictures, not a single picture of Nas Daily, right? What I'm trying to say is the tide makers and the fortune makers are actually humans living in Silicon Valley and in China. Listen to what they say and then do exactly what they say.
And what are they saying today?
So right now, the TikTok guy is saying shopping on TikTok is going to be big and live on TikTok is going to be big. So I would probably try that. The people at YouTube are saying, no more originals. YouTube Shorts is going to be the future. So I would index on that. Facebook or Instagram is saying, what are they saying? Do they even say anything these days? Instagram is like
Metaverse. They're saying metaverse.
Oh, they say metaverse, right? So I would keep my eyes open. Like if I was starting a 7-year career now, I would probably want to start as like AI creator or a metaverse creator because in 6 years, you are going to be at the right place at the right time.
Is that a lot more expensive to create content on the metaverse?
Right now, I mean,
No, it's just a camera.
It's not expensive. It's just I think 99% of the people haven't even bought Quest 3
Can't
yet.
watch
Just
it.
they haven't tested it out.
There's like
Time is
2
very
million
valuable.
people in the world that can watch.
So what we're saying in summary is make shorts, build distribution, then do long form.
I want to add something experiential here based on my experience selling this meditation app. Okay, we get about 3 to 4 million views on any short form video that I create, which is usually emotional. It caters to the mental health oriented audience to whom my app is also catered to. I'm trying to hit the mark. I reach that audience for sure because those reels get insane engagement. Okay, I do podcasts like that as well. We always get more sales from the podcasts.
Wow.
Like almost, we get almost no sales from Instagram.
Yeah, I want to just double click on this, Nikhil, because it's not as black and white as what Nusayr is saying. While I fundamentally agree with him, think about how you're consuming short form content, right? You are actually scrolling and something comes across, and you see it, and that counts as a view to that. So when Ranveer gets 4 million views on a short, probably 1 million of them may be people who actively subscribe to Ranveer, whereas the rest of them are just going to watch him for 30 seconds and move on. Which is why affinity to a creator when they watch you for 9 minutes straight or 10 minutes straight is a lot higher, which is why movement or click-through ratio on links that you provide will be a lot higher on long form. So short video is a great way to get traction,
Covered.
And I would bet on, like Dhoni said this recently, right? And Nusayr said this a bit before, saying that you don't want to kill your dreams by attempting something so audacious by swimming against the tide. What you really want is to start feeling confident as a creator early on in your career, which is why short form video is effective for you to start. That is why.
Yes, correct. There's different phases in your life. One is you're a nobody. Everybody starts at a nobody. We were all nobodies 10 years ago, correct? So when you're a nobody, your number one goal is to be discovered. You get discovered through shorts. Then your number one goal is to build a community, so you make longs. Then your number one goal is to build a business, so you build a community, build a big business.
The number one goal is to start feeling confident that you can be a creator. Like Dhoni said, that you want to bet on a guy who's confident about himself than necessarily someone who's more talented. Because you can be very talented but be underconfident, but you're not going to be effective. So as a creator, I would push for try and get that one video to pop so you feel like you can do this, because nothing is as...
The harsh truth is that this industry, especially when it comes to money, is heavily dependent on the views you're generating. Be it long form or short form, just figure out how to get the views first and foremost. Then you can like go through the nooks and crannies of it.
I also feel like when you start off, it takes take some time as a newer creator to grasp the idea that it's a very long game.
Yeah.
It's not something that's going to start, give you overnight virality, and then your life's set and you're going to have businesses and a community and stuff like that. So I feel like if you're starting off, what they're saying is important is because for you personally, it's extremely important for you to feel like you have it in you to keep going, to reach a point where you will be able to make a community.
People kind of talk about the downsides of content creation. They don't know the true picture of it. And in its core, it's a chef's job. You're serving food constantly. And people forget you after like a month of you releasing a
Okay,
great
so
video.
just to summarize, we first learned that every 7 years, typically a creator life changes and you have to use that time to monetize, build something which is outside of creation. We spoke about short form is a good way to build traction initially before
Yes.
moving on to long form.
Yeah.
Listen to what the CEO of TikTok, Facebook, Twitter are saying.
100%.
Hear their earning calls and try to figure out where they might be going to next. Now, what are the low-hanging fruits? Like he also said, Nas said at some point that these 6 opportunities in a year, where by taking the contrarian opinion, you could have a hack to building distribution. I'm not suggesting anyone should do it, but that's one hack. Now, I'm starting today. My name is Nikhil. I'm 20 years old. I want to build a business selling t-shirts in 2 years. I don't want to go the traditional route of performance marketing because that skews up my numbers and I'll never make money that way. I need to build distribution to sell merch. What kind of content do I start creating today? Low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, I want to go first here. I think at the heart of either long form or short form is viewer retention. At the heart of it. Even if it's short form, the videos that perform the best are ones which has highest viewer retention, right? Average view duration on that short has to be high. And if you notice, every major trend on Instagram, every major filter, every trend that comes around is basically hinging on what happens, what's the reveal at the end, right? Be it the thing on the top of your head saying what movie star are you? It goes around for a bit, and at the end of it, you'll get the answer. Why is it like that? Because it's trying to get you to watch towards the end. So even with short form, like stuff like three things to keep an eye on when you're making your wardrobe. Number 3, number 2, number 1. A small hack, for example, you people want to stick to number 1, and that's how you get people to watch till the end. Number 1 will blow your mind. That's how people begin videos.
Yeah.
At the heart of it, get people to watch till the end. That's going to get more traction.
So that's the format, right? The question you need to ask yourself is, when it comes to the content, what do I have access to that nobody else in the world has access to? That's the question. What do I know better than anybody around my friends?
Yes.
What is my unique access, right? So
what is that answer for you?
So for me, right, I was like, okay, I'm a software engineer, but a lot of my friends have access to like engineering. Actually, what I have access to is the world. I have access to Kenya. I have access to Ethiopia because I have money to travel. I have a good passport. I have access to the world, while a lot of people in India or a lot of people in Pakistan, a lot of people in my hometown country don't have access to the world. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go show you Ethiopia. And so my unique value to you is it's not my beauty, it's not my looks, it's I'm going to show you the world. I'm going to make you travel with me for free while you're pooping in the bathroom and I'm showing you Ethiopia for 1 minute. So that's access. So the question is, what is access? You have access that nobody has access to.
What makes you unique?
What makes you unique is a comedic sense.
Comedic sense. So
You know how to make people laugh.
So I take that to any genre that I go to naturally.
Exactly.
Another thing I just want to add to what Muzair said, while what you have, Andrew Huberman is a great example. He has access to neurological data from Harvard.
Health data.
Yeah, so he's able to talk about that. You're special in that one thing that everybody cares about. The second aspect is, do people care about?
You'd be surprised that everybody in the world cares about what you have access to.
Yeah.
Even t-shirt manufacturing, you could get millions of views if you make a good piece of content on how a t-shirt is made.
You can. But as a long-term plan, it's what you have access to and what the world cares about. That's your
marriage of the two, exactly.
That's the marriage.
Exactly.
And the second thing I want to add there is, like, this is great. What Nusar said is true, but how you make your shit and how scalable it is determines how tired you get over a 10-year timeline, right? So in my case, I'm lucky that I'm able to make humor out of anything. So I'm able to jump genres and I'm able to scale a lot more easily. Where it's harder to scale when you're traveling 300
That's
days
why
of
I
the year.
stopped after 7 years.
Yeah.
Because you can't travel to Ethiopia anymore. I'm tired. You know.
And I can't keep watching Ethiopia while I'm pooping.
Rajita, what do you have access to?
I think for me, and it took me some time to realize that because, like when I started making content, I didn't make it with any sort of plan. It wasn't conscious. I didn't know what I was doing. It took me a very long time to figure out what my place as a creator was. I was very, very inspired by what Lily was doing at that time. So that was, again, a route that was set for a female content creator starting off in comedy. Doing what AIB was doing was a route that was set. I understood that, I can make like songs and I can make sketches and stuff like that. So a lot of it, and is why I said in the beginning, is it was so important for our creator journey to have a player like AIB ahead of us, was because a lot of it was really just adapting as I kept going, because I was just winging it for a very, very long time. I was making shit up as I was going. If you ask me where do I see myself, like if you asked me 5 years ago where I saw myself, I had no clue. I didn't also expect the economy to be what it is.
And
like that.
today, what do you have access to?
I think right now I've come to realize that what I have access to is that I can tell really mundane stories and make it interesting.
How?
Through sketches, through the storytelling that I'm doing right now, through even if it's a story of me working out, it's mundane.
Would you put sketches in the depiction category? If you're able to depict something in an artistic manner, that's a USP for a
I think storytelling for me. Yeah.
Commentary on society.
And what makes you work? Because that's not really access in a manner, right? Why is
But she has access of just talent to perform in multiple ways. She can act, she can dance.
I write.
Yeah,
I
she
quite
can write.
And for the person watching this, you can tell if you have the access to that or not based on how entertained you keep your 5 friends. And I'm assuming before this.
But I only have 5, so you got that right.
But I'm assuming before you started content, you were like the life of your 5 friends, right?
Yeah.
So that is your first signal that there's something there. Like when I started Facebook as a normal person, my Facebook status update was getting 60 likes, and my roommate's Facebook status update was getting 6 likes. I was like, okay, if I am 10 times better than my roommate at telling a story, there's something there. So if somebody's watching this and they're the life of the party of their friends, you can have 10 million followers.
Yeah. And I also feel like it gets very confusing when you start off, because it's a very singular journey. When you start off, you are kind of figuring everything out for yourself in a way that also 8 years ago, nobody knew where this was going, unless Amsha Tanmay knew.
With that short video, I had
Not video, but like I just in my head, I just feel like you just knew more than I knew back when I started, and because you were doing that already. But I just feel like it is such a, it can get very क्या बोलते हैं उसको?
Pendulum.
नहीं, जब अकेले हो जाते हो एकदम से कि you are isolating. It can get very, very isolating for you. So even if you don't exactly know how to pinpoint what you have access to, I still feel like it's still not a bad point to start.
Yeah.
I universally agree with the thought that everyone must try creating online.
Yeah. And that gets me to my
100%.
next point, which is we used to live in a world before. This is, I think Gary Vee said this before, where it's like you're either a doctor or a lawyer. Choose. 20 years ago, choose. You're a teacher, a doctor, or a lawyer. I said either.
Yeah.
Today, we live in the and economy, right? This is my idea, to be clear. The and. You today, you can be a doctor and a teacher. You can be a lawyer and a creator. And actually, creator is the most canned job in the world. You can literally be teacher, waiter.
Seen this play out
And
in
it
so
adds
many
a
people.
lot of value to your 100%. So now we're saying not just entrepreneurs, but even
everyone,
professionals. It's a way for doctors, engineers, everybody to find clients.
Right from the guys scooping out ice cream at Baskin Robbins.
Totally.
To
I feel like that's already happening,
or
no?
future president, yeah.
I feel
What is your unique access today?
I mean, Ranveer started off with health, right? Like he had access
We
to
also access
knowledge
to like
about health.
interesting humans.
I've had like 7 reinventions over an 8-year career. So I don't have an exact answer, but according to me, one is the size of my country's population. That's one unique thing I have.
What? How do you have access to that?
I can talk in Hindi, you can't.
Well, wait
we're
until
going very macro. Fair point.
Wait until you'll see my Hindi.
No, I'll tell you what. I don't
ये
know.
इथियोपिया है और हम वहाँ आज इस mountain पे खड़े हैं.
There's a very different pulse in India, like of the Indian audiences. So
Okay, what else
content
you
for
have
them is
access to?
very different as compared to content for English audience. And I owe it to this human here who suggested that I begin Hindi content in the first place. That's one. The second is I think as a content creator, you have to see your own human side also. What are you good at as a human being? I'm an energetic person, so I think stamina, and that's just helped because I truly believe in content. It's about quantity over quality after a point. So you figure out how to up your quality. and then-
Whoa, really?
Yeah.
After a point, quantity over quality?
Yeah, for me.
Interesting.
So always, okay, that's a
believe that.
great tip. So whenever you begin, even if you're doing one every 6 months, quality hits.
No, no. When you begin,
What do you
it's only
want?
quantity game.
He's saying quality first, then quantity.
You say quality first?
I had to learn something. At least, see, I'm talking based on my own trajectory. I learned how to create videos.
Well, you gotta have some quality.
No, zero quality. You should have zero quality at the beginning. Have you seen day one Nas Daily? It's horrible. It's cringe.
I think that's how all of us feel about all our content, but just the ability to frame.
Nikhil, to double click on that, the more quantity you output, the better your quality gets if you're really paying attention.
Yeah,
So
and,
quantity helps.
The third strong thing that's worked for me, honestly, it's a bit of a cliched answer, but engineering college. Because it just taught me how to think of the world as machines. It taught me how to reverse engineer things, and now I can learn anything faster than normal.
Yeah, but really now, the reason I follow you is because you have access to India's most interesting humans, and
That's
which
now, yeah.
the normal
That's
person
now.
cannot get
That's
access
access for you today.
to. That's
access for you today.
But actually, people should ask themselves, whoever is watching this, ask yourself, what kind of weapon are you? Are you a machine gun or are you a sniper? How'd you know?
Wow.
I say the same thing.
We are brothers from another mother.
We've done too many panels, brother.
A machine gun is somebody that say, if I want to kill the enemy, we should get a viral video. I shoot 500 bullets and hope something sticks and hits the enemy.
Okay, another digression here.
Wait, this is an important idea. A sniper. The sniper has one bullet and gets a headshot. So a sniper in this case is somebody who goes and makes a Netflix documentary, waits 3 years, puts it on Netflix, becomes big. Jewish matchmaking or Indian matchmaking. That's sniper creator.
Is that a thing? Jewish matchmaking?
Yeah, that's a real thing. That's a sniper creator. Whoever made that, that's a sniper. One episode, I'm famous around the world. A machine gun is 1,000 videos in 1,000 days, 1,000 skits, 1,000 podcasts. We're all machine guns.
AIB was sniper. Once a month, twice a month, boom.
You're a
It hits.
sniper.
You're
We're
a
all
sniper.
machine guns.
You come once a week. I'm a machine gun now, which is I'm outputting 9-10 videos a month.
Okay, so one digression I wanted to ask you guys. Psychology states that kids born after the year 94 are very different from us. So they don't get driving licenses as much. People who are above the age of 18 and are applicable to get a license are not applying as much. They don't buy homes as
Uber.
much. They don't go
They're
on
not
dates.
buying homes as much?
No. They don't go on dates as often. And they spend a lot of time on their devices. So if the new content creators of today, because the younger generation initially adopts content that becomes cool, if somebody is starting in the content world today, what does he build to cater to this generation? This is a very coddled generation, right? They're more about rights, less about contribution. These are people born in a post 9/11 world where they grew up not knowing what was going on. They know about rights.
Post-truth world now.
Yeah,
also.
they've had anti-bullying in school. They've not been allowed to go out and play. Like, you remember when we were kids, like your parents would tell you come home by 9 p.m. Right?
Correct.
Like right now, that
It's
doesn't
the
happen
reverse.
anymore. Right now, the kids are totally tracked. They have to tell their parents what they're doing at every point of time. So this will change the consumers of the content that is getting created today, and the people who build from now on have to bear this generation.
I mean, short video is a direct result of this. It's lower attention spans, right?
Is that all?
I'd break that down a little further. The one human need that stays constant is storytelling. The second human need that stays constant that's not spoken about is feeling something extremely emotional, something that piques your emotion a lot. And emotion could also be just laughing really hard on Tanmay's reaction videos. Something that piques your emotion heavily. Also, this generation, like the younger people that I have come across, the ones that work with me, I've seen generally have more problems dealing with loneliness than people our age did. It says that there is some kind of vacuum there, which I've seen gets filled with emotional content and really raw content, which is also why I think podcasts are taking off in the country. People want realism. There's a fantastic podcast called Untriggered. It's something like this, but more like chill. Like,
Gen Z.
Yeah, more Gen Z. Blowing up. Just consistently catering to the lonely urban Indian. Because when people listen to it, they feel like, hey, I'm hanging out with my friends.
But if these kids have a lot more time on their devices, I'm saying they're not going out and playing because they're on their devices so much more. Strangely enough, another data point here is their necessity or how they perceive work is 20% lesser than our generation. Like when we were at their age, we were thinking work.
They prioritize healing a lot more.
And they are a lot more...
Healing from what?
From
you haven't been injured yet by life to be healed.
No, but the strange thing is when you tell someone, when you teach a kid that if Tanmay says something about me, I can let it offend me so much, even though he's expressing his point of view, that I can have mental trauma because of it, and then I can be depressed or one of 100 different things.
Why me as an example?
So I actually kind of have a different opinion.
Yeah.
I actually don't think today's young kids are like this, like hurt and emotion and all that stuff. I don't think they're actually, I feel like they're much stronger.
Do you think they get offended a lot?
No, I just think offended people have a bigger voice. I don't think the number of offended people are
I would
actually...
agree with that. I feel like the ecosystem has changed in such a manner that people take offense not just to what is said to them, people take offense to what is happening around them. And it affects them in a significantly deeper manner than it did my generation.
And people hold on to pain a lot longer.
Because they've been taught and conditioned to believe, this generation that I'm talking about, that A, it is right to get offended, B, it is good to, demand for your rights, but nobody has ever asked them that what is your contribution to anything for which you're demanding the rights that you expect you should have.
So I'm looking at the glass, I think, half full.
And I'm looking
and
at
you're
it
looking at
half
like right here.
Yeah.
I think that behavior actually does affect change. You think naturally we're just gonna have a nice country? No, it comes from a lot of hard disagreements and fights.
But what are you disagreeing about? You're disagreeing about things like, I don't like this city, I don't like this, I don't like
Right,
that.
when
based on my expectations.
when enough people come out and say, I don't like the traffic in Bangalore, what's gonna happen? That's gonna create some pressure on the city council to fix traffic.
The question I'm also saying, you have a point there, but the point I'm trying to make is this person who is complaining about the traffic in Bangalore has become the kind of person that you put him in any ecosystem will spend a lot of time complaining.
Because the path to likes has the least resistance today than it did earlier. Earlier, the path to getting likes was through literally getting a fancier job, was to literally you would want likes in the domains that were accessible to you. Now, just that in today's world, you're able to get quicker dopamine hits by saying X, Y, and Z things. As someone once said, saying you get likes if you're pretty, witty, or outragey. These are the three quickest paths to like. So I don't blame the generation for being that way, because that's the
companionship, put it like that. But I remember a time where it was cool to talk about depression and I ship in causes. I remember a time, and I hate to put it like that, but I remember a time where it was cool to talk about depression.
Now is that time?
When it started, it was cool to talk about bullying. There came a time where one person would speak up about it, and then everybody would speak up about it, and it became, the term started getting used so loosely.
Yeah.
That we
Therapy
reached a
speak
point,
became common.
the sensitivity from it kind of went away. So I feel like at this point, a lot of our young audiences are also looking for these groups and these communities.
Prajakta, that is my point. I'm not saying this trend is a good thing or a bad thing. I'm saying, as a content creator beginning today, what is a hack to hit this mark? And get them to follow you.
We have to make a distinction between complaining about something and feeling like a victim about something. Feeling like a victim.
is such a sweetheart. He always, he's always next to me. Loves me a lot. And he's a very clingy cat. Cuto? And I have to give him his time, or else he will just take the pen, he will jump on the keyboard, make tantrums, make noises, make me go crazy. Sweeto, sweeto. That, see in that frame. No, okay, fine. Sorry. You heard his voice? It's a cute voice. Yes, very sweet voice. Cuto. His name. Guess इसका नाम क्या है? What do you think? इसका नाम क्या हो सकता है होना चाहिए? Yeah, he wants to leave. Okay, he's gone. He is gone now. Okay, let's. Very small. Okay, no, not that small. Man, I think I have streamed for like the whole fucking day. It feels like I'm spending the whole fucking time on the streams. Okay, yeah, give me a minute. I'm having a call. I'm back. I was on the call with my friend, and now I'm back. And Mason, Annie Limilisa Matson, Ammunition. भाई YouTube करने में स्ट्रगल तो है थोड़ा. लोग देखते नहीं हैं, लोग देखते सब्सक्राइब नहीं करते, सब्सक्राइब करते हैं लाइक नहीं करते, लाइक करते शेयर नहीं करते, शेयर करते लाइक नहीं करते, कुछ ना कुछ तो नहीं करते हैं. There's always something which is not right, but we have to keep it up, keep doing what is important. अरे सन्नू ऐसा कुछ डाला उसका. आई थिंक ये मेन फाइनल डायलॉग आने के बाद में ही मुझे इसका टाइमिंग लगाना चाहिए, बिकॉज दिस इज नॉट वर्किंग. Here I can flip ahead. Can you guys hear me or not? If you are able to hear me, send me a sign. Oops, I did a blunder. Here I want these guys to be in a very blurry motion so that shook I get this feeling of animation in which he's just
victim, I agree with you. No one should feel like a victim. I'm a victim, help me, help me. For example, traffic in Bangalore, okay? You can either say, because of the traffic in Bangalore, my mental health is killing me and then I cannot show up to work. That's a victim mentality, right? But you could also be a change maker mentality and say, I don't like the traffic in Bangalore because of this and this and this and this.
I agree with you. I'm talking about the victims.
So maybe we should
and
be
that's
victims.
That's
Yes.
happening a lot. Now I'm
That's
wondering.
because Nikhil, there's likes in victimhood. There's
Now
likes
I'm
in
wondering.
there's likes in victimhood.
No, but the real question here at the bottom of this is what content do you build to hit this market? Because we know this market is there.
But we shouldn't
And this
make
is-
content to hit this market.
No, but get them to resonate with you.
But people are. People are.
Like
Outraging and being victim gets likes.
I'll give you a very 2023 answer. And this answer would have been different last year and the year before that. Right now, the key to growth is Instagram Reels. What's working on Instagram Reels is emotional content. What's working within emotional content is well-made content. So the bottom line here is that the skill that should be focused on now is how you can become a better video content creator. How can it be better looking? How can you tell a story in a short amount of time? And at the end of your reel, do you leave someone feeling like they want more from you or from this
But
story?
if you want to grow a base on LinkedIn or Twitter, you don't need to necessarily make video. But if you're outraging,
No, but
you're probably
do you
gonna
think
get
that's the way to resonate with this marketplace?
if I'm on social media, I'm seeing the best of other people's lives. Would I not automatically feel like I deserve that too?
Yes, you would.
Of course you would. Of
Very
course you
natural.
would. Let me give you an interesting anecdote, okay? And I'm pretty sure it will check out statistically. The attrition.
sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure of this. Like if someone does this. The attrition rate amongst talent management companies is at its highest it's ever been. All right? Why is that?
Can you explain what attrition rate is?
I'll explain. Attrition rate is when people leave a company, which is the employees churn. Now you ask Viraj, you ask from Collective, why is that? Because 20 years ago, if I was managing talent, for example, if I was managing AR Rahman, right? Would there be that much envy for AR Rahman as a manager? I'd look at AR Rahman make 3 crore rupees per show. I would not have that much envy. But today, if I'm managing a creator who makes short video or makes sketches on Instagram, and this person is taking 10 lakhs per reel, how high do you think that envy is? It's insanely high, right? That is why attrition rate is going higher and higher, because more managers are managing talent who are doing things that seem a lot more accessible and doable.
How do you utilize that? If you're a content creator and you know the generation you're creating for is a bit more entitled, is a bit more victimized,
Is a bit more they are alluded by flashy life. We already do this. Why does flexing on the internet get more likes?
Yeah. Sales 101. You solve for their problems, which is this.
I'll define who I want to solve the problem for. I am a 20-year-old girl in Bangalore who is going to college, not really interested in education that much, but going because my parents have drawn that path for me. I have 50,000 rupees a month of income I'm earning from some side thing that I'm doing. I have 20,000 rupees to spend. I have 4 hours a day to consume content. I spend 7 hours a day on my cell phone doing ABC. This is a different category of people than 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago. What kind of content will resonate with this crowd? Nuanced, different from 10 years ago.
I think every creator will have a different answer. Firstly, I'll tell you my answer.
Yeah.
These problems are happening with younger people because there's overthinking. You solve for their overthinking. How? By talking about your own story as a creator. This is also personal branding. That I was also at this stage. This is what I did, and this is the solution I had. Something that works for me. Something that I've noticed people want a lot. I don't know whether it's an Indian thing or not. Nas, please chip in. People are extremely hungry for knowledge and unbiased media, like raw media. So you throw a bomb of rawness through the podcast, and in terms of this overthinking and these emotional problems, that's where I have my Instagram game.
But is there only one kind of content that they want to consume?
No. There'll be a bunch of options. I want you guys to tell me what these
This girl, so we're looking at this girl as a glass, not half empty. Empty. We're looking at this girl as somebody who wants to feel entitled, who wants to has terrible opinions. This girl, actually what she really wants, she wants to travel to 50 countries around the world before she's age 30. She wants to be a millionaire before she's 30.
Okay.
She doesn't want to give forced arranged
Go
marriage.
one level deeper. Why does she want to travel?
Because it's a human basic desire to be free and experience the world.
Is it validation amongst her peer group
Yes.
a bit more than it was 10 years ago?
No, I think
and that's why travel works today.
it's a basic human desire. I don't think it's validation. I don't think it's like I want to travel just to tell my friends I traveled. I think that's a minority. I think independently everybody wants.
I think data would
experiences.
prove otherwise. That because of social media and posting
People wanna
pics
travel
when you
more.
travel, you travel so much more. Like we're going after nuance now. We are saying
very
what
Indian
can you sell? No, it's also a Western thing. It's
Maybe it's
prevalent
Indian or
outside.
American. I think
In America, living in say suburban whatever Mississippi.
I refuse to believe people want to travel just so they tell their friends.
Not
they wanna
just,
travel.
but also because they
Gets
can
fueled
post
by it.
pictures.
Added benefit, but people want to travel just because they want to travel.
You know, I go to Maldives sometimes. It's very close from Bangalore, an hour's flight. Chinese couples come to Maldives not to check out Maldives. They come there to take pictures of
Pictures, yeah.
themselves.
Yeah.
Because social validation is such a big commodity in China to the extent that who you marry, who you date, what job you get, all of these kind of like are so correlated to how much social
But
following
why
you
is
have.
this new talk?
No, it's not new.
Because we've been socially validating to each other since we were tribal, since we
No,
had a
not-
tribe and people put different makeup
I'm
on
not
their
saying
face.
it's new. What I'm
right,
saying is
it's the same.
I'm saying this category beyond 94, 95, these kids are different in this nuanced manner. Does the content created for them have to change?
Have to look different.
My answer is definitely not. There's nothing different between somebody born after 94 or somebody born in 1794. We all want social validation. We all want to signal to others that we're good, that we're pretty, that we're whatever. Even tribes in Papua New Guinea, okay? There's always that guy who's the best dressed, has a feather. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Now you can say, look at me by having a nice picture in the Maldives. It's easier to say, look at me. But the fundamentals of humans have not changed in 1994.
You know, just adding on to what he said and going back to the content bit, I remember when we were shooting, when Mismatch came to us and we started reading the text, the scripts of Mismatch, we were shooting it. Muskan, who's one of the actors on Mismatch with me, we used to keep discussing how this is so similar to the content we watched when I was a teenager. Like we watched Shararat and we watched Dil Mil Gaye. These were
Amazing,
TV
amazing
shows.
shows.
We watched Sanjeevni. What was the one that had Shweta in it?
All of them.
Yeah. So this, and we realized that the content that is getting made in 2019 came out on Netflix in 2020 was so similar to what I was watching when I was 12 and 13.
Right.
And that came from a whole kind of theme of all the crime dramas, all the true crime, all slightly darker, grayer content. So when you speak about all this, that maybe has the machinery changed, or do we approach a different angle when you're telling these stories? And I want to hear what you guys have to say about this. That how come then a simple piece of content that was very new at the time that it came out, because most of the content was very unlike that, resonated with an audience that is post 94, but it was also something that resonated with us when we were that age.
I think broadly, first principles thinking when it comes to content creation, broadly I agree with Nusayar that
Yes!
broadly I agree that fundamentally brains haven't changed. Brains and the chemical reaction in the brain when you perceive something that hasn't
That takes thousands of years.
that hasn't changed.
Do you think woke content will work more today than it did 100
but I was
years
just
ago?
getting to the nuances. Some of the nuances you should keep in mind is that the things that a hyper connected world, the big difference between 1794 and now is that we are hyper connected, right? So content moves a lot faster. So know that we're in a post-truth world, right? We're not in a world where anything gets verified
And we
ever.
always were in a post-truth world.
So this is the nuance from today, which is that shit gets boring a lot quicker.
Yes.
Right? As opposed to 1794.
Correct.
Tricks get older a lot quicker now, as opposed to 1794.
Correct.
That's the kind of nuance I was trying to look at, which is you got to reinvent a lot more. Shit gets boring a lot quicker.
Yeah.
But it's not a sexy answer that Nikhil was looking for.
Is there a sexy answer? Like I want to tell the 20-year-old girl what to go and create, which will do better than 100 years ago.
Okay, should we brainstorm on different categories? Like,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
assuming define her access. Like, what makes her unique?
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing unique, more generic. Like
Say
I
she's into
described.
fashion.
Say she's
Or she's into math.
very specifically
Tech,
India
coding.
focused. She's studying BCom in a tier 2 college in Bangalore. Let's say pocket money is not 50,000. Let's say it's 10,000 rupees.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But what are her interests?
She likes music, Bollywood, stock investing, and content creators.
All right. So off the top of my head, Bollywood, she could review movies.
Yeah.
I'd say
Is that an opportunity? Because there are so many people already reviewing movies.
Yeah. What's the manner in which they're reviewing movies? A
Yeah.
format idea is you could review movies either straight, like, hey, this is what I thought of the movie, or you review movies in a format. Like I would do a format like things I thought of while watching Rocky or Rani. That's my format. That's how I do movie reviews. I just tell you the thoughts in my head. So it's just a series of jump cuts like, I thought this.
Or she could do
For
something
example.
that's unique to her. Stock investing for women that are broke. That's
I'll
her
give
thing.
you a
Stock
sexy
investing
answer.
for women that are broke.
Or just simplifying communication around stocks. We weren't taught that. Tell me how to do my taxes.
Stocks
I
for
don't know
women.
it.
The sexy answer for me is new age journalism. Start talking about world events. It's very risky. It'll get you cancelled a lot. But if you
What are you saying, yeah? Ranveer.
new age. I'm not like taking away nothing from journalism degrees. I think you need to be trained to be a journalist, etc., etc. But dude, I don't care. It's where the world is going.
No, I actually resonate with him. I feel like journalism inherently as an idea sitting behind a corporation does not work. Because every corporation has bias. It has to eventually become more
Sales degree.
fragmented.
Every journalist that wants to survive as a journalist has to go independent
Every human has
in the
bias.
next 10 years.
I agree with you.
I feel like, especially when you're starting off, and I agree to what you're saying, but I feel like it'll take a 20-year-old creator who's starting off a really long time to reach there to also have the guts to put it out like that. It's not easy to put yourself out there because it's ruthless. And why do we forget that at the end of the day, it is a job?
It's much more ruthless for women than men.
Yeah, and you have to turn your laptop off and you have to have a life where you are not messed up in your head
Is
because
that
of something
true
that
what he
happened.
said? Is it a lot more ruthless for women?
I'm always the wrong person to answer this, and I'll get to that in just a minute. But like finishing what I was saying, so I feel like for anyone new, actually woman or man, start or any other gender starting off right now, I feel like it's important, and it goes back to what we said a while ago. It's important for you to get that confidence and validation and credit for yourself to kind of keep going because it's a much longer journey. So I feel like if she had to start to reach what you were saying, she will have to do something as basic as report things as is. And then start pushing out opinions, then start giving perspective, then start sharing personal stories, see what the community is saying.
But would she get traction if she reports things as is?
So many channels are. There are so many channels right now that are only doing YouTube news.
Yeah, reports things as is, as in the most boring way possible. No.
Not in the most boring way, obviously.
So the nuance comes
but
in.
things as they are, like truth is often very boring.
But with a different format, with a bit more energy. What if she does it? What if she's
If
dancing?
it's jump cutty and if it's not the kinds that she's sitting in front of a green screen and reading out of a folder, but she is, say it is a vlog where every hour of the day, suppose she vlogs for 10 hours a day and every hour of the day she gives you a fun fact.
This is vlogs is the answer also.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's engaging.
I thought vlogs had become really big a few years ago, right? And then it disappeared.
2016, then it died.
Least
I remember
path with
Casey
least
Neistat.
friction for likes. Vlogging.
Casey Neistat.
Vlogging?
Yeah, in India, for sure. Like,
But your life has to be interesting. Making a vlog is much harder.
You've not seen Indian vlogs.
And it has to stay interesting every day.
Okay, for people who don't know, what is a vlog?
It's a video log of
your
anything.
life.
It's basically filming your life from when you wake up until when you sleep. It's a 10 to 20 minute long video, and it basically means you have your camera with you the whole goddamn time.
It's live.
Yeah.
So the thing is, vlogging can either be high effort vlogging or it could just be documenting your life. It is the it's the quickest way of outputting something, which is you just document everything that's happening. So there are lots of incredibly boring vlogs, and there are folks who make it interesting as well. Second question.
Give me a
you were
good
answering.
example. Indian vlogs?
Indian vlogs of what? Like
Anything. Who's doing well?
Yeah, so India's biggest vlogger is this guy called Saurav Joshi. Super interesting, right? Like he lives with his family in a small town called Haldwani. He lives with his mom, dad, his younger brother, some extended family. Extremely relatable. Like he puts out a video every day that clocks like 5 to 7 million views every single day. So for me as a viewer,
So
this
what's
is
working there?
just pure relatability. He's just like millions and millions of other families in this country. So people love watching.
Is that what's working for Ankit?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Also, Ankit is also like a mission-driven creator. Mission-driven creators are also very aspirational. Like,
So if I were again a 20-year-old boy instead of a girl, and I want to start on the journey of vlogging to
Yeah.
build distribution,
yeah.
what kind of life should I project? What will work?
Not only life, but I think the quickest way to get a former community is to find a mission. Like, if you were starting saying, I'm going to get six-pack abs,
75 hard.
75 hard. Like, I'm going to get this in the next X number of days. The viewer automatically roots that you get it.
Is that going back to your earlier point where you have to have a reveal at the end?
That it helps when
Helps,
people
yeah.
want to find
There's
out
an end goal.
what's the end of this story. If there's an end goal, people want to watch it till the end, right?
Prajakta, if you had to start a vlog, that would work.
I would do that. Working out for 100 days, and I vlog my workout journey every single day.
Like there's this really popular YouTuber called Ryan Trehan, right? Who became massive. He started a series called Traveling Across America Using One Penny, right? Sorry, correct me if I'm wrong.
correct.
Traveling across
In 30 days.
In 30 days, traveling across America using one penny. So every episode he would begin with one penny and be like, I'm going to go from point A to B.
Yeah.
It makes the episode automatically that much more
Why go
viewable.
far? I mean, Nas Daily, that's how it was. 1,000-day journey around the world. So you start to see, I started to see that the number of likes and views started to go up in the last 20 days. How is he going to end his 1,000-day journey? Is he going to break a day? And what's going to happen on day 1,000? On day 1,000, I got the most number of likes I ever got.
Ankit,
so that's the reveal.
75 hard, 75th day, most number of views.
Now he's a lot more than 75.
Now he's a lot more. Now he's just continuing.
You do a lot of stuff around, Ranveer does a lot of spirituality, religion, the whole UFO, mystic
occult.
stuff and all of that. Is there a big audience for that? Is that a hack?
There is a big audience for that because it interests a lot of people. It genuinely interested me since I was a kid, and I get to explore these subjects as an adult. So I think the genuinity of it is what that massive TAM creates.
The one thing life has taught me is never shit on anything because nobody knows what you don't know. So I don't want to comment about it from that lens. But if I were a creator who wanted to build traction in that segment, what would I talk about?
The truth is that, at least what I sense in India, is that that phase has gone now.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Religion?
Not religion. Religion will never go. The other stuff you mentioned.
Alien?
Yeah. People want depth in content now.
But there can be depth there too, right?
So if you can bring depth, great, but there aren't enough people to talk about it now in India.
So what does Ranveer think today will work in the next 1 year?
The next 1 year?
1 to 2 years.
Elections are coming up. So political content, young people are getting into politics. Older people don't have the balls to speak about politics nowadays. So if some kid speaks about politics, it'll actually garner a lot of attention.
And what else?
That's one massive one. Geopolitics.
Extremes get views.
Yeah. Geopolitics is the other one. Same.
And when you're talking about politics, will the anti-view get a lot more traction?
I think at this point it's about depth. Think School, great example. Deep content that's selling. You can't do surface level content. At least I'm speaking from a very India perspective, but I think this is the case from international, in international waters as well. We see that with Andrew Huberman. We see that with even Andrew Schultz and all these guys. They go deep with their conversations. So now is that point where Joe Rogan was in 2018, where he started doing 3-hour podcasts and people are willing to listen to it. So if you bring depth to your content.
What worked for Joe Rogan?
Quantity.
You think?
Yes. I've been listening to Joe Rogan since I was in college, which is 2011 or 2012. And he used to get 30,000 views. And I've seen him going from there to this $100 million Spotify contract. Before I began content creation, it was a dream of mine to have a podcast. But I always thought, dude, India either will never be ready for a podcast or it's not ready for a podcast yet. And I started my shit because we were doing 2 channels. Work was getting too much for me. I wanted to switch off 1 channel. Team said, listen, what's the easiest form of content you can do? I said, I'll talk to people and turn that into content. And then we just hit a wave.
Okay, next question. How big of a hack is making content in regional languages?
Big hack. Huge hack.
Huge hack.
I'll give you a stat. Nas Daily has 65 million followers. 30 million of our followers don't speak English. They cannot speak English. We have 2 million followers in Vietnam. That's 2% of the country. and I don't speak a single word of Vietnamese. 14% of Russia watches Nas Daily every month on YouTube. Why? It's because we take the same content that we've done in English and we localize it to 13 other languages.
Using AI or like?
We did subtitles. At the beginning we did subtitles, and now we do dubbing, which we pay $100 per minute, and now we're using AI. But all of that has unlocked a massive market. The question is why?
Can you also give some tools after you say why?
Yeah, absolutely. Why does Nas Daily have 2 million followers in Vietnam? Because the demand for content in Vietnam is very high. You have 100 million people. Each one of them has 10 hours every day they want to watch videos. But the people making the videos in Vietnam are very low. There's only state media, it's like TV, which is boring, and then a couple of content creators. And every Hollywood movie doesn't actually make it to Vietnam. All this content you make does not make it to Vietnam. All this podcast you make does not make it to Vietnam. So there's no supply of content. When you add this content in Vietnamese, the supply is so low, you get so many views. That is called a hack, like equilibrium. There's no equilibrium in content, supply and demand. So in English, there is an equilibrium. There's enough supply of content, there's enough demand for it, you mean in the middle. Yeah. In Vietnamese, supply is so low, the demand is so high.
It's true. When you speak to people's identity, it generates just a higher engagement rate, right? Be it in their native language or be it about who they are. For example, if I say 10 things only engineers will understand, right? It'll get a lot more shares from engineers. 10 things that only Vietnamese people will get.
That's interesting. Go deeper in that.
If you speaking to someone's identity just gets more like BuzzFeed pioneered this ages ago, right? BuzzFeed did take this quiz if you're overweight, or 15 things that fat girls will relate to, right? Like they pioneered this and it became obvious eventually. That's why nationalistic content does really well. That's why geopolitics does really well, right? Because geopolitics, you can't speak about geopolitics without
is for you. To be that direct and honest. Million subscribers on YouTube. So imagine. Yeah, it'll take a while, but yeah. Take a while. Right now we're on 20 million. Did you see my YouTube channel? Of course. Yeah. What do you think? Honestly, you're still a professional football player. You have a lot going on, so I think you're doing your best. I think your greatest asset is anyone will film with you, so you can have so many cool collabs, kind of like this one. Like, you should have Tom Brady pop in for a video, Speed, you should have, like, all these big names, And also, something easy for you would be, like, after a big game, if you just hopped on the mic and, like, did a 5-minute podcast where you talked about it, like, that'd be super low lift. But so many people would want to know, what do you think, Or, I mean, it seems like here's the multiple looking at them, like, bro, could you have Ronaldo did a video reacting to his 10 greatest goals? You know how crazy that would be? Like that goal you did the bicycle thing? I've seen it at least 100 times. I would love to know what you were thinking when you just decided to bicycle kick the fucking soccer or football, That would be great. So, I don't think it has to be, hard stuff. I would just do more football-related things, because that's why we love you. Yeah. How do you feel when you hit 1 billion followers across everything? Most followers, man. It's good achievement. Yeah. Not surprise me, to be honest. The passion that people have for me and for the football as well. Yeah. For the career that I still do it, and I felt that passion. So for me, don't surprise. I feel happy. Then in the same way, not surprise.
I'm the same way. Whenever I hit a milestone,
So I'm like, cool. Anyways, yes, exactly. Everyone's always like, oh, you should celebrate. It's like, why? We want to hear this. I feel the same way. So on YouTube, when people get recommended a video, you know how that image pops up? Yes. Yeah, so that's called a thumbnail. I'm known for my thumbnails, but so I'll give you a few tricks. Okay. So usually in the thumbnail, you put your face. Okay. Whenever you take the photos of your face, keep your mouth closed. Like I used to do this with an open mouth. People hate it. Oh, really? Yeah, they say it's cringe. So keep your mouth closed and just like get some good high quality images of your face. Your team can put them in the thumbnail. Yeah, I got it. So you want to show expression, so you'll just be like, but it's cringe because there's 30 people watching. Where do you feel the country that you have most fans? Yes. When we go anywhere in South America, it gets pretty crazy. South America? Yeah. Like one time we were in Chile and like we were in a hotel and like fans literally surrounded the hotel and started knocking on every door. I mean, I'm sure you have weird stuff like this happen. And we had to like leave the hotel. I've been kicked out of hotels because so many fans like sit in the hotel lobby. And that mostly happens when we're in South America. In America, people are like a little bit more chill. I don't know why. But when we go international, like they're like a whole different breed. Like, I guess it's because like not many famous people like really or creators from our world like visit South America a lot. So when they do, it's like a big deal. Okay. Where do you live? North Carolina, a tiny town, Greenville. Okay. Yeah. So there is good. It's cool. Yeah. Well, I live in my studio. So so we have a big studio where we film videos. I live in the studio and I just never leave. The worst thing, I assume you fly private everywhere. Flying commercial, sometimes it's brutal. It's brutal, right? Oh yeah. It's like I don't do it so many years. So yeah. I would pay money to see Ronaldo fly commercial and see how like to put the glasses, yeah, and to record. Oh, awesome! Look, it's a good content for the YouTube. Yeah, bro, can you imagine Ray-Bans on recording and then went on a commercial flight and like the amount of photos he would have. I mean, he'd have to shut down your seat. Yeah. To go to stay there, to waiting for my. No, see, he wouldn't do it because he's obviously way more famous than me. When I sit in a normal seat, you have people running up and down the aisle going, "We have a photo," and like for him, like the entire plane would just turn into a photo booth. It would be, it would be insane. I'm 29. Okay. In a few months. Okay. Almost 40. Yeah, almost 40. What's it like? I'm gonna live until 100. To let you know. Okay. And you know, in football, this is longevity career because most of the times they retired 33, 34, 36. Like the LeBron James of football. Yes. I'm gonna ask you, when you think you're gonna retire? Never. Okay, so, like, I don't see why when technology advancing, we can't slow down aging. So hopefully So you're gonna do this forever? Yeah, I mean, if I stop, what would I do? Watch TV? Maybe another passion or something that you. I just enjoy building businesses. So like, you know, running the channel to me is just like building a company. So that's good. Yeah, good to know that. He's getting harassed by a fly. Someone just clip this. Like, see it? He's up. You see a fly just. He literally landed on one. This is. Up alive for 7 days. So, but you did? Yeah, so this is my coffin. And they put 20,000 pounds of dirt on me. And I spent a week laying down in a coffin. So I'm under there. Cristiano realizing what it means to be a YouTuber. Yeah, and so people knew it was real. We time-lapsed the whole thing. That's how you feel. Oh, horrible. I couldn't move for a whole week. There was a fly trap in the coffin too. So you didn't move for a whole week? Yeah, I laid down there. So then if you like skip to the end. This is after 7 days. And this is when they dug me up. But you've been like laying, yeah. So this is where we had so that's the medic had to hurry up because like they were worried I have a blood clot. So medic checked me out. Do you feel it inside man or? Yeah, it was horrible because like it's like a coffin, so the floor's wood. So like my back hurt. Your back, right? Yeah. So he did 7 days buried alive. That was
did 7 days in solitary confinement in a padded room with no interaction, no time. Bro, you're crazy, eh? Yeah, that one was really fun. So we do 7 days on a deserted island, which made me want to die. 7 days stranded on a raft. 7 days. Yeah, 7 days in a city, 7 days in a bad city. So my fans love to see me suffer. So I just do things that make me miserable, and they find it funny. Wow. So it's crazy. So that's the video she was saying was her favorite. The most hardest one. No, what would you say the hardest is, Tyler? Yeah, solitary. What is solitary? Oh, here, I'll show you. No one's spoken for 7 days straight. You didn't know anything? No phone, nothing. Nothing. No. But where? I'll show you. It's pretty wild. You know we upload that video, Tyler? Is that an older one? How you start to do this? The videos and the channel? Yeah. Oh yeah, I've been doing this since I was 11. So I've been doing it for 15 years now. This is all I've ever done. Yeah, this is the solitary confinement one. So an entire it's tiles around the wall. Seriously. 60. So it's just me in this white padded room. No clue what time it is. Oh my god. And soundproof. Was it the hardest one? Oh yeah, this was so hard. Because like the lights never turn on. So you don't see the sun or anything. So you just want to feel stimulation. So you start like, and then 90 hours in. Wow. And that's only halfway. So that one was brutal. But like that video, for example, that got 89 million views. So 189 or 186. And people just love it. They love watching me suffer. Whenever Jimmy uploads, you know, it's a good day. So it's just like, yeah, it's just funny. Which video gave more views? The most viewed one is, so is it Squid Game still? Yeah. So, okay. Yeah, we recreated Squid Game in real life. We got 600 million. Okay. I put 100 people in a circle and said whoever left last won $500,000. This is almost 500 million views. So like, this video, 4% of the humans alive have watched. So, here, let me just go to the beginning. So look at that. So, okay. Okay. So whoever, I said, I don't care how long it takes. Whoever leaves this circle last wins that $500,000. Went for weeks. Okay. And so people are just like, how long are people just gonna sit in a circle? So that was funny. Amazing. Yeah. So it's just like cool. What is your favorite one that you like the most? Oh boy, I like them all. I mean, yeah, we did. Oh yeah, this video is the one that broke the internet. This is the most viewed video on YouTube in 24 hours. So no video in the history of YouTube has gotten more views than this in 24 hours. So we grabbed all the biggest YouTubers on the planet and we put them in a big cube. Wait, let me find a wide shot. So these are all really, really famous creators. Like your kids would know all of them. And whereas I'm trying to find a good shot. It's just, we built a huge cube, put them in there, and then said whoever left last will give one of your subscribers $1 million. Okay. And so like everyone was, it'd be like the equivalent of getting like the 50 biggest football players and putting them in a room and then like having them do something. So like it like broke the internet. That video got 70 million views in 24 hours and people loved it. Good. Do you like other sports? I love basketball. Basketball? Yeah. Do you watch basketball? Not much. Yeah. I just love watching Steph Curry shoot threes from half court. Yeah. Good. And it's crazy that LeBron's now playing with his son. Are you gonna make that happen in the football world? Maybe. I will see. He's 14 now. Maybe get him to play when he's 17. You do 3 more years, maybe. Let's see. Okay. Let's see how my legs are. Let's see. Well, his son's almost here. We can ask him firsthand. Is he gonna know more things than me? Yeah. About this world, the YouTube and everything. Yeah. He knows everything. So I heard this is your water brand. Yes. What made you want to do it? Basically, a good product, a good quality of water for me is the most important. It doesn't matter if it's water or supplements, for example. Yeah. If it's a nice product, I like to be associated. Makes sense. Yes. This is what I think. How you deal with the fame? Oh, how do I deal with it? Yeah. I mean, right now, probably like you, I just work all the time, so I don't really have much time to. As you say now, that is your first time here in Saudi. I invite you for you to come to any game that you choose in your time as well. To come to watch a game in the period of Riyadh season, which is the most iconic one and big events as well. What's the biggest game? Who's your rival? Yes. Boys, let me know when they play volleyball. We play now next month, but after we have the second leg. If you want to come, I invite you. That'd be fun. And you will love it. Saudi is a lovely country, and if I come out here though, you gotta get a dub. Yeah. Okay. Don't worry. So I invite you anytime you want. You are very welcome. Thank you.
for a month. No, for the whole month, how much? Okay, how many times in a day? 3 times. Okay, okay. I have sent you my current location. Can you send food right now? Today's food, please. Acha, acha. Okay, from tomorrow morning. Okay, I have sent you the location. Morning at what time you will give? Okay, okay, okay. Thank you. Please check the location that I have sent. Okay. What's your good name, sir? Online. I will pay you in the morning. Oh. Monthly. Okay, I will give you the 1,000 advance also in tomorrow morning if it's possible. Okay. Thank you. What's your name, by the way, so that I can save your contact number in my phone? Abhin. Abin. Abhin. Okay. Thank you. think about it, calculate it, and let me know, please. Yeah, please, now because I've been like starving for weeks, man. I'm not finding anyone who's providing food in this area. Please, it would be very helpful if you do it. Yeah, thank you.
acting an identity touch point of the two countries that you're talking about. I do Pakistanis are savage. Why do I put Pakistanis are savage in the title? Because I know Pakistani people are gonna click on it.
Yeah.
Right? So that's another hack, which is when you speak to people's identities, they'll engage and share
And
more.
how do you identify niche identities?
There's just large islands, man. There's so many identities.
How do you figure that out? Like if I'm a content creator,
The language you speak at home, that's one identity. The job you do, that's one identity. The family you grew up around, that's one identity. You went to
Your
ICSE,
nation identity is the easiest one.
Nation identity is the easiest one. What in India there are so many, because we have 5,000 identities. There are 5,000 islands. ICSE, CBSE,
But
SSE schools.
how do I find a small enough identity?
Why do you need to find a small?
Why do you need to find a small?
Because the smaller it is, the more they'll share. You said.
No.
No,
Find
you want
the
bigger.
biggest one.
The biggest one is country. Then
Yes,
But
no,
the more
that's the thing.
specific you are, the more
The more
specific you are,
specific.
that kind of helps.
I'm taking specific as smaller. So
No,
what are these
it's
identities
countries.
which are unutilized?
It's countries. You have no idea. When people actually start content creation, like influencers in America, they go where? They go to the Philippines. Because when a white guy
they collaborate with Indians now.
when a white guy goes to the Philippines and says, I ate Filipino food.
Yeah, huge.
Same with India. Actually, I got pushback. I got canceled because I made so many videos in the Philippines because they were like, oh, you're just using us to get views. Which wasn't true. I actually really like the Philippines. But anyway, that
But
was
also,
the thing.
yes.
Also, no, I went to 70 countries.
Can I say something? There's something that I've realized with the whole regional targeting of content, right? And I'm correct me if I'm wrong. This is just something also. This is something I've felt in the past 2-3 years, and that has helped me as a creator in taking the pressure off of numbers. For example, when I started off, in my head, content creators had a pyramid, right? If you had more numbers, you were on top. And then as you had lesser numbers, you were on the bottom of the food chain.
It's a reverse pyramid.
Reverse pyramid. Yeah, like that one.
Go on.
But at this point, I feel like it's a globe where one person's top is other person's bottom. If a brand has to come to me to market a product in a certain language that is spoken in a certain part of the country that I don't speak, I could have millions and millions of followers, but I'm useless. It does not matter. A creator who speaks the regional language, has the regional references, and has 1/100th of my numbers
Could charge a premium.
could charge a premium and get that much ROI
Yep.
for the brand. So at this point, regional content has reached a point where the whole dynamics of the creator economy have shifted to really depends on where you're coming from and whom do you want to talk to.
And supply is lower, so you can also charge more.
Exactly. Nelson Mandela said an amazing quote. If you speak to a man in a language that he learned, it goes to his brain.
Yes.
If you speak to a man in his native language, it goes to his heart.
I have something to add to that from the Indian context. I've always believed that in India, the English content you do it for the money, the Hindi content you do it for the power.
Yeah, that makes sense. It goes to the heart.
You can actually influence people's lives. Like
Hindi content you do for money,
No, English content you do
do for money,
It's higher brand value.
and Hindi you
Brand
do
managers
for
can
power.
speak English.
That's true. Brand managers can speak in the decision
Brand
makers when it
managers
comes to
value it.
influencer marketing will know it.
No, also Ranveer, higher ARPU for English speaking people.
Also, before we leave this topic, I want to ask, what are the tools a new creator can use today to translate? Like, what works, what doesn't?
Oh, AI has solved this.
Yeah,
Which
hey
one?
Jen. So Hey Jen is now AI dubbing.
Spell it.
HEYGEN.
GEN. Actually, I built a company called
Is that better than dubbing? Paying somebody to dub?
It's very expensive. So paying somebody to dub, you need an agency. It's $100 per minute.
Also,
Very expensive.
I mean, please give your opinions. I don't know if it's the best decision to dub straight from the beginning of your content.
Oh yeah, do not
journey.
do that. Yeah, just start with one language. Don't even consider it.
Ace content is a skill. It is a skill. It's different from filmmaking. Like you need to understand how social media works and evolves.
Yeah.
So maybe at the start, just create your initial.
We only
skill
did
track.
this after I hit 15 million followers.
So then you use something like
Then you start 13 languages. Yeah, different languages.
And you're saying AI works just as well as dubbing today.
In the next 2 months, it will be just as good. It'll be so damn cheap. It's
Agent
so
is already
exciting.
very good. The cost to make and duplicate content is going to zero. We're
But
almost there.
doesn't it look weird when your mouth is doing
No,
a
not
different thing?
anymore.
No, not anymore.
I have a
Dude, it's
video,
going to
I'll show
get
you
built in on YouTube, Nikhil. There's going to be a button where you can select a language and your mouth will move in that language. It's going to come into YouTube. It's going to take forever because YouTube is just slightly slower moving beast, but it's gonna come.
Do subtitles work?
So, interestingly enough, there's two types of countries in the world. There's a subtitle country and a dubbing country. Germany is a dubbing country. That's why when you go visit Germany, nobody speaks English because they watch Hollywood dubbed. But in Serbia and in my country, it's a subtitle country. So I would watch movies, but I would read subtitles. That's why I speak English. Thank God I was born in a subtitle country. And this is what scares me about dubbing. It'll make you not learn the language.
What works in India?
India is a subtitle country, I think.
Only Nasir will have the answer.
Actually, India may be a dubbing country.
Hey, what about virtue signaling? I know a lot
Yeah,
of
what about it?
actors and business people
Can
do
you
it,
explain what virtue signaling is?
pretending to be a saint, whereas you're as human as all of us.
Like signaling how virtuous you
Got
are.
it, got
On
it, got it,
social
got it.
media, if you survive long enough on social media, people know exactly who you are.
Yeah, exactly.
Virtue signaling works, Nikhil. It does work, but it creates an expectation out of you that's hard to sustain. Because not everybody is as virtuous as they claim to be.
Nobody is.
Nobody is. So you can virtue signal, and it does work, which is people will like you and people will think a certain way of you.
Yeah, but I'm talking about somebody who wants to become a creator, 20-year-old. Will virtue signaling work for someone like that?
I think at that stage it's important to just stand out. All this comes later. I think it's a way to hack the algorithm.
What's the point of signaling your virtues in emptiness? Like you need a large audience to signal your virtue to. Get your audience, then virtue signal.
You'll also not know what the virtue is for a very long time.
So begin by being anti, whatever. And when you have an audience, become more virtuous and resonate with whatever society.
If you have a large enough audience, you will need to display your virtue at some point, or you will find the need to.
When is that point?
It could be
when your audience start to ask you to virtue signal. When your audience start to ask you, what's your opinion about Israel and Palestine?
Yeah, when they start speaking back.
You've
to
crossed
you.
that point.
I've crossed that.
Actually, all of you have crossed that point.
Nikhil, your audience will expect what they think you will respond to.
Yes.
Right? If you continuously virtue signal about my thoughts on what the political affairs are, and if you keep talking about that, at some point, if you go quiet, your audience will be like, yo, what happened? Why aren't you opining about this?
Or even something as simple as relationships. When creators share about their relationship online, and then they go all out, sharing, talking about it, even doing brand deals, things like that. And then when that falls out,
People
and
are
your
like, "What
audience
happened?"
expects you to answer, I don't think that's the time you can take a stand saying, oh no, I want my space.
Yeah. But what I recommend to people is that the image that they are in real life should be online. It's so important.
Yeah.
I have a.
That's interesting.
Yeah. With social media, so much of you is out there. Okay. Because of the show, I met a lot of people who mentored me in many ways. And I tried being the best possible dude in real life. Wasn't successful everywhere. Made mistakes, but a lot of that rubbed off. For example, my channel began as a fitness channel. Maximize your fitness. I worked on my mental health in order to talk about mental health content. I won't make yoga content until I've mastered yoga, and I've begun yoga since the last year. So if you have a vision of what kind of content you want to make, start working on it right now.
You can fake it till you make it. But for how long? I mean, it's possible to fake it till you make it.
Yeah.
You can. I mean, that's true.
I also feel like collaborations are very, very powerful when you start a creative journey.
That's interesting. Go into that. How does a new person collaborate, and who do they collaborate with?
With other new people.
Like people who are near your numbers.
How do you find them?
Or you can be ambitious. Like I remember shooting Lily a text as often as I could till it happened. Yeah.
We all have short Lilia text at some
Till
point.
it actually happened. I remember shooting or like just kind of manifesting in my head and wanting to do something with Hrithik Roshan. I'm a huge fan till that happened. But that took a long, long time. I'm just saying in general, I have learned so
And
much
what works
from...
when you message these people? What can one say that will work?
Hi, I'm a creator and this is what I do and I really, really like your work and if you have some time, I would love to shoot something with you.
Doesn't work.
But doesn't work though.
No, it's just whenever you're asking someone anything, their time, money,
Especially their time.
Especially their time, you gotta understand what would incentivize them.
You must give them value.
Yeah.
When I speak about collaborations, I also speak about friendships and allies in the creator community.
Say I'm a creator beginning today. I want to be a part of an ecosystem with other curators and creators. How do I find them?
When I started off, I don't know, I don't think YouTube does that anymore, but when I started off, I remember telling my partner manager at YouTube or just shooting text to YouTube saying
What is
when
a partner manager at YouTube?
you'll have a partner manager on YouTube who's looking after your account and is who you can sit down with every now and then.
Back in the
Yeah, you
back
don't
in
have
the
that
day,
anymore.
Back in the day, there were fewer creators. Now, to get to be eligible for a partner manager, you need to have
Certain
X
amount
thousand
of, yeah.
hours of watch time, X number of
Yeah.
subscribers, etc. So it's hard now.
Yeah.
The number of partner managers per creator is very low.
A lot. So I remember telling her that if there's any kind of social gathering, any kind of panel discussion, any kind of creator workshop happening, please sign me up for this because I want to go and meet other people and I want to do that. What we can do now is I feel like a lot of creators, like a lot of newer creators now I meet at social events done by YouTube or Facebook or Instagram. And I just feel like...
Is that a good hack? Show up at these events?
Not
I
Summit.
think so, yeah.
Hello, show up at Not
Summits,
Summit.
yeah. like finding these hubs where conversations relevant to what you are doing or in the realm of your life as a creator are happening and kind of wanting to be in those places.
There is something called non-consensual collaboration.
What is that?
Okay. For example, this is a growing trend now, which is if you want to collaborate with someone, you start talking about how you want to collaborate with this person. Then you get your whole follower base to go start spamming them with messages saying this person wants to do something with you, right? So what the algorithm is doing is the algorithm is recognizing that this person is talking about this person, so the video automatically starts getting recommended to people who follow this person. This happens on YouTube all the time. It starts happening on Instagram, etc., etc.
Like Virat Kohli?
Like Virat Kohli? That's
my
non-consensual
God.
collaboration. This dude just... kept talking about, Virat.
I love that.
So non-consensual collaboration is one, but generally speaking, you want to collaborate with people you're more likely to get a yes to collaborate one.
Yeah.
So people want to collaborate up, but that's hard. So you
Yeah.
want to start collaborating sideways.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Thumbnails and titles, how important are they?
Very important.
Not important.
Not?
Really?
At all. Zero. Should we debate?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Why is it important?
Sizzle matters as much as steak. Sizzle matters. I mean, there's enough documented evidence that suggests that. I mean, Mr. Beast is a great example. Just last week, he was tweeting about how videos where he closes his mouth get a lot more views than thumbnails where his mouth is open.
I thought he said the other thing. Thumbnails when his mouth is open get more views. Because then people...
Either or. Basically, he
'cause
changed
when
one
his mouth
variable.
is open, people think he's saying something and want to click it.
Yeah. So either or, which is, he changed one variable and that made a big difference. Boring I mean, there's... No, sir, how can you disagree? Boring title. I mean, of course, short video,
That's
the
the point.
short video is completely
What I'm
different.
trying to say is there's only one platform and one type of video where thumbnail and title matter, which is a long video on YouTube.
On YouTube, yeah.
The majority of people watching this are going to be uploading Instagram Reels.
Yes.
On an Instagram Reels, the title doesn't matter.
Thumbnail doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
In fact, no one should be stressing over this at the beginning. Just stress over the first 3 seconds of the video, the first sentence that you say in the video.
Yeah.
So on TikTok, thumbnails don't matter. On Instagram, thumbnails don't matter. And on Facebook, thumbnails don't matter. And in YouTube Shorts, thumbnails don't matter. Only on YouTube
videos.
Videos.
Okay, so for YouTube videos, what do you do? How do you make a thumbnail and a title that works?
I've delegated everything in my organization when it comes to video content other than actually coming on screen. Titling and thumbnails are things I've not been able to delegate. And I have two like other channels. I have Beer Biceps, which is English, Ranveer Alabadia Hindi. There's TRS Clips English and TRS Clips Hindi. The titles are done by me, and the thumbnails are also suggested.
Just want to suggest some things that people could follow. You should probably check out Paddy Galloway. He does a YouTube course and he talks a lot about titling and thumbnail. Follow this guy called Papa Okus on Twitter. He's an Indian kid who is deeply into it. Sorry, I just wanted to throw in the recommendation.
When it comes to titles, there's very easy wins, okay? How, why, what. Start the title with how and why, because the average human really wants to know why Greenland is not actually green. The human brain really wants to know how aquariums work, okay? So how and why is a very easy win. The second easy win is superlatives, and we teach all this at NAS Academy. So I've done this 50 times. Superlatives. Everybody wants to know the story of the world's tallest man.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to know who is the world's youngest billionaire.
Yeah.
Who is it? You know, so extremes and how and why. And the last one is paradox. So the unhappy billionaire. Well, you assume a billionaire is always happy, right?
Contradictory.
Why are they unhappy? Contradictory. So that's the three biggest categories for things that we're gonna click on.
Is there a tool that you can use that'll help in this?
Pattern recognition.
If you pirate the NAS Academy course and put it into ChatGPT, it'll
share it on
Why not just like pay the money? Why not just
if
give
you
us money?
pirate the course?
Is there a course on how to put good thumbnails and titles?
Yeah, like it's a module, but there, I don't know if there's a.
And how
full
much do you
course.
charge?
The price is not India friendly.
Tell us.
It's $3,000 for 5 months, but it's 5 months.
5-month cohort.
What if
5-month
somebody
cohort.
just wants to learn this bit?
You can't. Just go to
You
YouTube. Get
pirate it and you get it for free.
Stop it! Because of you, we don't make money.
Okay, you guys, tips. Thumbnail and titles.
For me, these things didn't work. Like after a point, maybe it's because I have a larger quantity of content. So then I need to bring novelty to the titles and all that. I try focusing on first 3 words. That's all.
And what do you do in the first 3 words?
I actually learned it from you. I think you had suggested this first 3 words. It has to match the content of the video. Shocking, secret. This is what works in India. Dark. These kind of words that create an emotion.
Give us some more. Shocking, secret, dark, then?
Twisted.
Because when you say that, people,
Intense.
You're playing the inquisitiveness card.
Yeah. But again, this is I used to believe in set formulas for titles, and TRS Clips English and Hindi taught me otherwise. It was just a very brutal experience for me, and it's still a brutal experience.
I think some things that could help people are just observe your own behavior when you're clicking on videos. If just that one moment of self-reflection, saying what made me click on it.
Yeah.
Outside of what Nuzair also said, I agree with that. The TAM of your video really matters, which is total addressable market. Like you could have a paradoxical title about something that nobody cares about, and it would not get views. It should be a broad TAM. That's what I want.
Also copy successful videos. So look at a viral video. Like go to like a Vox channel and sort the videos by
Popularity, great hack.
and then just copy the thumbnail and copy the title.
Yeah. So one hack is you could go to any YouTube channel of the genre that you are operating in. So if Ranveer was starting out and he was talking about fitness, I would say go to the top 10 fitness channels that are existing, go to videos, click on most popular, and just see the subjects that are done really well. It auto sorts. Your first 20 videos are already there. It's just the first 20 most
guys,
popular.
I really hope anybody watching this, I cannot stress it enough. Do not start your career by making long YouTube videos. Please, it will ruin your dream. There's no discoverability engine in this. This is only when you're big enough. For now, focus on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube
But
Shorts.
this comes with caveats. For example, you could do long videos. For example, if you're a bunch of friends, you want to start a podcast, you could, but you optimized for short video output.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what you optimize for. You could do long form video, but likelihood of success is very low
Yeah.
if you optimize for short video output.
Yes.
In fact,
Like-
now a lot of people actually do podcasts very much keeping in mind that I'm actually not shooting a 2-hour podcast. I'm shooting 20 clips.
Yeah, that's fine.
You were saying?
Like when we used to do this, right? When we started off, we would upload a YouTube video, and back Instagram had just started video on it. So we used to cut a 20-second trailer from our video and then put it on
onto
Instagram and say full video on YouTube. But that did wonders for us. So I feel like you can use that model right now by what he's saying, like make a longer video, but then optimize it by
Optimize it
cutting
for short.
tiny bits of it and putting it
But
up.
make the short video whole, not like
Yeah,
a
yeah.
teaser.
Yeah.
Whole, like
Yeah.
from beginning to end, a story. Not saying, hey, go to YouTube to see the rest, because nobody will go to YouTube
Yeah.
these days.
That doesn't work.
No.
If you put a part of something and say go here to watch full,
it could depends on what it is. I have seen
that plays
instances
into
where-
your early story of that 3, 2, 1, 1 being the big thing.
Yeah, it
But
can work.
changing apps to do that is a monumental
No,
task.
from YouTube short to YouTube full.
Yeah, that because there's a feature now which can just one click and you go to the main
As
part.
of last week. As of last week, that's fine. But before that, it was very hard.
Yeah.
Prajakta, tips, title and thumbnail. What worked for you?
I don't know. I really don't. I think I was just winging it. I don't think I was putting any sort of logic or science to it when I was doing it. I would go week to week. If there's a video that worked, I was so focused on the engagement under the video and understanding the content that I think what I could have done better was that also put some focus on the title and thumbnail. I don't think I did that.
This I don't know thing is key because actually everyone's building their own inherent communities, and often if it's a content creator, only the content creator, not even like the second in command, third in command, understand the community's pulse as well. So there is an I don't know, even like when I'm saying to write the titles, I don't know where they come out from, but they come out well.
Right. Give me one unique hack each that you guys learned along your illustrious journeys, like decade plus, right?
What the have we been doing this far?
One-
It's all been insights that we have learned over the last
one
decade.
one hack to a 20-year-old boy or girl who wants to become a creator.
When you're starting off, don't care as much about expensive equipment, setups, money, investment, marketing. When you're starting off,
Equipment doesn't matter that much.
no, as long I mean, you have cell phones right now that have cameras with good sound, good video.
Which
Even if it's a
ones?
basic one, whatever you're using.
Most of them are good.
Most of them are good. As long as your video is crisp, clear, visible, and your sound is audible, I think you're good to start off.
Do you think increased clarity leads to increased views, like the production quality?
Production quality doesn't lead to
At
increased
some point, it
views.
becomes inversely correlated.
That's what we've observed.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I remember
Explain.
Bhuvan talking about it, where
Explain.
Bhuvan used to shoot on his phone all his videos, and he spoke about how he moved to a camera setup and his engagement went down.
I think people use Instagram with the intention of relating a little bit. At least with Instagram Reels, we've noticed that when we create a reel with SLR footage, it doesn't work as well as when you do it with iPhone footage, like phone footage in general. I don't know why that is.
Here's my hack. The problem, actually, for most creators is they are too shy to hit publish, and or they take too long to publish a video. So they're like, I work on this video today. It's not perfect yet. I'll work on it
Yeah,
tomorrow. And then
yeah,
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Work expands to the time allowed for it. Work expands to the time allowed for it, which means if you give yourself a deadline of 10 days to make a video, you will make that video in 10 days. And it'll take you 10 days of work. But if you commit to make a video every 5 days, and this is my deadline, on the 5th day, I must hit publish.
Yeah.
No matter what happens,
You'll make it.
you'll make the same quality video in 5 days.
In fact, when you were asking for hacks, I was going to say that most people who come to me and ask me for tips to do YouTube, actually all they want to hear is just hit publish.
Just hit publish.
Just do it.
Yeah.
Most people want to ask for advice thinking there's some
बिजी हो क्या? अरे तुमको पता है क्या, ये अमरीश का यूट्यूब मोनेटाइज है भाई। हाँ, उसका 1000 सब्सक्राइबर क्रॉस हुआ है। हाँ भाई, वो वैसे ही करना पड़ेगा अपने को भी। छोटे छोटे और डालते रहना पड़ेगा। आई थिंक इंस्टाग्राम भी कनेक्ट करके वहां से भी ऑडियंस को यहाँ पे खींच के लाना पड़ेगा थोड़ा बहुत। मैंने बाय द वे मैंने इसलिए कॉल किया, मैंने एक वीडियो भेजा आपको। हाँ, मतलब आराम से देखना, 3 घंटे का वीडियो, लेकिन पूरे टॉप कंटेंट क्रिएटर है उसके अंदर और बहुत इंसाइटफुल बात है उसके अंदर सारी। तो फिगर आउट करने के लिए कि हाउ टू ग्रो एंड स्टफ लाइक दैट। मैं दूसरी बार देख रहा हूँ। और देखना मतलब, ज़रूर देखना एक बार। हाँ हाँ, ठीक है ठीक है। हाँ हाँ। हाँ भाई, मतलब उसने किया है, उसने और करना चाहिए ऐसा मैं। नहीं नहीं नहीं, वो लाइव नहीं जाता है कुछ। उसने यूट्यूब को ऐसा सीरियसली कुछ भी नहीं देखा ही नहीं है उसको, या उसको मोनेटाइजेशन वगैरह भी प्रॉब्लली उसने मोनेटाइजेशन के लिए अप्लाई करना पड़ता है, तो उसने शायद अप्लाई भी नहीं किया होगा। व्यूज है भाई, 30,000 और कुछ कुछ, इसको बढ़िया व्यूज है उसके इसमें। 15 तक का। हाँ भाई, 3 मिलियन व्यूज छाप रहा है वो इंस्टाग्राम पे। वो हो सकता है तौबा पर 3 मिलियन 4 मिलियन है, और सब फॉलो करते हैं इंस्टाग्राम। क्रिंज सोचते हैं भाई, हम उसको क्रिंज सोच के उसको टाल देते हैं, हालांकि नहीं, वो चलता है भाई। नहीं बेटा, वो आपका आपका जो वो था ना अपना, इतनी सी बात है मुझे तुमसे, कितना बढ़िया था भाई, कितना बढ़िया है। और उतना ही कलर बैकग्राउंड सब वाइट, एकदम परफेक्ट। और मैंने जो अभी आपको वीडियो भेजा ना, वो आप देखोगे ना, उसके अंदर सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट पॉइंट नए क्रिएटर्स को यही बोला है कि डू नॉट गो फॉर लॉन्ग फॉर्मेट वीडियो, स्टार्ट विद शॉर्ट शॉर्ट कंटेंट। हाँ, 10 सेकंड से स्टार्ट करो। वैसे वैसे तो मेरा भी, मैं वही फॉलो कर रहा हूँ। मैं शॉर्ट शूट कर रहा हूँ भाई। वो क्या है ना, मशीन गन और स्नाइपर वाली स्ट्रेटेजी है। मैं मशीन गन चला रहा हूँ, जिसको लगा गोली लग गई वो लग गई, और फिर स्नाइपर चलेगी 1 तारीख को। यूट्यूब के ऊपर गेम खेल रहा है वो। मैंने अभी जब पैसे चेक किया, मैंने बोला क्या कर रहा है बंदा, सारे कंटेंट क्रिएटर अपने क्वेश्चन की तो लिखते होगा। तो YouTube पे गेम खेल रहा था भाई। सोचना इसके कुछ आया ना बताना मुझे भी। ओके ओके। Yeah, I'm back. I'm back. Where are my streams? Where are my streams? Why do you scream? Okay, got it. Gonna start. Gonna start the podcast.
Secret thing that YouTubers or creators know. It's really not a thing. There's nothing that'll teach you more than uploading 5 times.
So with Nas Daily, my deadline was 24 hours. Every 24 hours, I must hit publish, even if I really, really hate the video, I must publish it. And so that pushing to head you to, and you must commit publicly to it. And another thing is when you say, oh, privately, I'll just do a video every day. But actually, what I found worked, the pressure of when you go and tell all your family members and all your friends and everybody on Facebook, I've committed to losing weight, or I've committed to making 100 videos in 100 days, you will do it.
Also, adding on to that, I feel like if you are getting into it as a creator for a longer run, please treat it as a job and get that discipline into it.
But how do you make that switch? Like today, if I have college or a job and I'm earning say 50,000 rupees a month, I'm spending some money in my spare time creating content.
Yeah.
When
So I'm
do I
saying
make
assign
that
that
decision?
spare time. Tell yourself that if I'm working, say a 9 to 5, I come home, I say chill with friends or work out and stuff like that. But I'm going to give myself a 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. to sit and ideate content when you're starting off.
Another question, who do you learn from? Because we looked online and could not find anything useful really in how to become a creator.
Oh, my next hack, my next hack. If you're about to start content creation, ditch your friends. Say goodbye to your friends. Your friends will be a hindrance to you because your friends are doing 9 to 5 jobs, lawyer, accounting, KPMG engineer. Okay? When you're uploading that video, you will feel so alone. You'll never have felt lonelier in your life. So the first thing I did when I started Nas Daily, I literally said to all my friends in New York, goodbye. I'm going to Kenya by myself. I'm going to make videos. And so that's my recommendation is, one, ditch your existing friends because you're about to enter a whole new industry. And two, surround yourself with new types of friends that are from the creative industry, the ones that don't shame you for screaming in front of a video. My existing friends shamed me.
I don't know if that can be like a blanket advice to everyone.
Yeah, I want to be controversial, of course, for the 1 minute video.
No, but I'm saying, but every kind of content, I don't think that could be advice that could be used by everyone making every kind of content. Because that's how you started. But for me, when I started off, I needed those 2 friends of mine because one of them came to hold the camera for me the first time
So
I
they're
started.
helping you with the content.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so ditch your friends that don't help you with the content.
Yeah, ditch your friends who aren't unconditionally supportive all the time.
That you should ditch anyway. Don't wait to be a creator to ditch those friends.
Fair.
You could be a lawyer, you could be a teacher, and if they're not supportive, you should ditch them.
Fair enough.
Yeah. More hacks. One more hack.
I actually don't know if this is a thing that a lot of people ask. Should I quit my job? What is the optimal time to leave your job? Like Nikhil, I think touched upon this. Like, is it when you start making as much money as your job does, and or when you start making slightly lesser money, but you think there's the potential for it? What do you think? I'm asking you.
Oh, because for me. Okay, I actually don't think about it in terms of money. I think about it in terms of time. So the question is, if I don't have a job today, how many months do I need to figure out a new career in content creation? So I needed 1 year to test content creation. How much money do I spend in 1 year? I need to save that. So the answer was like $30,000, $40,000 in New York, which is a lot of money. So I saved that. And then I was like, okay, I have 1 year of freedom. Let's just go all in on content. By the end of the year, it doesn't work. I'm back to a job.
Very few people are able to succeed while also doing another thing.
Yeah.
It's very tough to do that. If you do, you're really talented.
You're Elon Musk.
You're really talented at being able to figure out in your spare time how to crush it at the content thing.
Yeah.
So it requires you to make that jump to actually fully succeed in it.
While you're doing something.
You can start.
I feel like
You can start, yeah.
Get a sense of.
We talked about the and economy. You can still be a doctor and a creator if you make 1 video per week.
Yeah.
But if you make 1 video per day, there's no space for anything.
Yeah.
I have warnings rather than hacks. 2 warnings. First, don't do it if you're too sensitive.
and don't do it if you don't enjoy the actual process of creating videos. At this stage, maybe later on, animated content will become more mainstream and doable. But right now, it's a lot about shooting, lighting, thinking of what you want to show in your video.
Animated
So
content
unless
is going to
you're truly
fucking
having
it
fun with
takes
creating
a
something
lot
and
of
showing it to
fucking
people, don't do it.
Are you
Also, I
kidding
feel
me,
like
Ranveer
be okay
Alabadia?
with the fact that you'll never completely get it. You'll never completely have a grip on it. You will constantly be learning, you will constantly be evolving, and be okay with that change. Because I feel like if you enter being a content creator thinking, okay, I've got it, I know how to do it, I have it all in place, I think you're just gonna fall flat.
It's a very cliched thing, but be original is too cliched. But I think a better way to say it is blind copying can only take you this
So
far.
far.
Yeah.
Blind copying can take you to a distance, but beyond that, you gotta have your own spin on it. Otherwise, it's not long lasting.
Money. Uncomfortable question.
We love money. We should all say exactly how much money we make right here.
Okay, good idea. Start with yourself.
We know 77,000 tomorrow, but what about the other days?
So my financial journey is actually very transparent,
Yeah.
and I love sharing it
Yeah,
because
please.
it's. So I started with $30,000 in savings. I spent 1 year. I didn't make any money until I started to make $1,000, $2,000 a month from jobs when I had 100,000 followers. A job, brand deal comes here, a brand deal comes here. I was charging $1,000, $2,000. Then Facebook introduced monetization. I started to make money from my channel. I started to make $10,000 a month, and that was for me like I made it.
And how much traction did you have?
I had 1 million followers. So
On
1 million
Facebook.
followers on Facebook. I was making $10,000 a month. And then the beauty of the creator economy is that it doesn't go in a straight line. Your salary goes up in a straight line
Correct,
if you have a
correct,
job. 10%, 10%, 10% every month. But if you're a content creator, your salary will go up like this. And so this is what happened to me. So 1 million followers became 10 million followers, okay? Facebook started to give me $30,000 a month, okay? Then my brand deal started to be another $30,000 a month. Then speaking engagements, another $20,000 a month. So now I was averaging $80,000 a month. I finished 1,000 days. 3 years in, I was making $80,000 a month. Amazing. Okay, I became a millionaire. First time in my life at age 26. Amazing. Then I was like, let's build a company because there's much more to this than me. So then we built a company. The company started to make $20,000 making videos for other people. You've seen my social media video. Let me do it for you. Your brand, okay? Behind the scenes, okay? So you start to offer services. Then you start to monetize your community. Offer NAS Academy classes, NAS Summit, NAS Travels, okay? So all in all, I think this month, so I have 2 companies. The combined revenue of that is roughly now $900,000 to $1 million a month.
Wow.
And it's from like 6, 7 different sources. So it's highly diversified. And probably the profit is roughly 200K USD per month from one company. And then the other company is losing money. So losing 300K.
Is that the company I'm an investor in?
Yes.
Great track record.
Niggas Kama, genius investor.
I'm using your money.
All right, that's
So that's transparency. Now let me see you be financially naked, guys.
yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to.
Yeah, me neither.
Wildly different. But I want to talk about numbers, right? So people, I think, grossly underestimate how much money YouTube can pay.
Yes.
Right? In my experience, based on India CPMs, if you get 1 million, views, you can make like 1 million to 1 lakh rupees. Is that
Varied on CPM.
varied on the CPMs, but largely at somewhere around that. If you get 1 million views, you can make up to 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees at the
1
high.
million.
But the lower cap is also.
Lower cap.
What's
Lower
that
cap
now?
would
It
be
can be.
huh?
What's 1 lakh in dollars?
100,000 rupees.
No,
No,
80,000.
$1,000.
What?
1
$1,000.
million views and $1,000 in India? No way, Jose.
Yeah,
It's $200.
depends. Again, it's a
So that's
variable.
the lower cap. He's saying up to
upper cap.
1,000.
I'm saying-
Up to if you
I'm
make financial
Yeah.
content for billionaires, you'll get $1,000 out of
Yeah,
it.
not necessarily. It really depends on the ads on your channel. For example, on my channel, 80% of the viewers are from India. The remaining 20% are from around the world. So my CPMs are higher. A big chunk of my viewers have YouTube Premium. A big chunk of the people from around the world are actually from USA.
But tell me duration as well. Like you're saying 1 million views.
Yeah.
1 minute, 10 minute, 1 hour. That should determine how much you get paid,
So
right?
the average view duration on my channel is about 9.5 minutes of video.
Okay, that's why you make $1,000.
Yeah, that's why I probably make more. But it's possible to make this much, right? Like,
And how many views do you get in a month?
Depend on the month, but 20 million is comfortable.
$20,000 a month.
$20,000 a month is very, very possible. Unfortunately, in India, the businesses that monetizes the audience, unless you are selling like finance courses or edtech courses, it's tough to sell to an audience when you're playing at that scale. There's not a lot of stuff that you can do. But branded revenue wise, if you're in the top 5-10% of creators, you can make over $1 million a year. You can do that. You can do that in
If
India.
you're getting how many views?
Not how many views. If you're in the top 10 percentile creators, you're able to make 7-10 crores from
That
them.
means brand influencer marketing is $50 million market a year. In
No,
India.
it'll be more than that.
I think it's more than that already.
I think it's about 200 million, 250 million.
Yeah, so I don't
maybe
think it's less
200
than
people.
50. I think about 100, at least 100 plus creators are making more than that from brands. I'm talking purely from
I think
brands.
from community, they're making billions.
Yeah, there are. By the way, I know many creators who are making more from monetizing through courses and that kind of stuff. That can go higher. A lot of finfluencers have affiliate income that's coming from
What is the regulation around that? What is the confusion around that?
There's general talk about can we regulate influencers from disseminating financial information if they're not registered with the national authority. But my thought is also, mainstream media has been doing this for very long. You should probably also look at that. A bunch of these TV channels have been doing what effectively influencers are accused of doing this for very long now. At a time where media was not as decentralized now, so the effect of disseminating financial information during centralized media time was a lot higher that we're all discounting. Secondly, I actually think that net influencers have had a positive impact because there's a whole generation that CNBC was not talking to.
Yeah,
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, there's this a large generation that, and by the way, the information asymmetry was capitalized on.
Yeah.
Right. Whereas information has gotten decentralized and accessible to way more people now. So net, I think influencers have done more for the education than TV channels ever did.
Yeah.
So my personal gut is that, look at your own backyard for the last, 2 decades and then maybe make these challenges. And by the way, a lot of this will, a lot of legacy media houses are not going to like this fact that someone can wake up, start making Instagram reels, get more distribution than them. Because I know influencers are making more revenue than full media houses combined and getting more views, making more revenue. There's no reason
there's a reason why they're doing that. They're putting out better quality.
They're putting out better quality. So is there envy? Yes. And are you going to use that muscle to go after people? Yes. And are we going to see more of it? Yes. It's going to happen more and more and more. Like how we said, brands are not your friends. Legacy media houses are not your friends.
Yeah.
This goes for all influencers. They're not your friends.
Your only
But
friend is
the
your
lines should not be crossed. I feel like
of course
at some points they were, and there should be measures taken to curtail and have some kind of a line.
Of course.
But net have
And apply those rules to everyone.
Yeah.
Apply those rules to everyone.
Rules have to apply commonly to everyone.
Yeah, if someone's getting slaughtered for promoting a certain exchange, go after all the newspapers that also did the same.
Yeah.
Agreed. Why aren't you doing that? Apply the rules to everyone.
Yeah.
Agreed. You're making a fair point. So you make $20,000 a month from YouTube.
You can make. There are months that are better. There are months that are worse.
And from brands, you probably make.
Yeah, I think the upward cap is it's possible if you have more than 10 million across different social media profiles.
Which you
can. I have. So you can make upwards of $1 million a year. The market can price you dynamically.
Yeah.
You are worth what the person who's willing to pay you. That's what.
And
what
outside
your
of
worth
the fact that you're my friend, and I was saying things, I think your ads are the ads that I remember.
Yeah.
in many, many years.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate
After
that.
a really long time, if we have ads that have the recall value that we used to have of all the iconic ads that we studied in BMM, it's yours.
BMM.
Yeah, because we had advertising and we would have these case studies that we would study about Pepsi and Coke and everyone. What is
Bachelors in mass media.
Mass
That's what we
media.
both studied.
Fevicol. All those campaigns we used to study.
So the agency that I run is called Moonshot. There are a couple of agencies that I'm a part of. The one that specifically does called Moonshot. I'm very lucky that I've had collaborators over the years who have decided to be my co-founder. This, by the way, is something that I recommend to every influencer, right? Especially those who are who have large distributions. So I was very lucky that I had a lot of collaborators in the past who after after a few years they started their own business. Some of whom I invested in and I became a co-founder in one agency, and some that I started with, like Moonshot is with Devya. That's where we write television commercials. I actually recommend a lot of digital creators to find co-founders to team up with, because the biggest leverage that you have is distribution, right? So if you focus on the shit that you're really good at, you can offload a bunch of other stuff on other co-founders. It becomes easier for most digital creators to punt on a business or try a new business if there's someone else who you can do it with. But if you're alone, it becomes very hard to run multiple businesses, because running your own distribution channel is also a full-time job. It's hard enough to do that. It's tough for you to think that I'm going to continue building this distribution and I'm going to launch a fashion line and I'm going to do this. It becomes hard.
So I want to make it easy for people watching this. Okay, there's 3 avenues you can take, and you see a lot of us are taking different avenues. One, you can say, I am a creator, I'm a successful creator. My next step is I want to build my own business and control my own business and do it by myself, right? That's Nas Daily, Nas Company. Like being an entrepreneur, building my own stuff. Another thing is say, I am distribution, I love being a creator, and I want to partner with others. And I want to build 5 businesses and I'll be a co-founder with other people. So that's the path you've taken. Another one says, actually, I want to continue to build a business out of my talent and my creativity and create more content. And well, that's when you're writing a book, creating a TV show and all that stuff. So you continue building, you are the business, right? Here is your co-founders are the business. Here is the team of the business, right? But each way is valid.
Yeah.
There's no right or wrong.
It's forward.
There's no right or wrong. But one
you
thing,
are a combination of the 3.
but
I don't know.
yeah, he's doing a bunch of these. But one thing I can assure you, right? You want to build a business under your distribution no matter what.
Yes.
Because wealth is made through owning equity and not through renting your time out. And unfortunately, the branded content part of our business, it's effectively high rent.
Correct.
So you definitely want to do it. And I recommend creators who, you spend the first 3-4 years really growing and really enjoying that. But the second you start feeling like maybe there's a ceiling, start thinking about a business immediately. In fact, I won't even wait for the second you start feeling like there's a cap to it. You want to start doing it before. And the way to think about it is your main sources of income are going to be brands that pay you. You got to immediately think, what are my sources? Number 2, 3, 4.
Yes.
How else am I going to make money? And you got to try everything. You want to try affiliate, you want to try branded content, you want to try building your own business, you want to try consultancy, you want to try selling merch. You got to try all of it because you don't know what sticks and what your audience will buy.
Do you know what you invested in my company? So your money I'm using, we're building this platform that you've invested in, okay?
I know, Nas.io.
Nas.io. So Nas.io platform is basically saying, okay, in the future, brands will not be your friends, community will be. So Nas.io basically helps you take your community and turn it into a business. That's what is really important. Helps you sell those digital courses, helps you create a membership, helps you make, so we're seeing hundreds of people making tens of thousands of dollars on Nas.io from their community. And that is the future of business building. It's in the past, 20 years ago, I want to start a business on the internet. I build the product, I use Shopify, and I sell the business through marketing. Today is I create content, I get a community, I find the product for this community. It's a whole new way of making money. And so that's what Nas.io is designed for. And I think that's what a lot of creators will build businesses around.
I agree with him.
Nice plug.
I was about to say that.
Well,
Good sell.
I feel like one thing that Nasaya does so well is really sell himself. And I
What?
feel
Are you
like
kidding?
and I mean that in a very good way.
I'm so bad at it.
No, I think the fact that
You're doing it again, dude.
by repetition, and that's what I learned as a creator, that sometimes you have to be your loudest cheerleader. You have to scream what
like
you're
your own,
doing.
like your own posts.
Shut up.
Double tap on your own pictures.
I'm saying you have to tell the world what you're doing and exactly how you're doing.
You have to have a clear message as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to know your brand.
Yeah, yeah,
What's
yeah.
the brand that's
For
selling?
sure. And you have to keep repeating it.
What is
because-
yours?
Oh, like and subscribe.
What is your brand that you keep screaming or that you think is a good idea to?
So I feel like as a creator, it never really stops. No matter how many numbers you get, no matter how famous you get, no matter how much
True.
impact you get, it never stops. You have to constantly keep pushing whatever little small, whatever it is, a tiny thing you did. It's a tiny, and that could go with brands as well. One thing to kind of also retain brands and have longer relationships with them is to subtly over deliver.
Oh yeah, this is a great tip.
Yeah.
Always
Just
over
subtly. Don't make it look like aap hi bhagwan ho and everything you say will sell. But slightly, I've promised you 3 stories. I'll give you 5. Because
You know,
it's
this is
pushing my
something a lot of creators are really bad at. You know, they look at the transaction with the brand as
Immediate.
a, hey, you paid me this much, this is what you get.
Yeah.
Right. But really, at the end of the day, it's people at the other end
Yeah.
who are trying to have a relationship with you,
Yeah.
and if you truly go out of your way to build that, it really pays off.
Yeah.
Because brand
This is a
managers
very,
go for-
very useful tip, right?
Yeah, but it's super useful, and a lot of people think that a lot of people will be like, "Hey, I won't work unless these things are required."
Yeah.
But you won't realize, it happens with me where I love talking to brand managers. I love it. I love spending time with them, really understanding
And
what
a
they
lot
want.
of times conversations gets easier when you do it, right?
Way easier
Yeah.
because there's no 5 middlemen.
Yeah.
A lot of people like having a manager between you and someone
What
that
is
you
a brand manager? Like say Adidas.
Yeah.
So Adidas has a
So
brand.
Adidas will have a main brand manager, then they might have like a person who deploys their influencer marketing capital.
And then they sometimes have an agency.
They sometimes will have an agency.
So
You
that's
want to build
5 more
But
people.
these guys have favorites. They have favorite creators.
Correct.
And so you want to be their favorite.
You want to be their favorite. Like they literally decide on where to deploy dollars based on their timeline.
So you're saying
Who are
favorite
they?
is not necessarily traction, but also how
Yeah,
Relationship.
Fully.
The way it works with brands is 3 ways: one night stands, dating,
Yeah.
or marriage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One night stand is give me money, I'll give you a service, bye bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
And they never come back again. Dating is let's make 10 videos in 10 months together.
Yeah.
Marriage is I'm your brand ambassador.
Yeah.
you want marriage.
You want marriage.
You want marriage.
You want marriage with everyone.
And that's also the most effective.
Ranveer, sorry.
That is also the most effective kind of translation that will happen of a relationship with a brand. I've found out that when you do longer associations, it also benefits you as a creator and to your credibility.
For sure.
Because I will see creators who will speak about 3 brands in the same sector in a span of 1 month.
Yeah, not a good
And
look.
that immediately takes their credibility away from them. Like, but abhi to tune, you said that one was the best face wash. Now you're saying it's this one. So like, which one do I? But if I sell the same face wash for 3 years, that brings my credibility up for other brand products.
Would you also only sell what you like, or would you
Yes.
sell who pays?
Most creators would sell who pays. Come on, let's
Not
be.
me, no.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There,
but most
there's a
creators.
number for most creators, but there's some like obvious category blocks. Like you want to avoid betting, and
Yeah.
you want to avoid some stuff, fairness creams, and
Yeah.
that
Do you
sort of
think?
stuff.
Do you think this also become more relevant because people have lost faith in Bollywood and cricket because they sold everything for so long? So people don't buy from them anymore.
I think it's because the cricket player doesn't tell a story. The cricket player just wears the t-shirt and smiles.
Nikhil, I don't think it's about them using the product in the first case. It's all about legitimacy. If I see a brand with Shah Rukh, I'm not thinking Shah Rukh uses this. I'm thinking this brand can afford Shah Rukh. They're
Yeah.
not going away anytime.
But when you see Prajakta using it, do you think she uses it?
Yeah, I think even in the creator segment, some creators are, more either add more legitimacy or they know that this creator is really big, so this must have been expensive to buy the slot. So it's spending power of a brand determines trust and legitimacy.
What is Shah Rukh doing right?
Oh, so many things.
See, again, he's his biggest fan.
Who?
Shah
Shah
Rukh.
Rukh. He's his biggest fan. Yeah.
He is pushing everything he's doing and he is not being humble about it. He's there. He's like, I am good and I'm doing this and I feel like that is what I love about and that's what I want to learn.
This is something that Shah Rukh has said before, which is his relationship with brands. I think it was Hyundai that he spoke about, saying that Hyundai did not.
He used those cards like visibly.
He visibly used those cars and he went out of his way and he had a very long partnership with them. Like he launched it with them. and he has publicly said that there are brands like Hyundai supported him even during the bad times. Look, it's you forget at the end of the day, most of these industries are really small. The same people work in like 10, 15 different brands, right? Like very rarely do people just stick around with one place for 20 years. People move around. This is so rare that creators develop relationship with brand managers. It's very rare.
Yeah.
Some of it is because agencies in the middle are very scared that if a creator talks to a client directly, they're going to miss their brokerage.
They'll know how much brokerage is
They'll know
gone.
how much brokerage is gone, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
This is why I push creators to talk to the brand guys directly. It's super important.
Don't put all your eggs into one manager because your manager may not have your best interest in mind. I've never had a manager in my entire life. Nothing wrong with having a manager. I know you have a manager and you have a manager. Nothing wrong with that. But be careful because when I am a brand and I give creators money, if a manager comes to me and be like, you can't talk to my client and my client doesn't do anything for less than $10,000, I give them the middle finger and I move the fuck on. So you don't want to be that guy.
Yeah.
Viraj is your manager.
Also my co-founder.
Yeah, it's important to get your manager's incentives aligned with you.
Yeah.
That's
because some
super
things you
important.
want to do for free.
Yeah.
But your manager doesn't make any money on it.
Yeah.
Because they take a commission. But it's good for your branding, like going to Davos.
Yeah.
Davos doesn't pay. But it's important that we go to Davos to increase the brand. So the manager's incentive is only to work on brands that make money. So that's where the problems start to happen.
Yeah.
But these are the top of the pile, right? Like
Yeah,
you
top
guys are top of the pyramid.
That's true.
I would call it survivors. We're survivors. It's a survival game. It's not like about
There's
drinking.
likes in victimhood.
We made it through. We stood our ground.
When do you start making money?
Meaningful money or any money?
Any money.
I think within like 2 months.
Yeah?
I actually didn't make any money for like almost a year.
Wow. I made $200 after 2 months.
I think if you start getting upwards of 50,000 views on YouTube, and if you get that regularly, YouTube will start paying you.
How much will they pay you? Let's say you put out 4 videos in a month, which one gets 50, another gets 10, another gets 5.
Then you make nothing. 55, 10 and all, you make nothing.
Yeah.
No?
No.
Yeah. That is why it took me that long.
You want to make, I think you want to get at least 100,000 views plus for you to make a few thousand rupees on YouTube in India.
Oh, wow.
This is why I get back to the same point. On YouTube, you need 1 million people to make $100.
Correct.
In a community, you need 100 people to make $1,000. In a community, each one of your members will pay you $10. That $10 times 100 is $1,000. Your community is where you make the money, not from the brands and not from YouTube.
Yeah.
Any hint, hack on building that community?
Yes, own the audience.
How?
It's so important. My biggest mistake was for 7 years, I was just going viral, making TikTok happy, making Facebook happy, making Instagram happy. You scroll past and you never see me again, right? No, now in the middle of the freaking video, I stop and I'm like, listen, you Mr. Person, you like my video about Ecuador? Join my Nasayo community because I am going to take you to Ecuador. So every video, every 1 million views, I funnel 20,000 people and I get their email and I get their phone number. Great. Now I can reach those people for the next 10 years while I can never reach them again on YouTube. So now
it's in the platform's interest to not let you own the
they
audience.
never let you. So now I have 20,000 people. I email them using Nasayo
Is
software.
subscriber audience?
So here's the
I need
interesting
my
part.
money.
On YouTube, if someone subscribes to you, you don't get any details about them.
Like, do you have an audience whose number, email?
I have
everything?
400,000 now.
I don't have that.
You need to start building that.
I have a mind performance app. So they go there, they use the app.
Yeah, I don't have that either.
But
Well, you need that too.
I need that very badly.
I wish somebody told me this when I started. I would have 5 million numbers now, but I only have 400,000. But 80% of my revenue now comes from these 400,000 emails.
Maybe, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. The way I look at it is if you're getting the numbers and names and also giving them some utility in return, it's much more long-term and powerful.
Yes.
And I think that's how young content creators should look at it.
Yeah, that's what it means to build a community off of social media.
No, I'm not talking about, but generally, I think a lot of people just send out newsletters and all. I don't know how effective newsletters are anymore, and I might be entirely wrong.
Oh, very effective. Like my ex-girlfriend Aline, right? She has, let's say, 300,000 followers on I'll give you a number because she's all public about her numbers. 300,000 followers on Instagram. She's like, anytime, join my newsletter, okay? So Nasayo helps you do that. So join my newsletter.
Just in case you missed it the last 7 times you said that.
So now she has, I think, 10,000 emails of girls interested in retreats. Each product is $3,000, $4,000. Now
So she's
she
sitting on
makes
$3 million of potential revenue.
yeah. So she makes $500,000 a year from that 10,000 mailing list selling retreats.
Wow.
And she makes zero from Instagram.
That's
Zero.
where the real money is then.
Yes.
Yeah, in owning your audience.
Yes.
I agree.
Do you feel any different about the Indian audiences and how they respond to these things?
No, I think it's possible to get the data. I think that's very possible. You just need the right carrot at the end of it.
Yeah.
I also think that Indian audience ARPU is lower, but I think that if you find the right product, you're able to monetize them. Like it's possible to do. It's just whether me and you can do it really depends on the product. It's possible to do it.
What's a really successful Indian content creator-led product?
Finance for Sure.
Oh no! Fuck no!
Done it really well. I think a lot of the guys who do courses are able to monetize very easily because Hopium, right? Which is, you think that doing X is going to help you do way better. Products are harder to move because...
Physical products, you mean?
Yeah, physical products are harder to move. Like I know Bollywood movie stars have launched products and most of them at FANG. There are very few.
Please,
like,
God,
it has to
please
be the
recover
right
my
and
file.
perfect fit
Please
with
recover my
intelligence,
file.
was
Please,
perfect.
please.
That's why I
I've worked a
recommend
lot on
experiences,
it.
not a lot of
Please
clarity.
recover my file.
experiences
Please,
is good.
please, please.
Like learn dancing?
Yeah.
I will die, man. I have worked so.
Sonala doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have been working on this since morning. Please.
Easily.
Take your audience with you.
Please
to
give
the
me my file
Himalayas
back.
for 7-day meditation.
I believe in you,
I would do it
God.
with you. We
Please
can
help
do
me
all
out
this
here.
stuff.
Please, please,
How to be
please,
more
please, please,
connected with
please, please,
yourself.
please,
I mean,
please.
I would do it with you.
Will YouTube go after you when
Okay.
you do that?
No.
I
no,
got
no.
a little bit.
Patreon is a
Little
$5
bit is
billion
lost, but I got a
platform,
lot
so
of.
I love it.
Lot of
upload
it is
videos
covered.
early,
I'm
right?
going to make a
What does Patreon
duplicate
do?
of it.
Patreon is a different platform where you can pay a creator a certain fee to get certain privileges. Memberships.
But basically, you take the data. I mean, taking the data from YouTube, it's fair and square if you're doing it like inside the video content. If you put a link and people click on it, it's fair and square.
Does YouTube downgrade you if you're monetizing versus being free?
No.
Does it upgrade you if you're monetizing?
No, they don't care. I mean, it's good for them if you're monetizing because they are also monetizing then. YouTube takes 55% of ad revenue and 30% of membership revenue.
Okay, so the last section, the penultimate section, is how to.
Damn.
The last section of this section.
Just between us, like we want to cover the entire breadth of what a young person wanting to build a following needs. What do you think we've missed?
Nothing. See you next time.
Any tools? Any like hacks? Do you use ChatGPT, Midjourney?
All of that is useful. All the AI tools will be super useful.
Rate in order of useful the top 3.
GPT is very useful.
For?
Everything.
For everything. Ideation, writing, like
Research.
scripts are now automated.
Yeah.
We're going to have one-click LLM training very soon. It's already out there. It's just not mega simplified. So
What is LLM training?
large language model training, which means you can take potentially all the scripts you've ever written in your voice, feed it into a large language model, and it can start spitting out content in your style. Like it's doable. Like people have already done it with comedians. Like they've taken scripts of, Bill Hicks, George Carlin, and said, what would George Carlin say about Y? And if you have enough data to train the LLM, this is possible to do, and it will be eventually very, very easy to do. Dubbing tools, just keep an eye out on the AI stuff. Follow Overpowered. That's super helpful. GPT is super useful. All things content creation. It can help you ideate, think of titles, what should be the thumbnail, everything. Right, writing the full script. All that is useful. One hack that I would recommend is if you know how to edit, it's super useful.
Yeah.
If you know how the end product is made after you're done shooting, it is very useful because it'll start changing the way you actually even start thinking about.
Yeah.
But will your editing quality be as good as a professional in time?
If you edit enough, yeah. I would say if you can edit a short form video with captions, cuts, other
Music.
footage, you're learning a lot
Yeah.
in a very quick time.
Yeah.
But actually, my biggest recommendation to people is your first hire should be an editor. If you can afford to hire anybody, hire an editor because that's how you buy back your time. So when I was making the daily videos, I made the first 750 videos myself. It was taking me 5 hours of editing every single day. When I hired that person, it freed me 5 hours a day to do everything else. Build a business. Get an editor.
If you have really talented team members, like if your editor is really good, people are going to try and poach this editor immediately. People are literally going to try and copy, poach, do all that. So one thing that's really helped me is I have a small team of 4-5 folks who've been with me for the last 3-4 years.
And you hide them.
Huh?
You hide them in a
I don't hide them. They get credited in every video. Their names and Instagram IDs are public. But one thing that I did is every time I do like a sponsored thing, everybody involved in the video gets a piece of it. So the editor gets paid bonus on a sponsored video.
That's
the cast members get a piece of this thing. Right from Shankar to the editors to the cast members, everybody gets a piece of the sponsored content that comes in, because it just the vibe of the room changes when I say there's a sponsored video, because everybody who's working on it feels like, all right, good payday for me.
Yeah.
So it's a good idea. I recommend that.
I would highly recommend it, because I know my guys, like, they months that I have had a great month, they've had a great month too. Months where I've had an okay month, they've had an okay month.
I feel like that's what I mean when I say that collaboration is so important when you become a creator. That eventually you are going to have to make your band of people who believe in your content and want to contribute to it as much as you do.
Most of the content creators who went mainstream and then faded away, often it was an outcome of the teams leaving them. I've noticed this a lot.
And most people don't do this. I say this a lot to other creators, and everyone's always like, oh, you do that? I'm like, yeah.
So we do this, but we do 7% profit share. So every month, 7% of the profit goes back to the team as a bonus.
Yeah.
Because it gets tricky when the team is too big, because you don't want the editor to make the most money and the executive assistant not to make any money.
Yeah, correct.
So you want to make sure the whole team gets part of that.
Gets a piece of it. It's very easy when it's just a small team.
Yes. And if somebody watching this, if you don't want to be a creator and you say, oh, my face is not designed for this, my personality, I'm too shy for this, right? Then become an editor. For every one of us, we have created together 200, 300 jobs, right? So there's 200 creator economy jobs from 4 channels. So you can be an editor, you can be an executive assistant, you can be a producer, you can be a scriptwriter. There's many jobs in the creator economy. If you're still watching until the end of this video, it really means you should apply for one of these jobs.
Does how you look, what you wear, matter? Makeup, no makeup, how you look, what t-shirt you're wearing, what dress you're wearing?
I mean, Nusair wears the same thing every day.
I know.
Depends if you're a guy or a girl, to be honest.
Yeah, depends if you're a guy or a girl.
Looks matter a lot for women.
But I remember when I started off on YouTube and I started uploading content, us time pe to it was, if you're going on camera, you have to put makeup on. If I'm shooting a video, I have to put makeup on, I have to dress a certain way, I have to speak a certain way. And then I think 3 or 4 weeks into making my videos, I did one video where I sat down in my pajamas and I wasn't wearing any makeup and my hair wasn't done.
Real Talk Tuesday!
Real Talk Tuesday, my first Real Talk Tuesday video. But I was replying to hate comments. And all the comments under were, oh my God, it's so nice to see you like this because you're more relatable like that. And ever since then, my idea of associating the way I look to what I do has really changed. And that only happened because I put myself out on the internet. So it can work either ways.
Wow.
Prajakta is pretty like real that way. Like she's sweating and working out, and she's like.
And that's why people love you, because you're very relatable.
And I've also had a time where I went on because I felt that pressure at one point, and I was like, everybody's posting such nice pictures. Maybe I should get styled, and I should also do like hair and makeup all the time, and all the pictures have to be SLR pictures. And I put them out, and the first picture did really well, and then the second dipped, and then the third dipped, and the fourth dipped, and then I put out a selfie of me eating Chinese at the Yashraj Wali Gully, and that one shot up. And that's when I realized that, what? It's different for everyone.
Yeah.
And I'm so happy that I'm in a position where I can de-link the two things.
Very cool.
So it really depends on how you approach it and what precedent you want to set with it.
Female influencers have it rough. Like there's this head count that comes with the pressure of always looking good is like...
Yeah. And
so
the comment
much
section.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the comment section.
How much money does it cost to produce videos when you're beginning?
Depends on the kind of videos, Nikhil. You'll have to
It should be
specific.
0.
Yeah.
Just your time.
So, okay, last question. We told people, we tried to teach people how to become an influencer, how the monetization world works. Last question, how to stay relevant, how to continue to get traction and grow once you have become an influencer.
Keep reinventing. Have some form
That's
of
very
reinvention.
broad, yeah, Ranveer.
What did you say?
Keep some form of reinvention going every 6 months. For example, either you
think of switching genres. I'm just telling you based on what's worked for me. Or in the product that you're creating, which for me in this case is the podcast, you have to bring something new, some new genre. If you're constantly bringing one narrative, bring the opposite narrative. You have to serve novelty. And personally, I feel the core of this is in your real life as a human, you have to keep evolving. Either find new friend groups, travel more, learn a new skill. You have to do new shit because the content at the end of the day is coming out of your heart. So that's the core. At least that's what worked for me.
To break it down into a really tiny piece, listen to your audience. Your audience, that's the good thing about putting yourself on the internet. They are extremely honest. Nothing will
Little
humble
too
you.
honest sometimes.
Yeah, nothing will humble you like your audience. If it's working, they're going to shout it and they're going to tell you that it's working. The minute it stops working, they're going to shout that also.
How does it sound when it stops working?
Oh my God. Videos are not fun anymore. We used to like the kind of videos you used to make before. Go back to doing that. This is not working. It's very blatant. You won't have to sit and decipher. It's in the words, it's written that many words to you. And these are people, and I look forward to this because this is the community that has held me through all the new things that I said. The Khayali Pulao that he was talking about. It was a short film that was so away from the content that I'd ever made. I was very scared. But I couldn't have the guts to make it if I didn't have the confidence that my audience will tell me the truths, whether it works or not.
Also, yeah, if your engagement goes down, that's also a metric of
Yeah.
people aren't liking this.
Yeah, your relevance just... So it's very easy actually to keep a reality check on how well your content is doing or how relevant you are based on what your audience is telling you.
I like to think of it as spikes and waves, which is if you want to be all the consistent stuff that you keep putting out, those are waves, and you got to keep thinking about what's your next spike. What this means is you're forced to experiment or you're forced to do something that's going to get the next new unique users onto your platform.
So if you live to make videos, if your number one goal of living is to make the videos, it's unsustainable because at some point you'll be so tired of this. You don't want to make another cooking video. You don't want to make another travel video. You're done. That's why my number one advice to stay relevant is to live your best life. Keep living a very interesting life and make videos about that life. Instead of living life to make videos, live an interesting life and take the audience with you. So for example, when I was traveling the world, the audience came with me. Now I'm building a company. The audience must come with me. Some will don't want to stay behind, but this is where I'm going. And the audience must come with me because there's no option because I ain't going back to the old days. Right? And then when I do my third act, the audience will have to come. The audience love to see a hero fall and a hero succeed. They love to see a hero like go up. So the most interesting thing about Nas Daily is, where is it gonna go next? Because you don't know that. So don't live to make videos, live an interesting life and make videos about it.
Smart. Makes a lot of sense. Okay, guys, at the end of every episode, we try and do something to help the community we are teaching on that particular day. We hope this is in a manner college that most people do not have access to. We looked far and wide online on how to be an influencer. We didn't find much. But when we asked people, this is such a profession that young people want to get into now. What for me as a kid was being a pilot or an astronaut, things I knew shit about, but I said it because it was cool back then. Today, that is being a social media content creator. So I'd like to request you guys to allocate a certain amount of money. We will run a democratic process of picking these creators, really talented young budding guys and girls from different corners of India. So you allocate the money, we will pick them democratically, and then we will help them out with whatever we can, whoever are the winners of this contest in a manner.
How many are there going to be?
50.
50 people?
Yeah.
Okay.
So start with Tanmay. Is there an amount you'd like to allocate for this?
Oh, 5 lakhs.
Prajakta?
Same.
Because I'm religious, I'll say 5 lakh and 1 rupee.
I'm making 5 lakh and 2 rupees.
Hey, bidding is good. You guys want to compete?
I mean, if we keep adding 1 rupee, we'll be here all night.
So I want to take this 5 lakhs and I want to give it to trainers to teach all 50 people for free for 2 months. So we're going to give a class with all the stuff that they make We'll give them free education with actual trainers from India, and then 2 months, and they'll become friends, and they'll ditch their old friends, and then hopefully they'll become creators.
Super.
So we'll commit to that.
Yeah. And I'll add an amount to 50 lakhs to the same thing, and we'll combine it all together and we'll run this. And I think it can go a long way in helping many new young people become like people on this table.
Or
Sounds good.
Or better.
That's amazing.
Yes.
Bro, that's very generous of you, by the way. 50 lakhs. It's like a big deal.
We do it every episode.
Oh, super cool.
Yeah. You know, the guests, it's a monetary loss if you're a guest on this podcast.
You've been here 4 times. Oh my God.
You told me this after 6 hours.
What's going on?
All the best, guys. All the best.
Yeah, this is the part where you thank your guests.
Thank you, guys, for coming.
Was the longest podcast we've done in the history of
How many
podcasts.
hours was
How
it?
many hours?
5?
More. 5 hours.
5 hours.
5-hour podcast.
5.5.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Show you guys videos from your
Wow.
Why?
would like all of you
That's
to react.
insane.
Oh no, this can't be nice. Oh my God. Hi.
Okay, after that freakishly awkward introduction, hello G. My name is Prajakta.
Why would you do that?
Who the hell is that?
Why would you do that? Seriously, guys. Seriously.
I have no clue why I'm doing this, but I think it'll be fun. Here's the idea. Once a day, I'm gonna make one video that's 1 minute long. That's it.
That's not.
You look so
that's
cute,
you?
bro.
Got a tan as well.
Yeah, that's where it all started.
Hey guys, my name's Ranveer Alabadia. I'm 22 years old. I've been gymming for 3 years. I'm basically an engineering graduate, but I'm also a fitness trainer. Fitness and food are my 2 biggest passions, hence the name here.
Ranveer didn't have a mic.
You can eat whatever you want.
तू पार्टी करेगा
मैं पार्टी करूंगा
चल पार्टी करेंगे
चल पार्टी कर रहे हैं
मिस्टर पार्टी करेगा
मैं तेरे साथ पार्टी करूंगा
फुल पार्टी होगा ये
सारी पार्टी होगा रे
पार्टी करेंगे
अरे पार्टी की खत्म करेंगे सालों को
We need a before and after video.
What is style to you?
Honestly, मैं ज़्यादा stylish नहीं हूँ, but I like things which are comfortable.
So weird. 10 years.
all candles bore me
Oh my God, that was a really old.
It's a really nice picture.
That was a nice photo.
suffering
Really
from success
These are all like really old.
Wow.
That was vanilla. I thought you found some scandalous shit.
They did. That was
Guys.
my channel.
This.
The speed that I need to do it. Going very slow. You need to speed up, right? Working other content not gonna work for me. You need to stop streaming when it reaches. Oh wow, 126. That's a win-win. Got 4 new subs. Oh man, 1 subscriber makes you feel so good. Just 1 subscriber, and people are having millions of subscribers. Can you imagine that? Millions of subscribers. That is insane, man. Insane. Half the time I'm scared that my camera is not on because I'm naked. 126. Today I was 121 earlier in this stream itself, I guess. Let me check. Yeah, 121 and now it's 126. I got 5 new people. Thank you for subscribing. 5 new people. I'm going to stay here for more 2-3 hours till I fall asleep working on the desk itself. It's fun. It was not a bad day. I covered uh, 5, 6 seconds of animation, which is not much.
अरे ये MCU के जमाने में शक्तिमान यहाँ क्या कर रहा है? अरे सल्लू, जल्दी चलो ना, वरना ये भाया हमसे ऐसे नहीं खोएगा। आज तो तुझे GTA 6
I don't know, man. I don't know how does the video looks, but this is our first video, so however it is, I'm fine with it. It should work eventually. वो कहते हैं ना कुछ इसकी फिक्र ना कर, किसकी अपना फल का अरे क्या पता, फल की चिंता ना करो, something 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 and something something bullshit. Taro. I'm gonna do my own theme. That line has stuck with me. I've been uploading every oh, it's 199 already. That's pretty cool. $199. It was me, I'm sorry. Why did this video went private? I didn't do it private. God, I did that now.
Something? I don't know. What's all that about? You mad at me or something? I don't know. Did you do something to make me mad? Because then I am. But if you didn't, then I am not. Not mad? I am mad. What's all that about? You mad at me or something? I don't know. Did you do something?
Okay, I'm going to watch something that I'm not going to be too, I'm going to watch something that I'm not proud of. It's not porn, of course. It's just some entertaining videos that might end up getting me copyright. So I'm going to mute that. I'm going to play it in the background so that I can concentrate on work because it's already night, it's late. So I need something to be chill so that I can watch something chill I can watch. Yes. I've uploaded one more shot. So how many posts do I do in a day? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 posts in a day. I think I can re-upload my content again so that I get more views over it, because now I'm having more followers. As soon as I was going to start to work, I got a call.